Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the show. Good to see you all in. You know why see we have in the chat. We have we've got Abs in, Abs Rafa TW, Abs Rafa Nicholas TW. Okay. David Journalist, David Lynch catching strays already. I mean, hey, look, you got to make the titles. Titles got to work. I suppose I could have easily gone with local spoofer. Well, I thought top journalist sounded better, so that's what I wrote. I'm saying, absolutely love to watch Wharton, have Wharton our starting 11. Unfortunately, that ain't happening this window, which is a shame. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things we'll get to. Again, like I say, if people always free to make up their own mind, just because put stuff out there. I'm not saying any of this stuff is set in stone. Make up your own minds, obviously. Rafa, pretty much two wingers, yeah. TW, send low. Oh no, what else we got? So can't I unmute? Okay, Eric as well. How are you? We will scout around and see what's happening. See who's in. Hope you're all enjoying the moving towards the end of the summer now. Before you know it, it's gone. Aaron, how are you? A wrong. But yeah, we can. Hopefully, we'll see a bit of news. You never know. We might get something happens while we're live. We're waiting. Just give it a chance and see if anyone calls in before we go through any of the bigger stories. We do know we have a lot of talk about the Chelsea ownership changing hands. Strasbourg have. Okay, well, there we go. There's some breaking news for you. There's some breaking news. It's not Fabrizio Romano, but according to Fabrice Hawkins, Liverpool have reached an agreement with Ibrahim Mbaye. The two parties have agreed on financial terms of a 5-year contract. Mbaye has made his choice and does not wish. There's an update for you. Look. These guys, French guy, doesn't sound French, but okay. Well, according to Fabrice, we have reached an agreement with Mbaye. Doesn't mean we've reached an agreement with PSG. Doesn't say anything like that. But okay, that's at least okay. I suppose people say, yeah, that's not much in that, but say at least from the disc. So were we at that stage before? Had we reached an agreement with this guy before? I'm not sure we had. You would imagine maybe that if we're prepared to kind of go with full terms on this guy, that we kind of know what the story is price-wise. Hopefully, seems like definitely like an easier deal to get done than the Barcola deal. I'll talk about that going to the last days of the window now. Various people talking about things. So. Okay, yeah, this is more. Basically, yeah, it's his final decision. Yeah, we're getting the only ones, Liverpool kind of thing. But once again, almost, as I say, this guy still is a very young player, right? He's still an inexperienced guy, still only like 18. So he's not the big gun you wanted really to come in. Okay, sorry. What's going on, Eric? What you do? You hurt yourself? Bend your knees, keep your back straight. Come on, man. But yeah, so okay, well, this is a bit of news, right? This is decent. Bit of movement again. It's not a classic Romano or anything. We will have to wait for that one. Fee agreed maybe in the next couple of days. So probably get this done before we have more Barcola news. Again, Tanzik and L'Equipe saying Liverpool plan to submit another offer for Barcola this week. Well, they kind of want to. PSG expects another English club to get involved, assuming Arsenal maybe, but Barcola has made it clear he has chosen Liverpool should he leave, no one else. No doubt everything is bringing Barcola closer to Liverpool, so seems to be getting some movement on that. That's getting these two guys. As we know, these guys have been planned for a while now. It looks like that. So we're not going to be shocked when it happens. But yeah, this week now is where it's getting. So okay, it looks at least like there's some. We've got an agreement, full agreement with Mbaye again with the player. This is all down the lines of. This is the kind of like final piece of the jigsaw where they start saying to their agents or they start making a kind of common knowledge publicly that they only want to join Liverpool. They only want to do this. So keep them, keep other, just it seems like that's one of the final stages now. What they do these days, that only wants kind of stuff. So we will see. We will see. But let us think. So what do you guys think is going to happen first? Do you think Barcola? Do you think Barcola first, or Barcola first, or Mbaye first? Who do you think's going to come in first, or could it be the rarely spotted double deal, double unveiling, both of them on a Friday? What do you think? What do you think? John here. How are you, John?
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah, just as we went live, we got this.
Yeah.
Liverpool have reached an agreement with Mbaye again, not with the club. Mbaye is making his choice and does not wish to pursue interest from Leverkusen, which was strong interest. And then Liverpool trying to wait for Barcola again this week. He's done the whole no one else. Only wants Liverpool is now no one else. Seems to be the no one else in perhaps.
No one else.
Yeah. So what are you thinking? I mean, the Mbaye one is a bit. We saw that popped up first, but it's just agreements with the players really at this stage. When you bring it down, it's getting to that final stage of okay, they're doing the don't try and sell me to anyone else thing.
Yeah.
I only want to go to Liverpool. We've got money agreed, deals agreed, kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean it's good news, right?
Yeah, this is great news.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, for me the like as much as I've been working on the Barcola deal for ages, the Barcola one is a trickier one. Just for me, just get the Mbaye deal done, just because like it just seems like it's a much lower fee. Now
Yep.
he's given his thing. Just go and just do the deal. Just go and do it.
You see, for me, I'm not sure if PSG are like taking the piss with Mbaye because they had a fee agreed with Leverkusen, but I think when we came in Premier League club, I think they
they
boosted the
did.
price. So I can't understand the delay. For me, the Barcola one, this Barcola saga is it's not even a saga. It's so like dry because like I was saying on the group chat, all three parties want a deal. Barcola wants to leave. PSG I mean, you don't buy 50 million bigger gods. They're leaving him out of match day squads. They want to sell him. We want to buy him. It's just a matter of the price. So I think it's almost inevitable that they're going to reach a compromise because we all want this deal to happen. I think PSG know the asking prices. I think it's just negotiation tactics and two people being stubborn. But I think there will be common ground. And when it comes to Mbaye, and by the way, that other thing of Barcola only wants Liverpool, I'm guessing, if I had to guess, that's probably agent talk. Because one theory I had was that I thought PSG were playing games until the Arsenal Vinny thing gets sorted out. Then they were hoping Arsenal would come in. But if Barcola's telling his agents, nah, I don't want to go to Arsenal, that kind of kills that tactic for PSG to like start a bidding war. You can't start a bidding war if the player doesn't want to go to one of the clubs, right? So I think he's saying, I want to go here.
Yeah, it's a relatively new tactic where it became kind of almost like what would you call it? Almost like a transfer request in terms of negotiations. This whole, like you say, it's exactly that tactic. I was saying probably player only wants to join club A. It's to do exactly what you're talking about. It's to say to the selling club, don't even waste your time trying to sell me to this club or that club, because this is the club I want to join. To me, it's a kind of a final step, really, in negotiations, to be sort of like when they'll do it in studies. That, well, first thing is contact made, blah blah blah, contract agreed, contact made with club, and then player says only wants to join buying club. It's almost like a step in and go on the ladder now at this stage.
I mean, this is where we were.
I'm assuming it's Arsenal as well. Arsenal is the only club in England I could assume that would be in for him as well. They must be. I can't say it would. It's not United. It's not Chelsea. It's not Man City. So it's clearly just an Arsenal thing. And ITK Space has been saying for months he turned down Arsenal months ago. Thanks for the offer. Like they did the whole meeting, show him the project kind of thing and all that. Just like not interested.
I mean, what can you show him in a PowerPoint? He played against Arsenal when they had 25% possession in the Champions League final. I mean, if you're like an attacker with flair that likes to express himself, do you want? I mean, he watched what happened. Saka literally played as a second left back, a second right back, just double up on Kvaratskhelia. That was his whole job. So I don't think.
Well, I'm assuming they say that basically when Arsenal walk into the. Not saying like dingy little hotel room, but some suite in a hotel, maybe somewhere privacy. They just fucking he walks in there, they just instantly Men in Black him. That's the only way this shit works.
I mean,
that's the only way this shit works, man. He's like, I saw you 2 weeks ago. I played against you. I'm not joining up. I am not playing for you, mate. No way.
No, I think maybe Arsenal were doing the ex-boyfriend thing where it's like, no, I've changed. We're different now.
Yeah, we're going to attack next year. I swear, we're going to have like 37% possession.
I mean,
ain't going to be no more 25, baby. Ain't going to be more 25. Could be our 37.
Do you remember the year before when PSG played Arsenal and Arsenal's tactic was Thomas Partey long throws? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I mean it's. It's not a great sales pitch, is it?
You see, for me, the Vinicius Junior thing, I didn't fall for it for a second.
No.
Not a second, because the fact that if Vinicius was available, the fact that we didn't even inquire, I'm not saying he'd pick us, but the fact that we were not linked, and for me, the biggest thing was the fact PSG didn't even look at it.
Yeah.
That's how I knew that this is bullshit. That's how I knew.
Vinny ain't coming to England. Vinny ain't coming to England. No chance.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Not in his prime.
You're at Real Madrid. You're at Real Madrid.
It was funny to watch them, though.
Oh, they were. Did you hear them talking about, I'll rip Saka's number off his back myself? I was like, okay, buddy. At least we know what you think of him now.
No, yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, the greatest one was this whole bunch of people that they kind of went on this thing where it was basically, oh my God, how big is our club? We are the only club in Europe that could have spooked Real Madrid into giving Vinny a new contract. I've seen grown-up people say that. He had a year left on his deal. He
played you like a fiddle.
Oh God! And Real knew what he was doing.
And by the way, we've seen this. I mean, didn't Ramos do this to Man United like years ago?
Like 7 times. That's 7, 8 times. Once every 2 years. Every time he needed a new contract, doodly-doo, Manchester United want Ramos.
I mean, it's so blatant. So for me, with this, I'm quite relaxed about the Barcola and Mbai thing. I think it will happen. I mean, the fact that he's getting left out of match day squads. Did you see what Luis Enrique was saying? Where
Oh yeah,
it's like,
no smiley.
you know, I mean, sorry, did you see that update from L'Equipe where it's like, oh no, Barcola's being rested because when a player is mentally challenged, he can get injured. I'm like, bro, that's some shit Indy would come up with. I mean,
his brain is broken, so he can't play football.
I mean,
this
all
is the
this is-
quote.
sorry.
A club source from L'Equipe, a club source at PSG on Barcode being unavailable for selection. You can read. It's our son, and we want to protect him. I'm already against it. There are studies that show that when a player is mentally disturbed, the risk of injury is higher. It's a decision by the coach, but it's also because Bradley is for sale, basically.
This is literally indie shit. This is literally, it reads like an indie tweet.
It's
I mean,
nonsense,
seriously.
Barcola's mentally disturbed, guys.
I mean,
I thought that was Araujo. I thought Araujo was supposed to be the mentally disturbed one.
I mean, like to me, you know, and I saw people panicking a bit where that report that said, "Oh, the player will stay 1 year." The PSG sources are saying the PSG don't mind keeping him. The player will not force a move. Liverpool sources are saying we have other targets. We're gonna do this. It's literally negotiating. It's bargaining. That's all it is. It's just bargaining. We've seen it so many times.
Just want to say hello to, well, obviously Ray's in, Russell is in, Edward is in, Eric is in, TW. I don't want to miss anybody. You got say hello to everybody at least. Thank you everyone that's been in as well. Definitely appreciate it. We do not appear to be doing too well in the algorithm, as they say at the moment, probably due to having to delete most of our back catalog, but that's how things go. So thank you everyone that is keeping our notifications on and all that. I never ask people to share the stream because I don't know if that does, but if that is something you can do, if you want to do that, I know if it's your own personal little thing, I don't expect you to share it around to your friends or anything. But if, like I say, we are getting a bit of a kick in the algorithm since I had to delete all my old videos. So yeah, thank you everyone that's been in and all that. So maybe notifications, I don't know, whatever it is. But again, just thanks for being in. Have to do that bit. I know it gets annoying for some people, but yeah, John, I'll bring Ray in. But John, I just want to ask you, I mean, in terms of, are we kind of not really spending enough time looking at Mbai as a footballer? Because again, like this kid is 18 years old. He's, you know what the points are trying to make. I mean, are we just kind of, oh, he's great, let's bring him in, he'll be brilliant. This kind of, well, you know, is this guy the finished article at 18? Are we? Because it's the right-sided replacement. It's, you know, it's the most solid side. I know, you know what I mean? Are we over?
I think we are, but the problem is, Brian, I think that this is the window of unfinished prospects. So it's kind of like, I just feel like, especially for the wing area, you just have to take one of the unfinished prospects and get the right one. But I'm trying to think, like, maybe you could have gone for, like, you know, like another player like that, one of the ones that PSG were signing, and maybe they're a bit more of a chance, even though they didn't really play on the right. But it's just like it's just such a tricky market. Like, I think you have to take a chance on one of the positions. I feel, and I just felt like right wing was going to be the one, because like it just felt like after Diamande, I just don't see any like decent right winger like that we've been linked to. That, like, I think if you were to get like a more experienced one, you'd have to dig them out of a club. And I don't know if the club's got that in them this season to go in and like try and get someone out of somewhere. So
do you know? Do you know what I'll say? I haven't watched Daily Dose of Football video. I don't know if anybody knows Daily Dose of Football. It's like, you know, so listen to this. That guy, he has a crazy Brazilian accent and he never takes a breath and he goes faster and faster and faster and faster. He's crazy. But he did the video about Diamande. Brilliant channel, by the way. Daily Dose of Football. Absolutely brilliant channel. He did a video about Diamande and his agents. Built also that guy I've been following, that French journalist that talks a lot about agents and what's going on behind the scenes. His videos are auto dubbed. He does them in French, so they sound like they're AI, but they're not. And he's calling out a lot of people. And looking at what's going on, I'm almost kind of glad we didn't get Diamande. Like, if we could have sorted his shit out, maybe. But there's like at the moment, like there's up to 5 agencies still trying to get a piece of this kid. There's 3 agencies at the forefront. He's been messing. He's got people moving him here, there, and everywhere. And he's the kind of guy where you can tell it's not like really what he's doing. So if he came to Liverpool, I mean, after one good season, I wouldn't be surprised if they started up trying to move him. Do you know what I mean? It's that the people running this guy's career, I wish the best for him, because it sounds like a bunch of absolute scumbags from day one. Like, I've been dealing with this guy, so I don't know. Like with Diamande, could have come in and ripped it up, but within like a year and a half, 2 years, trying to get him out of the club, moving him, you know, this guy should have been playing for Enrique at PSG. This is the manager, a winger, a guy like him. This is the guy you want to be playing for. And then in a couple of years, then you go and do your Real Madrid thing. He would have been fat, you know, this is the perfect move for him. But get him to Madrid, big money, late, you know. So I'm not saying we dodged the bullet player-wise, not at all. Phenomenal player, but yeah, the people in charge of his career, man.
Although for me, I just want to say,
I want to let Ray come in.
Hi, Brian. Hi, John. Hi, Leslie. How are you?
Good.
Yeah. In terms of John made a very good point on the right winger to bring in, and I think, you know, we have to look at the perfect profile of right winger to suit Areola's style of football would be an explosive type of right winger with great pace and power. And I just myself, I narrowed it down to 2 of all the wingers, you know, linked with us. I, you know, narrowed it down to 2 wingers. That includes Mbaye and Ryan. Minte is now injured. You know, Minte would have been my first choice, but Minte, you know, he's no good now because he's injured. But I think Ryan or Mbaye are the perfect profile for Areola in terms of the pace, the quality of football that they play, and the pace and power that they possess. Because of all the other right wingers out there, you know, there's only 2 that come to mind that we've spoken about who suits Areola's, you know, style of football, being so direct and ability-wise as well, you know. So yeah, I'm delighted again by it. Delighted. Now the Barcola deal is almost wrapped up. So yeah, it's all good.
for me, I just want to say that just to John's point, it's such shit luck that Salah leaves in the worst right-wing market in maybe like a decade. It's just genuinely just bad luck, because like you said, outside of Yan Diomande, there was nobody really proven out there. You're gonna have to take a risk on like what Solis is, but on the right wing. You know, good guy. You can hope you can scale up, but when it comes to Mbaye, I'm really excited by the player. Selfishly, I know he was born in France, but he declared for Senegal. So selfishly, I love having Africans at Liverpool. It's a really good thing.
Yeah.
In terms of how he is, I think he's raw, but I think his raw version is more polished than I think people give him credit for. Exactly. And the one thing that really stands out about him, I'll never forget this. I was watching at the World Cup Senegal versus Norway, and Senegal were on the brink of elimination. And as Senegal were like facing elimination, I saw Ibrahim Mbaye in dangerous positions, screaming at them to pass him the ball. You know, that's character that you can't buy. You can't fabricate. You want players who. The biggest thing about Salah leaving is Salah was a bus driver. Salah was the guy. You know, even if Salah had bad games, but the one thing Salah never did was hide. He never hid. He never ghosted. He always took it on himself to win us games. And you need that character in your forward line. Yeah. As well, he's so much more comfortable on the right than Rio. I don't think Rio's a right winger. I just don't think. I think he's a left wing, and that's okay. Some players can play both sides, some players can't. I think that I don't agree Okan, and I think he does not less of a player. I think if you played Salah on the left wing, he wouldn't look as good. I think Rio's a left winger, and that's okay.
Yeah.
In terms of Yan Diomande, Brian, just to maybe challenge your position, I think going to Real Madrid as early as you can is possibly the best thing you could do for your career, because I think from Real Madrid you can go anywhere. I think even if your career is not the greatest and everything, if you go to Real Madrid and you have some decent form, some decent performances, most clubs will take you, just be purely off the name. Honestly, and I think it's the same for Jude. I know Jude said he's going to retire there. I really can't see a universe in which Jude Bellingham never plays in the Premier League. But I think he knows that you go Madrid first, you perform, no matter what happens. Like, let's say Jude doesn't get the contract he wants, any club will take him. Obviously, he's a good player, but a lot of it comes from him playing for Real Madrid. But when it comes to Barcola and Mbaye, I think it's going to be so much more fun in the Champions League, especially because I think in the Champions League, that suits our team because we've got a midfield of ball carriers. So Champions League is generally more open. I think Barcola, Mbaye, Victor Munoz, these guys are all rapid. So on the counter, on the transition, we're gonna kill teams, gonna hammer teams. It's such an exciting thing, and I think the presence of Rio is a really good thing because Rio is a different type of winger to Barcola, Mbaye, and Munoz. I think Rio is like ball to feet, more intricate play. He's slippery. Like I've said this before, but Rio, he's baby Kvaratskhelia in my opinion. Like his game is based on like slippery, and not just necessarily runs in behind and P, but he's slippery, he's dribbly, he slips through defenses, and he has a really good shot on him. He just needs to obviously work on the aim and the consistency. But if we get Barcola and Mbaye, I'm assuming Gakpo will go, which I'm fine with. But after those two, I still get one more because I don't think Kumas is up to the level, but to back up Isaac while Ekitike is out. But if we get those two, I think we're the second best attack in the Premier League already.
Yeah,
I would re-counter. One is that I don't think it was Diamande's decision to go to Real Madrid. I believe he wanted to go to PSG. I believe he wanted to play for Enrique, but I don't know. But that is one thing I would say that if it goes well for your PSG, you can also go anywhere. But it's mainly that, like, for someone who plays in his position right now, of all the coaches in world football that you could be coached by, surely Enrique is the man for Diamande. But mainly it's because I don't think that he chose to go to Real Madrid. It seems like it was an agent's decision for him to go to Madrid. That's all. But yeah, I mean, you can go to Madrid, and of course, I mean, it'll be great and all that, I'm sure. But I mean, can you imagine how good he will be after 2 years of Enrique coaching?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I do think, Brian, as well, PSG are a very settled team, very settled. Enrique's there a while now. I think it'd be the perfect nurturing club for Diamande to develop. It's probably the best club in the world at the moment right now for nurturing his development at his age and to become the player he wants to be. But at Real Madrid, yes, he could join anywhere after Real Madrid. But if he plays at Real Madrid, it's a lonely, lonely road beyond that. That includes management. Look at Arbeloa, sacked by Real, manager of Fulham. It's just, it doesn't always work out after Real Madrid either, so I think PSG would be a lovely stopgap for Diamande to progress his career in a natural, organic manner,
Yeah.
Ray, we unfortunately, you're talking about Diamande. I saw some of our unfortunate Twitter fan base, the mentally sound ones. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic. There's a guy with a Gakpo picture slagging off Diamande on a comp, by the way, already. So our fan base is not the. It's not they're a bit embarrassing, to be fair, as well. So
yeah, I'm glad I don't do Twitter.
The Como effect, is it?
These guys have had this picture for ages, Brian, and I'm like, how can you idolize a guy off Gakpo? I've got no shame. Like, after what we've seen last season.
we'll get to a little bit of. We'll come back to those things. The headline. I mean, David Lynch. I did say. What did I call him? What did I call him? Top journalist. I called him a top journalist. People didn't like that.
He's
So
an
didn't like that. One
Affin
person.
Index, Brian, yeah. He's the Affin Index.
He goes on it, but he's freelance. He goes.
He's
on
freelance.
Anfield,
He
goes.
Dave likes him.
He's a freelance
Mm.
journalist. He's. I think he's okay.
Yeah.
He always goes to the training ground. No, he's around the place.
Yeah,
But again,
yeah.
like it's up to people to, as you always say, make your own mind. But according to Dave Lynch, anyway, he was on being interviewed by Anfield Index, the inimitable Dave Davies. Despite facing the real possibility of Jones leaving, signing a replacement has been described as close to zero. Jones hasn't been in. He's been left out of the games. Obviously, as we know, he's been described as doing everything he can to complete the transfer to Inter Milan. Liverpool have almost a zero chance of replacing him in the transfer market if a sale goes through. Journalist David Lynch, speaking on Anfield Index, explained, I had a conversation this morning, and I think the way it was phrased to me, there is close to zero chance of a midfielder being signed this summer, even in the event that Curtis does leave. Maybe McAllister, something happens out of nowhere, and that becomes a chance to move someone in. But I don't really expect that Curtis will necessarily be replaced outside Trainee only taking his minutes.
Mm. Yeah. I find
that hard to believe, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
That's shameful behavior. I hope that's not true. It's true.
I don't think it is, if I'm being honest.
I saw a headline today online. There was a number of headlines about Liverpool being in a position to spend 200.
Why would he lie?
250 in this window. So that would include Mbaye, Barcola. 250 million, Brian, yeah. That includes Barcola, but Mbaye and one other player. So I'd imagine that would be a midfielder, I'd imagine.
And that doesn't even include, by the way, the potential sale of Gakpo, the potential sale of Elliott, the potential sale of maybe Chiesa, maybe like...
Yeah.
We haven't sold anyone, so there's still money to be recouped here. So, and for me, I think as is, and by the way,
can't wait to get that Chiesa money. I mean,
please sell this guy.
Give us that 2 million, please. We'll take it.
Give us that 2.2, baby.
In installments.
And you see, for me, by the way, the Liverpool journals, both Barcola and Mbaye. First of all, Barcola and Mbaye has been broken by Fabrizio and Fabrice Hawkins. It wasn't even the Liverpool journals. And the Liverpool journals didn't know about Victor Munoz or Araujo.
No.
Do you remember the Jet Spence links before the Araujo bomber dropped and stuff like that? So I think Liverpool are keeping a much tighter lid on things.
Nobody knew about. Well,
yeah,
you can trace that back to James Pearce leaving the Liverpool Echo. It's that kind of time, because it was, and this was before the Liverpool Echo were bought up by Reach Media, because they bought all the local papers around England, because they were all failing. None of them were making money, print journalism in the internet age. So they were all making losses, but all of them piled together, you can make money. So this horrible company called Reach Media bought them all, which is why the website for the Manchester Evening News looks exactly like the website for the Liverpool Echo, just with slight things changed, and the way it's written is exactly the same. So they came moving in. FSG got very, very sick of, basically the Echo knowing everything that was going on at the club and people just leaking shit everywhere. And there was a time, I don't know exactly what happened, but it's around the time Pearce moves to the Athletic. They cut it, they just shut it off. They shut it down big time. They were like, no, there's no more of these local journals finding out that we're here, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We're looking at this guy. No, that all ends now. You can't stop. You can't stop the guys that are fed by agents. So Romano, we've always said, Romano gets his information from agents. So he's not in bed with any club. He's in bed with a lot of people, but not clubs. So he's not risking offending relationships. So I'm sure he does have them now, but mainly it's agents. So he doesn't have to worry about this stuff. So FSG basically said, no, this is not going to happen anymore. No more of this like the boys down the Echo know everything before anyone else, and they can, have their little stories. So it's got down a lot. This goes online now with these boys. So yeah, nobody knew
Yeah.
about Araujo. Not even Romano had anything about that. Yeah, that was the deal itself not amazingly mind blowing, but it was like I
Yeah.
said with the Munoz one. It still gave me, Ray, a little bit of confidence that this club is still capable of doing deals under the radar.
Exactly,
Not
Brian. Yeah,
every
absolutely. Yeah.
not every nasty
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
2 weeks in advance. No, we can still pull a Fabinho. No one knew about us hijacking Munoz. That was an actual hijack almost. Like, where did that come from?
Another one, yeah. Another
We still do it.
Newcastle hijack. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I remember the days James Pearce had all the news. James Pearce this, James Pearce that. Now he's known as Bad News Pearce. That's what he's known as now. Bad or No News Pearce, But yeah,
The
times have
Echo
changed.
is done.
Absolutely.
The Echo
exactly.
is absolutely done now. I mean, they've killed it. They've killed local media. They've killed it.
Yeah.
They've homogenized
Yeah.
it, and it's dead now because the internet killed print media.
Yeah.
So, you've got these guys building up contacts for 30 years in the business, and then some prick called Romano shows up on Twitter, and he's like, "Oh, Romano is the god." And he's like, "I know everybody at this club for 20 years. This guy now knows more. He's the guy now,
Yeah.
It's a rough world. It's a rough world.
Sure is.
But yeah, so what do you guys think then on this no new midfielder thing? I know you're saying it's bullshit, blah, 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 but he's basically saying, unless we sell McAllister, the way I'm reading that is he's been told, or he said, look, he never claims to say anything, but the way he's saying from what he's heard, that it sounds like it's only McAllister. If we sell McAllister, then maybe something might happen. But if Jones goes, he only gets Jones' minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know what? I just wonder. I think if there's certainly no more midfielders coming until January, we'll say, okay, we may have the players just to cover that time period, right? In Gravenberch, and Mack and Zob and Wirtz, But I wonder, will they go for a backup to Isak? If Gakpo goes, we're in trouble in terms of Isak dropping off for a short period of time. So I'm thinking I'd go for Jimenez at Wolves. Cheeky bit of Jimenez as a backup to Isak. I'd be delighted with that. We need cover for Isak, just because Gakpo is surely going to go. So
I'd still do a versatile player, but just to answer the question, if Jones goes and we don't replace him, I think that would be really, really shafting the manager, because Curtis Jones, no matter what you think of him, he has, I think it was 150 games in the Premier League, and especially the past 2 seasons, he's really even Klopp's last season. Really, I think Klopp's last season got injured, but I think before he got injured, he might have been like starting. I think so. He's a very experienced player, Premier League winner. As Trey Nyoni, now as excited as I am about him, he's 19 with 5 appearances. A good preseason is nothing more than a good preseason. He's not proven at the top level yet. So I think expecting someone with 5 Premier appearances to replace an experienced Premier League winner like Arne Slot, he actually liked Jones. Like in Slot's first season, I remember Jones started against Real Madrid. He started against Man City. Like he started big games. Jones, he was the first man off the bench. And I know
I always said I always said it might be wrong, but in my opinion, like it was Arne Slot got the best football that I've seen out of Chris Jones.
For sure. He got the fittest Jones, and I think Jones really did. I think last season, funny enough, I think last season was probably Jones's best season when he was playing in midfield, because there were times when I really felt like he was the one controlling the game, dictating the game. It obviously doesn't help that McAllister fell off a cliff and Gravenberch anyway, but I think it's really unfair on Trey to expect Trey, who has no experience, suddenly.
Curtis started 18 Premier League games last year, just Premier League. He started 18 and he appeared in 34. Yeah, Neoni's not. Now, I've been out here saying just give Neoni Jones' minutes, but yeah, even that. Yeah, 18 Premier League starts for Neoni, I don't think is feasible.
Smart.
Is it?
I don't think it's smart, no.
8, 9, maybe?
I think so, Brian. Yeah, at least 8 or 9, at least.
But
this kid
18 is a bit much, right? 18 is probably a bit much.
maybe a
Isn't
little much, but my opinion is if a player is good enough, he's old
34
enough.
appearances, by the way, and 34
Yeah,
appearances.
yeah.
And if people say, right, yeah, I know the right back thing, but how many times did he play right back, Jones? Well, I give him
Yeah,
5 in the
at
league,
most.
maybe
Yeah, 4 or 5. Yeah,
5.
yeah. But I don't know why we're talking about Curtis George, because Curtis George is gone. He's not coming back. You know,
Yeah,
he's gone.
it's about whether Neoni can take his minutes. Like,
Yeah,
you know, is
I think he can.
Neoni's good enough, but can he
Mhm.
actually play? Can we ask him to play 18, start 18 games, say 15 to 20?
I suppose
It
the only
is.
man that can answer that question is Areola. You know, I think he can. He's got the ability. I know he's young,
But
experienced,
it's
but
not an ability. It's definitely not an ability issue.
no. Yeah,
Definitely not.
like
It's
how is he going to build experience? But by playing games, you know.
a
So
mentality thing. Yeah, I
yeah,
would just be
yeah,
9, 8, 9 games would be great. But
yeah.
like if Mac, like we said, if Mac continues to drop off,
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, we'll be more
You see,
reliant on. Yeah,
and
go ahead.
this is
Sorry.
kind of the situation that I don't want for Trey, is because I'm not sure what McAllister we're getting. So if McAllister playing in a more intense system can't handle it, now we're putting it's really falling on Trey now to step up, which I think is unfair. You know, in as much as
Yeah.
you need minutes to develop, but you also need you can't not too much too soon is a bad thing. We literally, I'm not sure if it's been discussed, but Stefan Bajcetic is on his way to Getafe because of exactly this. It was too much too soon in an intense system. Mind you, Trey will be playing at the base of a midfield
Yeah.
with 2 midfielders that vacate the midfield the whole time. So he's gonna have to cover. So it's just not smart for me. And I think, for last year when Diaz was sold and we got told that Rio was the replacement, I hated that so much. I was so against it for the exact same reason that you are putting that Luis Diaz played how many 2,000 minutes at left wing and striker, and you can't expect a 16-year-old with no Prem appearances to replace that. The same way Curtis Jones played so many games, you can't expect a teenager with no Prem experience to replace that. It's not smart. And I swear, we are the only club that do this, because Arsenal have Zubimendi ahead of Lewis Kelly, but Lewis Kelly can still get games. Man City, they have flipping. They're trying to buy Buwadi. Obviously, they lost Rodri, but they still have Kovacic and Nico Gonzalez and people like that. Like PSG have flipping Beraldo, Warren Zaire-Emery, and people like that. Like, why are we taking an already weak midfield and weakening it further? I just don't understand why. And one thing I'll keep saying just to close it off, every single top team in Europe is adding to their midfield. So I don't understand how Liverpool, who scraped 5th place, are the only ones at the top table who don't need a midfielder. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I'd agree, Leslie, to a large extent there, but I suppose we are where we are, and if Maka doesn't perform in that more defensive role and as well as he can play, obviously the responsibility will be on Neoni to take more, play more minutes, which I agree isn't ideal.
Midfield as well, and I don't mean like age-wise. I mean we've had that same midfield for 4 years now.
We have Brian now. Oh yeah.
It's not like we don't need any midfielders, because say it was the summer after we bought, after we bought Mac, Dom, Grav, Endo. The summer after that, yeah, fair enough. We don't need a new midfielder because we just bought 4 last year. But that's still that same midfield knocking around. Endo never really gave us much.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, that midfield needs to be changed completely, in my opinion. But at the moment, look, what are we going to do? Our squad is thin and lacking depth and quality. So unless a midfielder comes in this window, we're kind of very limited what we can do midfield-wise.
Sean's there. Are we doing this kind of thing where we're trying to focus more in quality than quantity? Is that this Liverpool, almost like this Liverpool exceptionalism?
Maybe, Brian. I think we're
focusing on John.
Sorry.
John's been there for a while. Do you think that's an issue, John? This whole, nothing but the best for Liverpool. and then sometimes ending up with nothing.
Yeah, I've said this before, Ryan. I always have an issue with that. Like we're very stubborn and very particular with the players we go for, and then we don't take someone that's could do a good job for us. Maybe he's like a 7.5 out of 10, and we want the 8 or 8.5. But then we go a year without an 8 or a 7.5 or even a 5 could do something. But it's like we just, if it's not the 8 or 8.5 player or the 9 out of 10 player, we just won't do anything, which is like, it's just not acceptable, to be honest. Like that's like, I feel like that maybe if you're a small club, you could get away with like putting young players in like in a like lower prem team or something. But for us, we shouldn't be putting youngsters in like that and exposing them to this stuff. We should be like we should have plan B's and C's and just like get off our high horse.
You see, the thing about that, John, I think the people at Liverpool who do the strategy will just say one name, which is kind of a good argument. And the name they'll say is Virgil van Dijk. You know, Southampton did not want to sell him, but we stuck to our guns, got him in January, and obviously.
But let's say it, just because it works once doesn't mean you just do that for every position.
But I think what the argument, listen, I don't agree with it, but I think what the argument would be is, imagine we didn't sign Van Dijk and Van Dijk went to City. It was done. Like, we don't win shit.
But let's say my argument wouldn't be, well, if you like Van Dijk that much, wait the time and sign someone else and then sign Van Dijk if you really rate him. Like, just because you couldn't get Van Dijk doesn't mean you can't get someone else to like help out and then get Van Dijk in if you really rate him.
That is also true, to be fair. That is also true.
In terms of Nioni, I do think at the same time, we'll have Gravenberch and Naka to, play regularly between them. And Nioni will probably still be protected and not overplayed. That's an option, provided Gravenberch and Maka can perform at the levels we expect them to perform in a defensive role without having to use Nioni.
Yeah, I'd just like to split those Jones minutes, I'd like to split those Jones minutes.
Absolutely, Joe.
18 games, no. 18 starts, no.
Yeah.
No. I mean, if Nioni is starting 19 games for us, one of two things has happened. He's just the next freaking Beckenbauer all of a sudden, or we've had a huge injury crisis.
Yeah.
So you're asking a lot to come in. I mean, it's a new coach, new era and all that, but again, all that pressure that he can come in flying. But after a while, he'll have a drop. All these young kids have a drop, whether it's physical, mental, just the pressure, 3 games a week, Champions League. It's far too much to ask for. Like I always say, in the engine room, it's fine on the wings. It's okay on the wings. Rio, even look how hard Rio has to work to get minutes. But in the actual 6, in a pivot, that is pivot is short for pivotal, right? This is fucking big role. This is the amount of concentration needed to play that role. It's got nothing to do with fitness and technique. Just the amount of concentration to play in the middle, burn him out mentally.
Yeah.
So he's got to be handled right.
He does. Well, if Maka was sold, we'd be in trouble. Nioni would be in trouble. Would possibly being overplayed, but look, we have an extra body in midfield between Maka and Gravenberch to keep Nioni's minutes to a minimum if possible.
Yeah, lots of cup games would have been the thing, but
yeah.
If you're not good, maybe push your way to the front of the queue a little bit. Next thing you know, it's hard. It's really hard. But when's the last time someone that young broke in that position? Pogba?
Yeah. Possibly, yeah.
Like being 19, 20 and being guaranteed starter.
And Pogba was a big physical specimen at that age too, bigger than
how old is Pavlovic at Bayern? He's quite young, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very young too. Yeah.
He's like 20 or something.
Like big fan of him. But
but he's the only one I think of.
Bayern Bundesliga, very
22 years,
yeah.
I mean, there's Zaire Emery, if you want to count him. I mean, listen. Wait, actually, quick question for the panel. So let's say it's guaranteed we're giving PSG, let's say, what, 120 million pounds. If outside the forwards, if you had to pick a player, who would you pick? You're paying them 100 million. You're paying 100 million pounds regardless. Who would you take?
I would go for Shamandras myself personally, Leslie.
No,
No,
from
from
PSG.
PSG. From PSG.
Mm.
From PSG.
Yeah.
So provided we have Barcola and Mbaye.
No. I'm saying, like, let's say Barcola, let's say forwards, PSG forwards, because you know their forward line is like fake. So PSG forwards are off the table. If you're giving them 100 million pounds regardless, who do you want to walk away with?
Jean Neves.
Oh, that's interesting.
Kvaratskhelia.
No, outside the forward line.
Can't have forwards.
Because the forward line, like, you take Barcelona,
Yeah.
take Doué, take all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jean
Vitinha.
Neves.
Vitinha.
I mean, I take either of that. Yeah, I'd have
Well, what about you, John?
What was the actual question? Sorry, I wasn't.
You've got 100 million quid. Well, no, you're giving PSG 100 million quid, but you can't buy one of their forwards. You're getting a PSG player, but it can't be a forward. What do you take?
But like, what if they value it above that? But I can just take anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have any.
Ooh.
But only one.
Wow. I'd probably say Vitinha, I think. Probably say.
I think I'd do Zaire Emery, you know?
Yeah, I could Vitinha or maybe.
What about the fullbacks as well?
I was literally about to search.
Well,
yeah,
you know, John, maybe not. The Hakimi thing might get a bit.
Shit.
That's
I mean, Nuno Mendes?
I'm just thinking about the players.
Well, why would you spend 100 million? Why would you waste your pick on Mendes when we have Kirkes? Just for a left back.
I mean, Brian. I think the gap from Nuno Mendes to the second best left back in the world is the biggest out of any position.
I know, but I mean, if I can, I'm having to pick. I'll forego getting Mendes in. You know what I mean? Like, because there's many other positions. Like, obviously he's way better than Kirkes, but if I can only take one of their guys, I'm taking one of their midfielders.
Yeah,
fair. Oh, because midfield is a problem area. I see what you mean.
Yeah, I'm taking one of their midfielders. Like, I don't know who would be better in the Premier League. Jean Neves.
Yo, I adore Zaire Emery, man. That's a baller.
Zaire Emery would be cool, yeah, but I don't give me 100 million for Zaire Emery.
Not
I mean,
100 million though, yeah.
Okay, but fair enough.
Fair. I mean, but yeah, I would take him. I think he'd be excellent. He's got the physicality for the Premier League, whereas maybe Jean Neves wouldn't. Vitinha didn't have the best time in the Premier League. Like,
I think one of those destroy the Premier League.
There's definitely, I know, but I mean, I just sort of like there's one of those guys where if you take them out of that midfield, they don't look as good. But there's at least one or two that doesn't matter where they go. He'll look as good, kind of thing. You know, I think Jean Neves is one of those guys. It's just getting a little bit worried about the physicality of the Premier League shutting down some of these better players. But anyway, it is what it is.
Overall, it's an amazing squad. They have an amazing team.
This is what I'm saying. Diamandi, go there 2 years. Jesus, what a player will come out if he went. He would. Can you imagine a monster that would come out of PSG after 2 years? He's already unstoppable.
I mean, look at what Enrique made of Dembele. I mean, can you imagine what he could do with someone like Diamandi?
He saved his life.
Yeah,
he saved Dembele's life. Man. He won that guy a Ballon fucking d'Or.
Unbelievable.
That kid was on the scrap heap, man. I mean, I know he had a good. People kind of think he went to Barcelona for a lot of money, got broken, and left on a free. his final season at Barcelona, he came back. His first season was good, but his final, he actually did come back. He was good. So it's not like they picked him up out the back on a cheap kind of thing. He was back to kind of looking good. But nobody's thinking off he goes to PSG to win 2 freaking Champions Leagues and Ballon d'Or. No way. This guy was the flop. He'll go over there, go to PSG, look good, easy league. But to go and do what he's done, I mean, I don't think he's the greatest Ballon d'Or winner ever.
I think he's the worst of the last decade.
Yeah, I mean,
but Ballon d'Or's a Ballon d'Or, man.
Yeah,
he won the treble.
Give it to him for his career arc, from where he went to coming back, and I'm going to give it to him for that. I don't mind it, but yeah, we are finally out of the Messi and Ronaldo era now. When it comes to the Ballon d'Or, thank God, really. I'd love to probably do maybe. It might be a bit tough for people's memories, but maybe to do an alternative Ballon d'Or for the last 20 years if Messi and Ronaldo didn't exist. If you know what I mean, or if they were somehow ineligible because they helped their teams do what they did kind of thing. But if maybe it'd be interesting to see who would have won. We all know the famous Lewandowski one.
Oh, the Haaland one is the worst one for me.
Who do you think is going to get it this year?
Yamal. I think that they're itching to give it to him. I think they really want to give it to him, and I think
They
he won
want to
the World
kick off.
Cup. So
They want to kick off the Yamal era, basically.
yeah. I think they. I mean, like you said, the Messi and Ronaldo are gone, so I think they need their next superstar talent. So I think
it's all
they
political,
really.
isn't it? Politics. It's all
I,
political. Shit.
I want to give the chat and Brian something to chuckle about. Is Vert's going to win the Ballon d'Or?
I mean, Trent has a better chance.
He's going to come out of nowhere, Brian. He's going to do it.
Darryl is in, Russell is in, MK Toe is in, Lee is in the other league, Boomshanks is in. Leonard Carr. I mean, but Dortmund or Bayern in the Bundesliga isn't real, basically. Abdul Abrahams is in. Alex is in. Thanks for the comment. Yeah, thank you. I know, like I said, we are getting freaking destroyed in the algorithm. We'll have to bring that back. We'll have to work it back. But we all know. It's tough. It's tough out there. But again, say thank you for everyone that's been in. If you haven't liked and subscribed, if you are new, please do subscribe. If you are hanging around all night and you're here every day, just easily hit the like button. If you want to support the channel, you can hit the QR code on screen. Channel isn't monetized in any way, so if you want to help out, you can do it that way. Simple as. But yeah, I mean, if I would just be I think sign and buy is not something that a year ago I thought would have been possible because not that we have signed him. Again, top young talent going to PSG. Well, you're not getting him kind of thing. But for whatever reason, he is available. And the best thing you can do is get it to 50 likes. Best thing you can do is get it to 50 likes. If you want to help really, that is the best thing you can do is get 50 likes, and that pushes it back into the live streams. So can play through the middle. Apparently, can play left, can play. He's a right winger, but apparently he can do a job through them. But again, very young player coming to the big bad Premier League. So I'm not going to put too much pressure on it. Again, like saying with Leone, is like, okay, fine, ability wise, but 3 games a week in the Premier League and the Champions League. We have to bear this in mind. So I'm happy. I'm fine with Rio, Munoz, Barcola, and one other. That's, it's still, and that ain't Morrison or Kumas. They can come in and around it.
Yeah, certainly, Brian. Yeah.
Just in and around it, but not one of the 4.
Mm. So
Gakpo goes, Barcola comes in. Gakpo goes, Barcola comes in. And Bailly comes in.
Yeah.
We've got Rio,
Munoz.
Gakpo's gone, Barcola. I mean, it's still short, and it's still short for cover up front.
Yeah, ideally, yeah. I mean, and by may not be the ideal Isak backup if required. You know, someone like a Jimenez, Brian, we need someone like that or someone similar. A certain number 9, you know, a central striker who could slip in and deputise for Isak. I mean, if we brought in Ryan, he'd have been perfect. Who could play centre forward and right wing. But I see what you mean with them, you know, with a Barcola can play through centre. But yeah,
Barcola can cover. He can play central. Munoz can play through the middle. Yes, but shouldn't really be expected to be Premier League standard in that role.
Yeah.
Barcola. So then you do need Rio. Then still very young Rio, expecting him to put a lot of minutes in this intense system. You know, like Wayne is here. Wayne Martin, welcome to the show. Wayne, good seeing. Why bring in a new manager, not back him? Iraola can't be happy hearing this news. I mean, it is basically usually kind of football 101, John, isn't it? You bring in a new manager and next, bloody hell, it must be 3 or 4, you know, usually 3 or 4 new players come in, right?
Yeah, that should be the status quo for a manager coming in. You get a few. To be fair, like there has to be at least one big name as well. Like you have to get one statement signing that's or get like a few.
You mean business thing?
Yeah. Because you see, like Chelsea, like they got Morgan Rogers in really quick after Alonso, and you got like all these other clubs get Anderson straight in.
Yeah,
like, we haven't had ours yet.
No, but provided Barcola comes in and buy and a midfielder, they'll already have brought in Arojo. I think that's backing. It is backing Iraola up to a point. You know, that's some serious players to bring in. But I know we're still short. We're still very short. You know, but look, I think that'd be a good window if 3 more to come in, Barcola and Baye and a midfielder. He'll get his boy till January anyway. Then in January, reinforce again and go again.
Oyarzabal, yeah. Doesn't. I think if that was happening, man, because he's from Irola's part of the world.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's right. If Benzema, I mean,
nah, he wouldn't come down.
It's not really just thing. Like he was on he's on I think 3 million a week.
Yeah.
In Saudi. So
how old is he now? 42 or 3? He's pushing on age.
Yeah. So he's going to know that there's no club in Europe. So it's not going to be it's a wages thing. He's not going to come to Europe expecting. He's going to have to do a Salah, if you know what I mean. Go take probably 100 grand a week and some image rights and all that stuff. So obviously he's not going to. If he leaves there, he's not going to.
No,
that was the dream. Russell Hendrick on loan was the dream, man. But don't look like it's going to happen. Looks like this thing. He wants. He's. The story was that Hendrick is happy to go out on loan one more year, but he doesn't want to sign anywhere. And we were not interested in taking him only on loan, which I don't know if we're interested in taking him at all. But I was thinking, like I say, you get Hendrick even on loan. Doesn't have to be a thing. And, you show him the bright lights of Liverpool. He falls in love. Come on. But, he falls in love with the club. He's happy to stay, and we were able to buy him. That was just wishful thinking. But Hendrick could be sensation in the Premier League. Just that shot power alone. Seriously. People, this guy's ability to strike a football. You get him in a groove. This guy's a goal scorer. I hope they don't ruin him. I hope they get him in a team properly soon and start playing, because this guy could be something special. So I hope they don't mess around with him. And because what are they now? You play him off the right, and Diamande is there. Oh, send him out on loan to some random club for a year. We've seen it happen before.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
But John, what do you think about Ray's random Jimenez shout? 2 days left in the window. Like, not even Jimenez the name, but 33-year-old veteran, pick-upable type Premier League proven striker from the Championship or the lower, whatever. What do you think of that as an idea?
I'd take a body like that. Yeah. The problem is that do we have the homegrown slot for that? That's always what it's going to come down to. Like,
Yeah.
you'd have to be a British striker you can find. I'm trying to think who's like
Welbeck.
a British. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any other guys like that out there.
There's been a couple of people on it. I think JK was saying he would. I mean, all know JK has some. He has takes. Some of them are good. Some of them are out there as well. Well, he's available, Russell. Apparently, he's available. He would have taken Welbeck. I think he likes Neto. I mean, I know he's gone to Chelsea. That's the thing, he's gone. But you're saying he would have taken him.
Yeah. We just need a robust, a robust backup to Isak, a robust number 9, Premier League experience, good goal scorer.
He's from New Zealand, isn't he? Chris Wood isn't English. Chris Wood is. Yeah, he's a Kiwi. Chris Wood is a Kiwi.
He's a Kiwi. Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Someone like that, though, if they're English.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Antonio. Oh my God, Antonio. Yeah, Vardy, Antonio. Imagine we did something like that in the last couple of days. I know. Look, Antonio is even more broken than Gomez and Chiesa.
Yeah. Is Ivan Toney gone to Saudi? I think he's got in Saudi at the moment.
Yeah, he's in Saudi with that.
He is off. Right? Forget that. Yeah.
Did he go to Saudi?
He did, I think, Brian. Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
From Brentford, yeah.
Yeah.
No, Mikel Antonio from West Ham.
Antonio.
Antonio. Oh, don't know.
What were you thinking?
No, we just mentioned Ivan Toney. We just spoke about him.
Oh, Ivan Toney. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Antonio. I don't know about Antonio now, where he is at the moment. He's still at West Ham.
I think he is. He is. He's still at West Ham.
Current without a club.
Right.
No, he's left go then. Okay, right. So he's a free agent. Oh, Jesus.
Free agent, yeah.
He's only 36.
Oh, God.
I mean, he's the only player I've ever seen limp onto a pitch before Mikel Antonio. No, I'm serious. They were playing Man United, and you know the way Man United have that big tunnel exit thing at the end?
Yeah.
Where they all come out like this. And look, admittedly, it was the second half, but they were coming out, and the guy literally limped onto the pitch. It was just like, what is wrong with this guy? But what happened to Ferguson? He's still at Roma, I think, Evan Ferguson.
Yeah.
Kind of going okay for him. I mean, the Irish Benzema, do you remember, Ray? We talked about the Irish Benzema.
When he's fit, he's a very good number 9, Shearer style number 9. The old-fashioned number 9.
Exactly.
How is he playing with Roma? How is he doing? I don't know. I've been following Italian football. How is he doing? Is he injury-free or?
It went badly. It was going badly. The manager had a pop at him in the press, which is brilliant. It was like really good, and G'd him up, and he started apparently playing well.
Yeah,
but he's having an interesting time. He's probably back at Brighton actually, because I know he was only on loan there.
He's back at Brighton. The loan's ended. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's only on loan there, but he's great.
Yeah.
Gasparini went in hard on him. I can't remember what it was, but it was like this guy can be world class, but sometimes he looks like a taxi driver. And just something like, you know what I mean? So whether you hire a taxi driver kind of thing, and something like that. I know I'm totally getting it wrong, but he had a proper, said it in press, said it reporters, and I don't mind that sometimes. I know some people have a problem if a manager even says anything vaguely bad about one of our players, say he needs to buck up. Oh, you can't be saying that in front of the cameras. Yeah, you can. Let him have it, man.
Yeah.
If you know he's a weak character, it's like it's the job of a manager. If you know he's a strong character and he can take it, or if you know this guy's a weak character. If you slag him off in the press, you're going to lose him. Yeah, you don't do it. But if you know he's a big, strong character, you can come out in public, and I have no problem with that. A manager coming out and saying, this guy that thinks he's the best in the world and he's on 300 grand a week, well, he's played shit the last 5 games. No problem with a manager saying that.
Yeah.
You know, give it to these guys sometimes. They're too mollycoddled now, you know.
Yeah. Well, if Ferguson was fit, I'd take a punt on him. You know, he's still very young, and you know, a bit of work from Mariola. Who knows? You know, we need that kind of player. That we need that kind, backup.
Thiago from Brentford. Did you see him at the World Cup? The Brazilian Thiago.
Yeah, he was terrible at the World Cup. Yeah.
Ooh.
He performs well in the Prem, doesn't he?
No, I'm not saying can't blame because he was shit, but no, like just saying that guy had a horrible World Cup.
He cost a fortune as well. Aren't we trying to go for someone that's not going to like Brentford? I would fleece us for him, even if he was shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he cost you. They've only just bought him. He cost you 60, 70, all that nonsense.
Yeah.
Well, now, but also we did see today something. So it was a little bit interesting. That today Strasbourg sold 2 players. I know they did bring in some random dude, but they sold 2 players. They sold a guy to Ipswich, Utara, and they sold a guy whose name I can't remember to AC Milan. And I was kind of just half jokingly saying it in the Discord, you know, well, if Strasbourg are now selling players all of a sudden, is there maybe a deal there to be done for Gaël Doué? And then a couple of hours later, you get this story that Bowley and the other guy, that board has split there a long time ago. They're now looking at selling up their shares in Chelsea, but only to Clearlake, the company that already owns it. So they're basically getting out of Chelsea. So maybe there's something going on there, you know. Bowley's trying to get out of Chelsea. Strasbourg are all of a sudden selling players. Could it be worth a revisit maybe to see if someone like Doué is now sellable to us? Because I know they're looking at selling someone else to a Premier League club. So
yeah, that'd be sweet, wouldn't it?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's just I'm not seeing a lot about right back either, Brian. It's kind of worrying me a bit. I feel like they're not going to do right back either.
Well, what did you think of Araujo in the Como game, John? Came in hot. I know came in hot.
He did.
I thought he was decent. Yeah, he was not too bad, to be fair. Yeah, just no nonsense, clear the ball when he needed it to. Like did his, he felt like a little bit less. It felt like Jake, maybe a step down from Jake, what we saw, but it was still pretty good, to be fair.
Well, right. I mean, Jake had you can't call it really a debut or anything, but
he was magnificent. He made one poor pass of all the pass he made. You know, he was incredible. He really was in that 45 minutes. You know, I mean, we won't get too excited over him, but still, I'm excited by him. Absolutely, you know. Rojo did well, I thought, but maybe tried a little bit too hard. It was a little bit rash, you know, tried a little bit too hard. But look, Jackie, top class.
So, did he do enough to start, do you think?
For me, against Newcastle, I think so, Brian. I think this kid, he has it. Like, you could see he's calm, composed, great passer of the ball. He can tackle. He's in charge. He's in charge of his area. He's dominant in the air. I mean, you know, I think he and Van Dijk would go pretty well, I think, against Newcastle. I know it's away to Newcastle. If it was at home to Newcastle, it'd be better, but we're away to Newcastle up against Baltimore, you know, maybe, you know, Wissa. But I think he's capable. Yeah, I'd give him a shout. It's either him or Araujo, you know, and judging on what I saw in the game, I'd give it to Jacquet.
Well, this is the one, John, that's got everyone scratching their heads. It's Frimpong.
Yeah, that was
Mm.
surprising. Honestly, he was really
Yeah.
good. Yeah, really good.
That's the aerial effect, I think.
Again, it's a friendly game.
Yeah.
You won't get that much, time and leeway and all that up there at St. James's. But
Yeah. He'd be up against Harvey
are we
Barnes.
looking at him? I mean, did he do enough even to convince you? Okay, we might be just about maybe get away because I'm not having any of it. I'm not having this for a minute. But I'm not having it in the Premier League. No chance. No, unless Irola works some magic and
Mm.
kind of covers for his whatever it might be. I don't know, but
I mean, we know Aroha can cover the right back. So if it's uncomfortable playing Frimpong, play Aroha right back, and we'll have Jackie centre back. So, but I think give Frimpong a shout for the Newcastle game, see how he gets on, and let him grow in confidence. And if he plays as well as he did yesterday, well, he should have a decent game. Albeit a risk.
ITK Space St. Burn. Yeah, I mean he's the Kimmich replacement. I think that's really one of the few clubs I can see him going to after Real is Bayern. He'd rip it up. I remember everyone being very negative about him coming. No, it wasn't really that. I mean, it was more about the signing. It was the try. It wasn't the player. I know it's hard for some people to discern, but it wasn't criticizing the player. I was criticizing the transfer. And I know that's different, but he was also a guy that had some issues, and it's yet to find out. So anybody that said this guy will be brilliant in the Premier League is no more right or wrong than anyone who said this guy is going to be shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So we don't know how he's going to go. But this, I like to talk things through. I like to look at the pros and cons. I'm not here, but I was disappointed in the club using a loan signing to fill a gap in such a pivotal year. If he turns out to be brilliant, well, we won the lotto. But it was a real sticking plaster when we needed, I don't know, whatever, surgery. But let the kid come in again. No criticism for the player at all. But a lot of what I've read about a lot of people I trust was a lot of it was basically framed as if you can get Araujo back to the way he was 18 months ago, if you can get, what were they saying, say, we're 25, 26, so if you can get 22, 23 Araujo, it's a lot of it was that. So great, let's bring him, but I don't want another Chiesa on our hands. I was just, like I said, criticizing because we all want to bring in top players and good players.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, look, he came in, he looked big, he looked strong, he looked like he was there to get involved. He's experienced, 27 now. Been at Barcelona his whole career, has plays for Uruguay. There's no problems on any of those things. And as we saw, his knees work. That's fine now. It's all the rest of it. It's all the rest of it.
Time will tell.
Yeah, 55 million. I don't see us doing it.
No,
I don't see it. 55 for a 28-year-old guy. I don't see it happening. So I think it might be a 1-year loan either way. Good or bad, I think he might only be here for a year. I don't know if we're going to exercise that option. But Shane is here as well.
Hi, gents.
Hi, Shane.
Shane, been a while. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, I normally just chat when I come in. So I was hearing you say, Brian, he looked big and strong. But I don't know if anyone else got the sense that he did look a bit like clumsy. Like he's not going to do this week in, week out, right? Jacket looked really composed, really calm.
Jacquet.
But yeah, Arojo, you can really see after about 7 games he's got a mistake in him. When you can, and I'm not hoping for it. Like, if we get him at 85%, that's fine because we got 3 defenders now, Verch, Jacquet and Arojo, and then hopefully Leone comes back, and then they like hopefully he just does well until Leone comes back, and then we've got more options. But I don't know if anyone else got that. He looked a little bit. I mean, he did well this game. I mean, you can only judge him based on the tackles he put in and the blocks he made and the shots he stopped. But yeah, he does give me the sense that he's going to be sliding around a lot. He's
Thanks,
just going to.
John.
Yeah, it just seems like he's going to get a little bit stuck in, and he looks like he's a bit off balance as a defender. So it's just opinions. You know, doesn't give me the sense of calm that
Mm.
Jacquet gave me. I don't know if anyone
Yeah.
saw it. Ray, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'm conscious of the fact that, I drew a lot of criticism for being critical of this transfer,
what
so I'm
exactly?
trying to be positive about it.
Mm.
What I said, I just thought it was a terrible transfer for the club because we needed a centre half, and we got Ronald Rojo. It's just we needed a centre half, and the club's answer to that was to go out and get a guy unknown from Barca that's dropped off big time over the last year. I was really disappointed. Not about the actual footballer or the player. It's just that's my club's response to this problem. It really got under my skin a little bit. And you go, oh, who
Yeah.
else could you get for 55 million? I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear like who else could. That's the club's business, not mine. It's like I've no problem with this player. If he was in top form, we spent 60, 70 million on him. Brilliant job, well done. But it's just that we're getting a loan. We've just come off the back of a horrible season as league champions. We've got a new manager. We want to bring him in and back him, and we're getting a loan signing.
Brian,
Yeah,
it's that movie. I don't know what movie it is, right? And I don't know if it's a cartoon or a movie, but it's that movie with the race cars, and you're reaching the climax of the movie, and the super old engineer guy takes a piece of chewing gum out of his mouth and he sticks it somewhere on the car and it's fixed, right? It's essentially a piece of chewing gum. No, I'm serious. This is a season where we got the car where the guy stuck the piece of chewing gum on the part that wasn't working, and we just have to hope for a miracle. It's literally miracle juice all over again. Just on the Arojo thing. Outside that, man, Brian, don't you like outside Arojo, right? Don't you feel like if Jacquet stays fit, right? So we go hypothetical, Virtual and Jacquet stay fit. I don't want Jacquet to be stretched the way Konate was stretched. I know Virtual can do it, but do we not think we can get to January like that, or to the end of the season like that? Like, okay, with Arojo and potentially Leone, probably Endo's not leaving, right? So these guys coming off the bench for the less important games. I mean, you can never predict when injury is gonna happen, but I'm trying not to worry too much because one centre back looks good, one looks really like he's got a mistake in him. And so long as Arojo is not our primary, like so long as he's not starting primary, we depend on him. Like I'd like to shine a bit more light on Jacquet. Like he's got a really good guy. He gives me really positive vibes. I'm a little bit excited about like his style of play. Him staying fit, him stringing games together, getting clean sheets for us. And as much as Frimpong looks very much the same as Arojo when he's defending, right? He looks off balance. He looks a yard behind the tackle, but he's got that pace. He looks like he's getting shrugged off the ball. He seems to be playing and trying really hard. And as a Liverpool fan, you can't really fault resilience. So I know I've been on this like Frimpong thing, and I do apologize if I'm beating a dead horse, but I don't know. He's becoming a bit endearing. And then on the other side, one we don't talk about, Kirkes.
Don't
I'm
fall in
seeing
love,
some.
Shane. Don't fall
Say
in
it again.
love. Don't fall in love.
No, don't worry about
Fall in love, Shane.
Listen, I got
It'll
some.
blind your judgment. It'll blind your judgment. Don't fall in love with the player. It'll
I
blind your
got you. I
judgment.
got. No, look. It's
No, he is good
endearing.
fun. He is good fun. I love that. It was great watching. I mean,
Yeah, you
he
know
is,
what I mean, Brian. The
you know,
assists, and hey, a right back isn't. He's there to defend. He's not there to bring assists. But Jeremy Frimpong, if we look at his stats, man, there has to be a stat out there that says every 2 games he creates a goal or something, or every 2 games there's 0.6 chance. Every game there's like 0.6 chance of a goal and assist happening, or a deflection or an own goal. Like there's something endearing about him going forward. But I know football is not about a right back attacking, right? But he makes up for it. A little bit of skirtle. You got to take the good with the bad kind of thing, and he tries really hard. And then on the other side, I'm seeing the Liverpool players shout at Kirkes and just get really frustrated at his passes. So Kirkes will make a pass, whether it's to the keeper or into midfield, and Virtual will just like throw his hands up, and some of the forward guys are just kind of like, I don't know if they don't like Kirkes, but the first off was pretty good. But I mean, it just seems like the guys, especially Cody's, not really vibing with this guy, and I don't know what Kirkes is doing wrong because he's flying down the wing. But
Yeah.
there seems to be something really weird and not too positive brewing there, where these guys are not putting Kirkes in a favorable position to be a part of the squad. And Jeremy Frimpong is kind of like, he's kind of like,
well, I'll give you
go
what
on.
you want. His last season, his expected assists. This goes to what you were talking about. I can't find exactly what you're talking about, but
Okay, yeah.
his expected assists per 90, 0.14, and big chances created, probably more what you're talking. Big chances created, 0.43 per 90. So
0.4. Wait, hold up. Yeah,
so that'd be one big
0.43.
chance every two games. One big chance created every 2 games.
Come on, Brian. That's a little bit of skirtle. That's a little bit of, he can't really defend too well, but he's going to get us a goal at a corner,
I mean, Skirtle's a weird comparison to Frimpong. I gotta say, Skirtle and Frimpong, very strange comparison.
Yeah. I do think that'll be the pattern going forward, Shane. I think Frimpong will be told to stay back and defend, and Kirk will be the one bombing forward. Because I don't know if you heard Kirk's interview yesterday after the match. He said that he loves being the license, he likes the freedom he has to bomb forward, and provide an attacking outlet,
Yeah.
So yeah, but I mean, Frimpong, defended well yesterday, so hopefully, he's listening to Areola, and he's getting better as a defender to play right back, So hopefully
Yeah.
he can hold out till January, or longer even.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think back on Henderson, right? Sometimes Henderson used to do this thing where he wouldn't really win the tackle. He'd just run with you. He just get a
Yeah.
gallop. He just kind of gallop with you, right? And I mean, it doesn't look as good as when Henderson's doing it because Frimpong's tiny, but he's got a little bit of gallop beside you in him, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You go on.
Oh yeah, he has the pace. Yeah, he's pacey. Yeah, he has the gallop. Yeah, sure
Yeah, and
does.
then he'll kind of get stuck in. He won't really win the ball clean, but he gives everybody time to get back. He kind of makes his attacker turn back around. Sometimes
Yeah,
that's all you
yeah.
need. It's a team sport. So guys, I'm an overly positive Liverpool fan. So like if people are getting annoyed, like I completely understand.
Not at all.
think it's there's so much possible positive to look at, right? Where I think these guys can just surprise us. Like we've made peace with the fact that we most likely gonna suffer and we probably not gonna win anything. We've kind of made peace with the fact that we might not really be in the running for anything next season. So what's the point of being more negative and Arsenal fanny? Like
Yeah.
this is this like I like these guys and I'm used to supporting a Steven Gerrard where you like every time we go for a title you kind of just have to hope, right? But the difference there is we had phenomenal football from Stevie. We were watching a man, You were watching prime football solo player. Okay, that was like obviously very different, but I'm used to supporting this team despite getting the 3 points, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I just want to go back to that thing where I'm seeing what they can do. I'm enjoying the positive. I think Manchester United fans are in that box now where you probably won't win anything. Just enjoy the fact that your team's doing well, you know? And I think we can come around and just sort of enjoy the fact that a couple of gears are moving. We are rebuilding. We cannot expect FSG to do an insta rebuild just because we splurged and took basically a massive gamble on slots. You know, after he won the league, we took a huge gamble and we spent money the way we don't spend money because we were hell bent on retaining and retaining now. And as we saw,
Yeah.
that's not how it works. Like there's a thing called injury. There's a thing called unforeseen circumstances.
Mm.
So you can't buy your way into a title. So I'm just thinking, let's have a bit of patience with these guys. We like to criticize other fans and say, you know, those fans are a bit too this much. I'm seeing a little bit of that creep into us. Okay, I'm seeing a
Yeah.
little bit of the we are being a bit too much. And I'm a traditional Liverpool guy, and it's like we support these guys if you put on the jersey, and I will see what he does or what he can do above what he can't bring and what some Manchester United player can bring. You know, I'm going to look at what Frimpong can bring. He is our right back, starting right back. I'm looking at what Kirkes can bring. You know, I don't know. Ray, I mean, you can jump in, but
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Shane. There are positives going into the season. All right, you know, there are some positives. Barcola and Mbaye would certainly add to those positives tenfold in an attacking sense. Defensively, you know, we obviously need sufficient cover for Kirkes because Simicast isn't up to it. I don't believe so. You know, we need proper cover for Kirkes, a quality cover left back. And in terms of right back, then look, I'm at ease with going forward. No, we're not. Right, no, we're not. No, of course, yeah.
We're going to go with Chambers and Simicast, and they're going to say,
Jesus. Yeah, no.
they're going to say, "Ye two fight it out." They're basically going to say, "Ye two fight it out."
Yeah, totally, yeah, totally.
And they'll keep Chambers. They'll keep Chambers as well because Chambers in the cups against Colchester, Exeter, you know,
Yes,
Barnsley, he can play left side centre.
Yeah,
he can play. You can play Simi left back. You can play Chambers.
He can, the cups. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
In your legs, he'll be kept for that.
Definitely.
You know,
yeah.
Unless someone comes in and stupidly offers us £7 million for Simicast, he's not going anywhere.
Correct. Yeah, correct. You know, but
it would make me happy to see Simicast leave because I just don't like the attitude. I've never. There's been games where the team's played well and he's not messed it up, but I don't think there's been games that I've watched where he's played well. If that comparison makes sense. So there's you doing well in a game in spite of how the team's doing, and there's you doing basically okay because the team's playing really well and very few balls came that way. So I've seen Simicast be. Yeah, go on.
Think about it this way. Over a year, right? Basically, last season we won a league title. We were champions of England.
Yes.
And Simicast was left out on loan. Can you imagine if someone said to you in a year's time he's going to be back, potentially playing games for you, and you're going to be talked about maybe struggling for the Champions League?
Yeah.
Simicast. Yeah, no.
Simicast doesn't go out on loan at the age of 29 because he needs game time. No, he goes out you don't loan players at the age of 29 that you expect to see come back and play a part for your football team. Like this is one of the worst ones, right? Like this
because as well as that, Brian, you know, and nobody can envisage Simicast being able to do what Kirkes does on the left wing as a left back, you know, bombing forward relentlessly and you know, linking up with the left winger, like, you know, and the overlapping runs, you know, underlapping runs and get to the box. Simicast can't do that, you know, so we're fooling ourselves thinking Simicast is the answer in covering Kirkes, you know, because he's not able at his age now. He just hasn't. It's not in him to, you know, he doesn't have the pace, or I don't think the stamina to keep that up for 90 minutes, you know. So, and I think I said Chambers, you know, I don't want to be
anything. Ray,
no, not.
Ray, basically they say Frimpong's not a right back. He's a wing back, whatever, right? But they say Frimpong's not a right back. Timmy Cash is not a anything. He's not a football player. he's he's there's nothing Timmy Cash like aside from staying in the game and not making a clear mistake. So aside from not fumbling the bag, there is nothing he does to positively
Yeah.
contribute to the game. Is my
He had a terrible preseason. He had a terrible preseason.
He did. Yeah, he did.
He looked shot. He only started 6 games for Rome in
Yeah,
Serie A.
yeah. I know he's done more or less. I think but
and he's got a
I mean-
smelly attitude. That I believe that in that whole Curtis incident, and like everybody can point fingers at whoever. I know we've had this discussion, but
yeah,
I'm very good at like whatever I think about the situation, I'm gonna go on my gut. Like how my parents raised me, just looking at a situation where two people are just arguing.
mm,
Curtis, we know he's a scouser. He's addressing the armband thing. And Timmy Cash, this is me. Shane is Timmy Cash now. I've done something wrong. Go F yourself. Right? I've done
Yeah.
something wrong. Instead of apologizing, I'm like, yeah, well, it's bullshitting. It's some bullshit armband. It's a piece of rubber anyway. That's what my spirit saw that when I saw Timmy Cash just chuck it.
yes,
me,
yes, for Shane.
It's,
Yeah,
it's,
yeah,
It is he who disrespected the armband. It is he who had disregard for
Yeah.
that armband. And even though
Yeah.
Yeah,
Curtis,
because that video came out after, like the first video came out was just Jones arguing Spozza, and then when you saw that,
It went on for a while, and it just shows
him throwing the armband though. I didn't see that, but as soon as I saw
Yeah,
that,
I saw that. Yeah, yeah.
Because that was the second video. The first video that everyone saw was just Jones and Spozza.
Yeah,
And then you
yeah.
saw like the wider shot where Simi was coming along. I had to look at it twice. Did he literally just throw the armband on him? Right? So
No,
okay,
he
well,
did,
everyone here can fuck off. Basically, what I was saying. Yeah, Jones.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the same thing. Mamadou Sakho
Yeah.
thought he could do to Yagan. And Yagan said, you can get a salary, my boy. You ain't playing with this jersey on. You will not touch pitch. You can get paid, and we're going to say bye-bye to you, my brother. And I need Timmy Cash to get that treatment. Like, the whole respect
Yeah.
the club, I think it's been lost with all the silverware and glamour,
Yeah.
and Liverpool are in these bigger rooms. The whole foundation upon which the principles of how we conduct ourselves and how precious this is to us, it lacks value in the hands of Tsimikas. This club ain't shit to Tsimikas. So never mind his footballing acumen. I would simply be happy if he just left, like based on a grievance. Just Liverpool are aggrieved. Tsimikas needs to F off. There was disrespect the same way Mamadou Sakho. Yeah, go on. Sorry, Ray.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right, Shane. Yeah. I thought, Curtis Jones in his attitude through the strop like a spoiled child had a strop. But then, I mean, he would never, ever in his life disrespect the armband of his hometown club. And actually, most players wouldn't. They almost have respect for the Liverpool Football Club captain armband. But Tsimikas showed his true colours there. Like he showed his true colours in the way he treated that armband, and what he thought of the captaincy.
Yeah. And you know what my parents taught me? When somebody shows you their true colors, believe them. Right? It's not, cut them off or distance yourself. No, it's believe them. Believe that this is their true colors. Do not give her the benefit of the doubt. It must have been because of Curtis. No, believe that the way in which he behaved, man, just thinking about his body language when he threw it down, it literally makes me sick, guys. Like, it literally makes me sick. And we can point the finger and we can say, Curtis, you got to be calm sometimes. You can't really, nah. We can criticize Curtis any other time. But in every situation where people have disrespected the club, it's that lad who's gone forward and fought for the respect of the club to his detriment. which could potentially jeopardize him in terms of a fine, in terms of, match ban, in terms of people who misunderstand the situation would think Curtis is a troublemaker. But man, that boy, that lad is fighting simply for the principles upon which this club has been founded. And I can respect that as a man, as a human being. I can respect that as a lover of football and Liverpool Football Club. I can respect that. But yeah, let's just move past Timmy Casper, right?
Both of them will move past.
Yeah, let's move past both of them.
Yeah.
You're up, Brian.
Yeah, well, we'll give a roundup. Lee is in, Mark Dicko is in, Boomshank's in, Aaron is in, Russell, everybody. That's everybody in the last little while there. Yeah, we're going around. Abdul Abrahams is in. What do we got? Yeah, we got the Mbaye stuff. We got some classic bitchiness here from ITK Space. In the second sentence, this guy is brutal, absolutely brutal. Bayern Munich have identified self-proclaimed future Ballon d'Or winner Trent Alexander-Arnold as their key target. This guy he is just not fucking around.
You can read the sarcasm. Sarcasm's
No.
it's something you gotta hear. You can read the sarcasm, bro. Excellent.
He is he's amazing, this guy. And he's one of the best out there. He's one of the best out there for breaking stories. He knows what he's on about. I'll skip all the bump back down to the end. Vincent Kompany is understood to be a huge admirer. With his ideal fit, a right back, aggressive attack minded. So he would thrive at Bayern. I mean, he can replace Kimmich. He would absolutely thrive at Bayern.
That is a scary signing.
Self-proclaimed future Ballon d'Or winner, absolutely. Like, as I think everybody, like, ITK Space is a massive Liverpool fan. He hates Bayern Munich, and he's a massive Liverpool fan. But that was absolutely brutal. Yeah, that was one of the worst things. Of all the reasons he gave for wanting to go to, like, because it only takes 2 minutes of deduction to work it out. Because it's like, okay, you win the Ballon d'Or if you win the European Cup, probably, right? You got to do that at Real Madrid, because he's not going to win the World Cup with England, right? So that means Real Madrid have to have won the European Cup. And that means you have to have been the best player at a club like Real Madrid to win the Ballon d'Or. And as a right back, that is never going to happen. That's just never going to happen for you. So the idea, like, he would have to go to Real Madrid, score 20 goals, get 20 assists, score the winner in the Champions League final, win the Euros or something with England in the same calendar year to get absolutely, just the idea that he was ever going to win it there is just mental. We've also got this news. We got the agreement with Mbaye on personal terms, nothing else. Again, Barcola giving it the whole, only wants to join Liverpool and nobody else. Everything is bringing Barcola to Liverpool, all that. Minor news, more minor things. Yeah, that Barcola stuff again. Ben Jacobs saying there's a big golfing valuation. Liverpool's tactic is to wait until the end of the transfer window so you get the price down. More minor news. Getafe is working on the signing of Stefan Bajcetic. Time for him to go and rebuild his career, get his career back on track somewhere. And then speaking on Valencia radio thing, this journalist dude said Valencia have made official inquiries about players with a name like Chiesa, players like Chiesa. The impression they're looking for a high-quality game changer up top who can generate market buzz in the last week of August. Okay. A bit of an odd way of phrasing it, but that's the way it is. So it's, again, late. I think if Fedi does leave Liverpool, it will be for a few million quid, and it will be late in the window. Well, it's already late in the window. So I don't think this is going to have any kind of real impact on anything that we do, financially or transfer-wise. just take away, will give us one of those extra non-home grown spots. Why doesn't Barcola? Because nobody puts in transfer requests anymore. Highly unusual. Mainly because of loyalty bonuses. If you never actually officially request a transfer and the club sells you, they usually owe you a loyalty bonus, which can be 3, 4, 5, 2 million, 3 million quid, whatever it might be. But as soon as you request a transfer, I know it's minor money and all that, but it's one of the reasons they don't do it. And they don't really have to so much anymore.
That's 2.5 Lamborghinis. That's not minor money. That's 3 million. But I hear what you're saying. Hey, cheers, Ray. It was
thanks, Ray. And Ray was in, and John was in. Lizede was in earlier. They've all popped out there.
Oh, whoa! You did not just say the prodigal child has returned, Brian. Are you telling me the truth?
Yeah, he's been in a couple of times. Oh, recently, he was in last night.
Oh, well, it seems this is an auspicious season yet. Hey, we're gonna. It's about to snow in. It's about to snow in hell, guys. The city's bad. Okay, listen, I'm gonna make my rounds too.
Okay, thanks, Shane.
And Miss Bernie. No, I'm not leaving.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm definitely gonna be coming on more often. And when last did you chat to Miss Bernie?
Oh, last night. Yeah, last night.
Oh man.
Sorry, Lee. Yes. Sorry, Lee. Yes. Sorry, I will send it to you.
I forgot. Times. Go on.
No, you're cool. I'm just getting killed in the algorithm because Romano. Did you hear about the copyright strike drama?
No. What happened?
They always used to show, like, way back in the day, I show like Romano stuff just to fill in a bit of time.
Yes.
Yeah, well, like that was like some 8-9 months ago, a year ago kind of shit. And then it was fine. And then one day last week, I got an email just said I'd had 2 copyright strikes. And if I get one more copyright strike, my channel's going to be deleted. And I've gotten 2 of them from Romano YouTube for, showing his stuff way back. Guy. Yeah, so basically, one more copy strike, and I was gone. And I didn't know, because I had a lot of videos, and I didn't know if they scanned all my videos or if they were still scanning my videos.
Yeah.
And if they found one more, or if some other random thing from 9 months ago that wasn't a problem now becomes a problem. I have no leeway. I'm one and I'm gone. So I literally just had to sit there in, like, not a panic, but like a mild kind of, kerfuffle. Yes. And I just basically made the decision, well, the only way to make sure is just to delete every single live stream I've ever done, every show.
What?
Yeah, they're all gone, they're all deleted.
Okay, Brian, let me say this. That is the most ridiculous, the most sad thing. Let's first address Romano. These cunts don't realize, right, that the people making content with your content are the reason you're as big as you are, making the money you're making, and as a household name as you are. You're part of the reason Romano is as big as Romano. There's people that probably never listened to Fabrizio Romano, and through other football entities, we know that Fabrizio Romano is the source. So you've just killed probably 90% of your just organic, clipped traffic. Just your household nameage, you remove that, right? I remember this Pop the Balloon lady did the same thing in the USA, and all these big content creators just removed all her videos from their content. Okay, that's one. Number 2, Brian. So I do Google ads, right? It's a little bit of a long analogy, but I do Google ads. And let's say you got a strike, but you're still running ads. But Google warns you. It warns you for a couple of months. And you keep running ads. You're not really going to get a warning, right? Until you scale to a certain, until you start hitting that ad spend of about £3,000 a month, 4,000, 5,000 pounds a month. And when you start making profit of around 20K pounds a month, when you start making the income and spending the big ad spend, you're in a different category, you're in a different tax bracket. And I think your channel possibly grew faster than even you would have anticipated. Nobody would have anticipated this amount of success, even though especially because it was so Miss Bernie.
Well, that's
Bernie.
welcome.
How you
I
doing,
get
Miss
that every night.
Bernie? How you doing, Miss Bernie?
Continue, Shane. Continue with the
Oh,
story. I
sorry.
mean, not with the well.
Not with the
I'm
welcome.
sorry. Yes,
Hi,
Miss Birdie,
Brian.
I'll say what's up to you in a second. Anyway, so when you scale into that different tax bracket and Google sees you're making money now and you're spending money, you basically thrust in the eyes of Google. And then I've already like made that conclusion. So I think the success of your channel came so organically. It came so beautifully that we would have never anticipated that your channel possibly getting monetized or something like
But
this.
it's
Even
not
a plan.
monetized though. But it's not
I know.
monetized.
Yeah, but I
No,
mean,
I
you got
don't
enough
need
clicks.
no, I don't AdSense. I don't get any money for AdSense. I don't like when I say that this channel isn't monetized. It isn't in any way.
Do you
I
mean
don't get any
even
ad-
if you had the views, you put the monetization thing off?
Yeah, I've turned off monetization. Yeah.
Jeez, man.
Right.
Even that
Well,
amount of humility and no copyright you, bro.
yeah, there's exactly that's what annoyed me. Like this channel doesn't make any money unless people do it through buy
Like
me coffee.
donate.
No.
Donations.
Yeah. Yeah, so they don't give 30% to Google if they donate through that. But yeah, I don't there's no like I didn't even sign up for it. Like, they wanted tax
Yes.
details and all that. So I didn't
You're
even
like,
send them
hell
any
no.
of that. Yeah, so fuck it. I don't want like 10 cents a week from ads and shit. And I'm not gonna do memberships and super chats. So
Yeah,
no, yeah, that's the thing. Like if I was a monetized channel, I'd be like, but and I didn't want to delete, and I know I could have probably gotten away with it. It's the fact that I only had one strike left. So if there was just one thing on one of those older videos,
yeah,
someone starts scanning again, like someone was saying, he's after getting AI now. So he's just scanning. That's just scanning stuff. So if some other thing got AI and scanned and found like one thing, that'd be gone. I mean, I didn't want to delete any of it, but I'd rather, I suppose, delete all of it than lose the channel. And now I'll just never play even 1 second of video of anything ever again. But look, again, we're on the edge, basically. We're on the edge.
Yeah,
one more strike and we're gone.
Well, Brian, last question on this topic, and definitely my most sincere condolences to the impending ostracism of this channel. I mean, why are they doing this to us? Us of all people, the most organic, chilled, vibey channel, not even monetized. You know what I mean? Hello, Haley. I wanted to ask Brian, if you compliant for like 3 months, can they remove it?
No. The strikes
man.
are permanent.
No, man.
Yeah, strikes are permanent. Now that is it. There ain't no way up. Like you have to say, obviously you can set up a new YouTube channel with a new email and a new phone number, but that there's no what would you call it? Good behavior, no time off for good behavior, or anything like that. No, they don't expire. They are permanent. It's done.
It's nonsense.
Because it's the worst you can do on YouTube. Well, it's the only thing worse that you can do on YouTube, and you can go to prison for it, is false copyright strikes on.
So
there's basically
you claiming that someone has taken your work,
however
they have not.
Copyright. Yeah, so you shut down. Yeah, if you got someone shut down and that person was making 300 grand a year, it was their living, it was all that, and you got their channel shut down, you can go to prison for that shit. Like, that's the two biggest things you can do on YouTube is copyright and false copyright striking people, because people have lost, their livelihoods in channels because some dickhead has just made a false claim, and so that's just it. But yeah, with YouTube, anything that starts with copyright, non-negotiable. I'll be careful. Maybe if I get YouTube Premium, they'll leave me alone.
I just want to say hi to Lee and Miss Bernie. Miss Bernie, I'm sorry that this bad news came right before you entered the studio.
Bernie knew. No, Bernie knew. This happened. Happened.
I see Lee's back. Lee, you out the naughty corner. That's just a joke, bro. Lad, Lee, you're back. You're back.
Yeah, where were we then? With what we were oh, yeah, it's very draconian, isn't it? The laws with YouTube, if you transgress there, like copyright laws and that. Like, I've heard all about, not just from you, Brian, but from a few other people who do channels and that. It sounds a bit nightmarish at times, like, because it's a bit harmless, isn't it? You show a little bit of like a transfer link or something, and then someone swoops down on you and goes, "I'll take you to court." Jesus, you know what I mean? Keep your hair on.
Guys,
Whatever,
can I just say, I just had a message on my phone, and it said that one of the top guys of FIFA who criticised Infantino for that World Cup thing has been fired.
I was going to say they've been found dead in a lake or something. Okay.
No.
You're rotted.
You know, I really hoped.
Yeah, Bernie needs to learn the difference between messages and notifications for a start.
Pardon?
It's when I just got a message and you're just like, oh, from who?
It was Sky Sports.
Notifications. Yeah, little notification things. But notice when you say I just got a message, it'd be when you got a message.
Yeah. No, sorry, Sky Sports.
Yeah.
But you know, I really hoped he'd have been gone by now, and that. But I think he's going to hang on.
He's fighting back. He has backers. He's enough backers. You see, it's like it takes a big push to get him out, and a lot of them are trying it, but. No, he has enough support because he's basically a one-man candidate kind of thing. But again, we don't want to get into that mire. Not having to go.
He's in a position that's hard to challenge and oust him, isn't it? Like, and you can see that in his.
If he wants to front it out,
puts out of his mouth, he thinks he's really comfortable in that position. Like, and he makes
he's one of those guys, Lee, where back in the day he would want. You know what? I'll hand it in there. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. I'll hand it in. You know, I'll resign. It's Jesus, that went a bit bad. That whole trying to sell football thing kind of blew up in my face. Having just given Trump a peace prize, I'll walk away here. This guy is just gonna style it out, as the kids would say. He's like, no, I'm not going anywhere. I didn't do anything wrong. Try and get rid of him.
It's like he's accentuated his stuff and that, like, just to aggravate and say, you can't move me, mate. I'm just going to keep on doing your heads in, like, but just the way we live in now, isn't it, sadly?
The minute that he gave, that buy or suspended the red card Balogan, that he should have been out then. The minute he did that, they should have had an emergency meeting and booted him out then. It was ridiculous.
He appears to have no charm whatsoever, when you see like little things where he's not like in front of an audience and just talking to people. He just appears really, really like, I don't know how to describe him. Just one of those blokes, just a suit, a suit.
Well, what are your thoughts, Lee, on the tagline, the thumbnail? David Lynch, love him, loathe him, believe him, whatever you want to do. He was saying earlier on, obviously interviewed on Anfield Index, shout everybody out, please don't shut me down. I had a conversation this morning, and I think the way it was phrased to me, there is close to zero chance of a midfielder being signed this summer, even in the event that Curtis does leave. Maybe McAllister, something happens out of nowhere and that becomes a chance to move someone in. But I really don't expect that Curtis will necessarily be replaced outside of Trainee only taking his minutes. So that is what everybody, now again, David Lynch, as I always say, make up your own mind, but
look,
I don't think he intentionally lies or makes stuff up. He's clearly
I don't think he does. Well,
he has a reputation to. Sorry, go ahead. What do you think on that?
I could imagine worse news, but not much worse news than that. But this juncture, like in the window, to where that we won't be buying a midfielder. I can only assume it's because we probably can't afford one then. Because, surely he would want one. He'd want to at least buy one midfielder when he came in. Because it's a key position. Like I said before, I was just in the comments, like said about Curtis, I am a little bit disappointed with his, seemingly, really determined push to get out of the club. I never thought I'd see the lad do that. But if he's made his mind up, I'm not really that arse, like, you know what I mean? Will he place him, like, in one way or another? It'll get done. But it has surprised me a bit, like, just how much he seems to want away from the club, like. I'm not willing to just give it a go under an iota and see what happens. But
Lee, so were there any because I mean I'm not on, like, I don't do the news every day, right? So are there any statements where Curtis Jones has like put in a transfer request and these things? Like, is there any say again?
No transfer request, definitely not that.
Okay, but Lee did say, I don't know why he's making such a push to leave the club. So do you mind maybe giving me like a little bit of a rundown of like how do we know Curtis is making a push to get out?
He's been in the match day squad, I think, wouldn't he, for the Como game? And he wasn't, was he? He weren't even there.
Okay.
I don't think he was injured.
Yeah, apparently. No, there's been nothing official. It's not like, according to like people, journalists, he wants to join Inter. He's made it clear he wants to join Inter. He's happy to go there. He's agreed everything.
Okay.
I mean, but that. There's no official statements, obviously saying that, but that's what is coming out. Is that he's, for whatever reason, and like Lee is saying, okay, could he have said, is he leaving because he told he wouldn't be getting a new contract? Is he leaving because he was told he won't be in the first team, whatever it is? Has he fallen out with the club to such an extent that he just wants to go? But no, seemingly he is like he's pushing for this move to Inter. And they've been trying to get him since January.
Okay, I got you.
Tried to get him on loan last January. So this is not a new thing. And he's doing the whole, liking tweets by Bastone and following all these guys.
Come on, Curtis. Come on.
He's doing all that stuff,
No.
One silver lining is that Trey did look really good, didn't he? Like in pre-season, and hopefully he can make that step up, like, and do enough if he's called on for Premier League games, because we might need him. Could very well need him, like, especially if we don't buy. Don't know what's going to happen with Enzo if we're keeping him, but Well, yeah, I've been worried for weeks now. Like, I wasn't like about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago. It's all right. 3 weeks ago, yeah. 2 weeks ago, started to worry. Now, like, I am really worried that we're not going to do much this window. And it's going to have to be, a tough season in some ways. Like, as long as it's better than last, that'll do me. As long as there's an improvement. But yeah, it might be a tough season.
Yes, Miss Bernie. I was going to ask Miss Bernie a question.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I think that if they're going flat out for Barcola and Mbaye, and we've got Xhaka, haven't we? And we've just got the other guy, Roja, in. I think that they probably won't want to spend any more in this window. Maybe spend it in the January window, and then get the midfielders in. And I'm not saying that's what I want, but they're going out big money again, aren't they? For Barcola, and if you throw Mbaye in as well. I just think that they might want to stop there because of the money they spent last year on Isak and Vert, and then what they've done in between. I'd love them to go out and I'd love to clear out our midfield. But I think Cody Gakpo will go once they know they've got Barcola in and Mbaye.
How interested are you in exploring a new opinion? Right?
That sounds like something you'd see in the Lonely Hearts or something. Yeah.
Brian, don't wind me up.
John, 33, Birmingham, interested in exploring new opinions.
Sergeant Shane, Pepper, the Lonely Hearts Club band.
GSOH.
Miss Bernie, just hear me out, guys. Okay, So I think if we see a late exit from Harvey and Curtis, right? Hear me out. And potentially like right on the edge, a late exit from McAllister or something like that, or McAllister stays, for example, right? I think this might pave the way for us to watch a certain Nyoni grow into the CDM position. And I know we enjoy immediate solutions. So we want to take care of the short term as well as take care of the long term. But football's not played on paper. I believe we've been raving about Nyoni, but everybody says, oh, well, would you start him for the season? No. I wouldn't start him. I'd bring him in slowly. Well, if you'd start Nyoni over Curtis, and that's my first question. So, Ms. Bernie, would you start in this coming season? Curtis stays, Nyoni stays. Maybe Grav and Maka are out. You only have Dom, right? Would you start Nyoni or Curtis? Let's go with Ms. Bernie, then leave in Brian. It's just a
It
straight
depends.
question.
It depends on the game, really. But I know I've heard people saying Trey, he's a bit young and he's got to be eased in and everything else. But look, we did that with Rio, and Rio's like chomping at the bit to get on the pitch.
Right? Sterling. Please, let's not forget Sterling.
Yeah. So I think people say, oh, he's not old enough and that, but how do you learn? You learn, you learn by doing it, and you gain your experience by actually doing it. So,
Definitely, but there's a middle ground.
Yeah, there is a middle ground, but that's what I'm saying. There would be some where I would play Jones, but Jones would hold up the game for me, and that's not what Iriola wants. And Trey seems to be fitting better into the system. That's all I'd say.
Miss Bernie.
No, I mean, again, it's not just about we have to it's not just you have to play him or they won't get better. Yeah, that's of course that's how they get into the team. But again, are they going to be starters? That's different. Some like Trainioni, we said it like Curtis Jones started 18 Premier League games last year and made 34 appearances. We can't expect Nioni in one of the most important positions on the pitch, in the six, in the engine room. It's not about ability. It's about, can you do it 3 games a week? Can you do it away against Barcelona, Manchester United? Let's allow him a pivotal role. Then we're thinking, okay, and I'm listening to you talking about and go, okay, well, there's Trey. He's 19, right? There's Rio. He's 17. He's 18. There's Mbaye. He's 18. All of a sudden, the Munoz is a young player, never played in the Premier League before. Xhaka is 20. He's never played in the Premier League before. We've got a lot of really young and inexperienced players that we need some proper lads around them. You need a Barcola. We definitely need, this is great. Like, Jones played 18 last year. I'd say give Nioni 9 or 10 starts, especially at home against some of the smaller teams. Get him in that way. But we can't just be asking him. We can't. We need. It's just insane. This whole no midfielder unless McAllister leaves. Like I said, I'm kind of FSG. I'm done with FSG if we don't do anything in the midfield. I'm kind of done with this ownership now.
Yeah,
it's time to do something else.
It doesn't make sense, does it? When you look at it, there's no sense about not getting a good midfielder in. There's no sense at all to that.
But it's not even this summer, Barney, is it? It's bloody 2 years ago.
2 years. I mean, Jones isn't that midfielder. He's worse than McAllister. McAllister was a good midfielder, and he's gone off the boil. And Vert isn't strong enough to be that guy at the moment. And there's still question marks over Dom. So
I don't even consider Vert's a midfielder. He's just a forward. He's not.
He's just a forward.
Yeah,
I
don't
one
even
opinion.
Him.
I agree. There's not, and he's not resilient. Sorry, Miss Bernie. He's not resilient in the press as well. So I'm sorry to reference Sterling again, right? But the thing that endeared you about Sterling, right, was off the ball he'd get stuck in. It's like you'd notice it, and same with Coutinho, right? It's something that you wouldn't really notice, but as soon as he's near the ball, And it's like these guys are about to get stuck in. It's Philippe coming out with the ball, you know, and then you think, no, it's the smoothness with the ball. But these guys that are a little bit undersized, right? We've always liked them because as much as they have going forward, they're able to really just get, I'm not saying be very good at defending. I'm just saying get stuck in. And
If you had Shane, I have one of my evil questions, right?
go on.
Would you bring back peak Coutinho, right?
Peak Coutinho.
Or stick with Wirtz? Okay.
Peak Coutinho. You could have said, Brian, hear me out, right? Please, like, don't hold this against me. You could have said any name after. You could have even said Stevie.
No, I get it.
I took that risk. I said peak Coutinho. Every
Barney,
single
would
time.
Barney, would you bring? Sorry, Shane. Would you bring back? Would you stick with Florian Wirtz, or would you bring back a Pete Coutinho? If Pete Coutinho was available, would you bring him? I know it's a bit of an odd one, but would you dump Florian Wirtz to bring back Pete Coutinho, or would you keep Florian Wirtz?
No, I mean, don't get me wrong, Brian. I know he's a class player. You know, we know that. But Coutinho is a safe pair of hands or safe pair of boots. You know, like if you had the choice between them, I'd bring him in.
Lee, you're drinking Souls, right?
Pardon?
No,
what was that choice again? What was the choice you offered?
Sorry,
you can either.
Yeah.
Hang on, sorry, Barney. A bit of noise there. Okay. Yeah, but Shane is asking if you're drinking Sols.
What's that?
Yes.
It's a beer.
Like,
that's why I posted
it's
a glass.
sun in Spanish, innit? It's like got a sun's head on it, smiling, coming out the clouds and all that caper. Oh, I'm a sucker for advertising. Only joking, though. It's just an alright, cheapish one for a few quick bottles.
I'll tell you
The
something.
question was, would you bring back peak Coutinho into this team to play in the 10 and boot out Florian Wirtz, or stick Florian Wirtz and see how it goes?
Oh, that's a devilish question. May I say? I'm gonna go Coutinho. I'm in the mood for going Coutinho. As much as I've still got faith in him. To play in that 10 to Iraola, just to sit in there and like his creation, his free kicks, his creation. It was only when he learned to do free kicks, and because, like he said, I couldn't get the power, and then he said Suarez tutored him in the ways of righteousness, like as far as striking a free kick hard when your little bloke is concerned. And from that moment on, he was able to do them, like, and when Suarez pissed off, he took over, like, and mate, his free kicks were brilliant, weren't they? From all sorts of angles, they were delicious.
I think, you know, Iraola, if you look at him and you look at Jurgen Klopp, I can see a lot of comparisons between them, in as much as, you know, like when Jurgen came in, he wanted to do his own thing and get the team, and he wanted the pace in the team, didn't he? That was the most important thing, to get that pace in. And Iraola's the same, and I think he had a young team at Bournemouth, and I think that's what he is looking for here. You know, he's putting them all into place, or whoever's buying them for him. But I think he's setting his stall out that he does want young players, and that is the future. Because if you look at Leone Jacquet, and then, you know, if you do go towards Leone and Rio and the other players, it looks like that rebuild is well on the way. And I do agree with you, Brian. Are they strong enough to get us next season for, you know, up for competition, especially the Champions League? No, not yet.
Yeah. This is it. You shouldn't. Sorry, Bernie.
You don't win anything with kids, kind of. I mean, it's fine with younger, but there's a balance.
Yeah,
it's all about balance. You know,
it's never a bad thing, is it, to have the average age of squad coming down, and you want a youthful squad if you can, but like not at the expense of like a lack of experience in key positions. Like you can't
exactly
too much from young players, especially in key positions.
Look what we've lost. It's the exact point you're making. Look what we've lost. Ibu, to an extent, okay, experience, but Robbo and Salah, what's that, like fucking 700 games for Liverpool and 20 trophies. All the experience in the world has walked out the door. And you want to replace it with Tsimikas to replace Robbo and then Baye to replace Salah.
Well,
And Xhaka, completely unproven. Xhaka looks the business great, but a 20-year-old kid never played in the Premier League. So we're replacing him with a Simi, a Xhaka, and an Mbaye. We're replacing Robbo, Ibu, and right now we're replacing Robbo, Ibu, and Salah with Tsimikas, Xhaka, and Mbaye.
But
That's
say
crazy.
Bournemouth,
That's crazy.
Say Bournemouth had those young lads that he had, and then he had like a bit of a spine with an alley and a Verge in there, and say Slobber's a bit older, isn't he? Would Bournemouth have gone, even further than they did? Is that what he's looking at? Have a spine of a few really strong players, especially against Barcola in as well. And that
I don't know. I think it changes. I think when it comes to Liverpool, it changes. I think he's even intimated that himself. He says what I did at Bournemouth is Liverpool's a different club. Like, you can't ask kids to go 3 games a week, big pressure games, small squad. The squad is getting smaller, younger, and even lacking in experience, even more lacking in experience.
I wonder what our average age now
Or
is.
not. I mean, it's coming up behind us. It's weird. It's weird.
Okay. I've got
like
one.
even he's a great inside. The kid's freaking 18.
Yeah, but my question is, where on the pitch do you think we're lacking experience? Not which player. Like, where do you think you see immaturity on the pitch right now? To me, it isn't really midfield. In midfield, we are missing like some form of physicality, right? We're missing that experience in our front three. Like, hands down, Cody Gakpo, yes. Cody Gakpo not playing the ball to his left back, things to that nature. Just wayward crosses, just through balls. If the through ball's not an obvious through ball, and even if it's a telegraph through ball, the centre backs are split wide, and all you have to do is just pass the ball through the gap. We still somehow don't score that goal at the same time. So I think with Xhaka and this other player that's coming in, if we have people up front that are going at it, you just need we can go far with youth to an extent if you have a Isak putting away goals, and like Miss Bernie said, an experienced head in goal and an experienced head in the defense, right? For in the rest of the pitch, you pretty much just kind of need you pretty much just kind of need energy. I think we should look at the experience.
Yeah, but it's not about age. It's not about age. Again, to Mark, it's not about age. Barcola is 24 and he's massively experienced. Massively experienced. But it's like we said it last year, we kind of have a gap where our main centre half is 35 and our next guy is 20. That's just weird. I can't really understand why anybody say, no, this squad is shit. No, this is a massively inexperienced squad of players when you break it down. It's fine. That's great and all that, but I don't want to do what he did. Like Bournemouth, he said he's here for 2 years. He's here to win trophies. We're not looking. I mean, how can we look at that and go, "Oh, that's fine"? Say, like literally replace Robbo, Ibu, and Salah with Tsimikas, Xhaka, and Mbaye.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, no, I get that, Brian. I'm just trying to explore a new opinion.
And we are. No, you said we're massively experienced in midfield. Massively, we have nobody that is defensively mature enough and experienced enough to realize what their job is to do if they're asked to do it as a holding player, as a defensive player. Massive. Well, we're missing that experience. And in the wide right area, especially in the wide right area.
If we don't bring in very many new players from this point onwards, it's going to be trial and error a bit this season for Iraola, isn't it? Because he's not going to have the greatest squad to work with, is he, like in his first season? we all wish it'd be different. We all wish it'd be different, like, but it might not be that way. So we're going to have patience, aren't we? Like, and it might be difficult, like, the first half of the season, especially, like, to be some ropey results and that. But, I'm up for that. Like, expect that, like, in his first season, especially with him not having all the tools at his disposal that he might have if he wants to be successful, compared to other managers who are in rival positions in the Premier League. But
I'd say this to Mark Dicko was saying, and this is one to make it. We're at the start of a new team cycle. This age difference is normal. Yeah, it is. We had older players, but do you think when we signed Florian Wirtz, who could have gone to Real Madrid, he could have gone to Bayern Munich, he could have gone to Barcelona, he could have gone to Man City. Do you think when we signed Alexander Isak, we told them, we're going to be starting a 4-year cycle? Alexander Isak was bought for a British transfer record. Florian Wirtz was bought for what would have been a club record for us. Not to be part of a 3, 4, 5-year project. They were brought here to win trophies. They were brought to the British Premier League champions to win trophies. Not to be, don't worry, in a year's time, we'll have Mbaye and Neoni coming through. That's not what they're here to do. That's not what they were sold. So, no, I'm not having this start of a 4-year cycle. You can dress it up whatever way you want. Age difference is normal. Yeah, we had an older squad, but we shipped out a ton of experience. How many games and trophies did Robbo and Salah win? Just forget Ibu. Just Robbo and Salah.
Yeah.
It's like the loss of Hendo and Milner won it as well. They were massive, like, and one by one they all disappeared. Now Genie as well. Massive. But just all of them, like, they're all gone now, aren't they? Like, there's only Ali and Virgil left, isn't there? They're not going to be around forever.
Owen here, like, say,
what's up, Owen?
Good evening. I was just listening. I mean, for me, there is a solution to all of this, and that's to buy sort of experienced but not too old players, around about 25 years old, but to maybe 28.
Yeah, exactly. Barcola, 24. Barcola, 24 years old, just won 2 Champions League. That's what I'm talking about.
Couple of other players around his age bracket, and then we've got what we need, which is a blend of youth and experience. We're
but Owen,
off. Go on, Shane.
Owen, the point I'm trying to make is, right, don't you think football has transformed, right, just a little bit to where we need not necessarily, well, Brian made a point where nobody in midfield knows their role, but I'm saying with this Areola thing, with Areola being here, right, and us having the 2 centre-backs and a little bit of depth in centre-back, do we not think that because it's an energy system, right, buying energy, like the energy thing matters? Because what if we get Adam Wharton and he's just another pseudo McAllister? Now, I know he's not. I'm giving you a hypothetical, right? What if experience is not necessarily the way? What if Gravenberg's in the right position and you just need a kid that basically in this full of energy system can sit in front of Virgil, essentially get away with not doing too much. He's got amazing long passing, so we're not going to see him running into those spaces willy-nilly. You know what I mean? So the same way I'm having a bit of faith in Frimpong, I'm looking at Nyoni, not as the starting DM, obviously rotating in and out, but I'm thinking that youth and us having an energy system could bode well for Nyoni kind of just sitting in front of Virgil looking good. So many different things can happen this season. I'm just open to being pleasantly surprised by something none of us expected.
So you're saying that it could work, our midfield as is, doesn't need anyone else because, if Neoni finds his place and he slots really well into the team, and maybe that's what Iraola has seen already in training, that he could do that. Is that what you're suggesting, Shane?
Yes, and one of the points is he enjoys distance passing, right? Meaning he doesn't need to he physically doesn't need to move that high up the pitch, and he does get stuck into tackles a little bit more than I've seen Gravenberg and the other guy. Like, he gets stuck into tackles in a noticeable way, and with the Jacques and Arojo kind of being a little bit more energetic and probably making a little, like, if Ibu made 4.5 tackles a game, and they average about 5.7, 6.1 tackles per game, and a few more deals per game. You could basically have this pocket of great defense between those three, Nyoni included, right? And because of his passing, he's not Curtis. So he's not just going to ping the ball to the guys next to him. He's actually going to be able to progress the ball while sitting deep. So there's a bit of like method to the little madness I'm anticipating based on what I've seen.
I see what you're saying, Shane, but I disagree for a couple of reasons. Because, well, one, the number 6 position for me, you need to be at the very least 23 years old, because you need experience and you need a reading of the game that requires a maturity that it's extremely difficult. Maybe 1 in a million number 6s will actually have that before the age of like 20.
We said earlier on, who was the last 19-year-old? I came up with Paul Pogba. And I can't think
players that age can do it for like a couple of weeks or something, or maybe a month, maybe.
Yeah,
but
not for a
can't do
season,
it long
3 games a week.
and replace established players in that position.
Yeah, but for one of the biggest clubs on the planet.
Yeah.
One of the biggest clubs on the planet. Not for a
non-starter,
not doing for Strasbourg.
Box to box, he wasn't the number 6.
But even then, I'm just trying to think of a similar.
No, absolutely, yeah. For me, like I don't know, the best midfielders. I mean, you need experience. So that's one point. But then the other one is that, with a high energy system, Shane, the inevitability of injuries cannot be overlooked.
Yes,
it cannot be overlooked. And so let's say, for example, we lose 2 of our midfielders.
Bye, Miss Bernie. Sorry, bro.
Bye, Bernie.
Bye, Bernie.
Take care. So if you see what I'm saying, Shane, like if we lose 2 of our midfielders, pick any 2, then the other remaining 2 will have to play every single match twice a week, every week. It's insane to go into a season with this few amount of midfielders. It's just
but Owen, that's another if, because what messed us up a bit last season, and I did say that on this channel, was we've got a McAllister is fit problem. And if McAllister simply got injured, I believe we would have seen slightly better football. I'm sorry. I never want to wish injury on anybody, especially our players. But it seemed like McAllister just being fit enough to play every game led to a lot of McAllister, led to a lot of detrimental McAllister. So I've seen that. So losing
how ill-suited he was to play in the 6, McAllister. When we first bought Endo, but Endo weren't ready at first. He had to acclimatise. And it was Klopp's last season, I think, wasn't it?
McAllister looked
playing
horrible.
6 to begin, and I was shit. I mean, he's only a small guy anyway. He's never had any pace, even before he's had wear and tear. There was no pace there, not a trace of it. He's just no good in that position. I've seen young players come in and do well in that position for a few weeks, like Bashchet's done well as a teenager coming in that time under Klopp, and he kept Fabinho out the team on the feet. Fabinho returned to fitness, but he kept out the team for 1 or 2 games or some shit, which impressed me. And even when Fabinho come back in, I think he moved him over to the left, for a couple of games, something like that. But young players come in that position and do well for a limited amount of time, but you can't expect them to be an ongoing thing and forced. You need to have experience in that position.
Lee, I'll have a rebuttal for you, right? So with the whole research, we take Sterling, for example, and I know we've made the point that it's not the same with a midfielder,
It's
all right?
easier on the wings. That's where young players get into the team wide.
Yeah.
No, what they do.
I was going to use wingers as an example before, where it's different.
Let me land.
6 or centre back.
Okay, let me land. So don't you think, and Lee, to your point, you mentioned that Bajcetic kept Fabinho out the team for about 2 games, right? And ever since then, he hasn't really been able to get back into the team. Now, here's my other opinion. What if in a footballer's life, there's one moment or there's a few months where they have the legs they have the footballing style to break into that team, and it's now or never. Because you drag this kid along till he's 23 again, he becomes another Curtis Harvey. So I'm just that opinion
Using
also
the word
exists.
break when you're talking about Besiatic isn't the best language. Like, I mean, the reason he hasn't been anywhere in the team since Klopp left is because he's been on crutches 90% of the time and he's had 4 legs. So
Okay, so that's
the thing
injury.
with him, innit? Like, you know what I mean? He's just like not been fit ever.
How about Curtis? How about Curtis and
But it's
Harvey?
just
Don't you
basic.
think?
I don't care, just crap in that position. I was there when Carragher made his debut in that position against Villa, and he scored a header from a corner and did a really funny celebration when he run off a jig of pure delight with his arms up in the air. But that was Carragher's first taste of Liverpool action was in that position.
Because I mean, look at how Jarrell Kwanzaa has grown, just being chucked in there. I'm not saying Trainer Yoni himself is going to win us a trophy. I just mean that this, like, we're so worried about a midfielder, and there's this kid coming through, and I'm not going to let us getting a midfielder or not getting a midfielder dictate how the season turns out, especially if we get Barcola. If we get some experience on the wings with what I've seen from Munoz, right? A little bit of energy, a lot of pace, right? With this new manager who's all about the afterburners, you know Florian's going to tidy those passes up. Dominic Soboslai's got a pass in him here or there, but he's got that ping, and you've got an experienced, super expensive number 9 British transfer record, right? I think in a season like this, even if we're just going to go with Gravin McAllister for the whole season, right? Nioni could surprise you and maybe look better than Maka, right? Obviously,
No, but that
balance
wouldn't surprise. Yeah,
out
but
the
he's
squad.
saying that wouldn't surprise anybody. Like, that's the thing. It's not. Let's not shift it to a. He's not good enough. I don't even want it to go anywhere near a. He's not good enough.
Yeah, I know it's not there. It's not there. I just
It's
mean
it's not about that. It's clearly about. I've been watching football for a very long time. As of you, if we added all our years up watching football together, I think we. Jesus, you know. So how many? This to me is just like. This is how it works. Someone like him is not going to play every single game as a 6 for us, or a deep, in the pivot for us. He's good enough to be doing it in 2 or 3 years, and even then he'll be a young player. But we have to be looking around and going, okay, this isn't what happens for kids this age, not at a club this big. Yeah, he'll play for Porto, he'll play for Sporting Lisbon, he'll play for Verona, Atalanta, but this is Liverpool, this is the big leagues, and no way we should. And again, it's not about he can't, it's about we shouldn't be asking him to do it. We should not, and it's got nothing, again, because Shane, we said earlier on, the amount of concentration that's needed to play that role. He will be able to do that for 3 months and he'll be shot. He'll be done. He'll be wandering around the pitch like a zombie. That's what's going to happen to him. He's going to come up against big teams. You can't expect him to do it. I want to see this guy, but let's just sit back and wait and give him a chance to become a player rather than asking him to be that player now, because it's not fair on him. We're letting the club down, and we're letting someone like him down by not having someone around him. Like, what are we still doing here with McAllister and Elliott in our midfield? Let alone Sabazza and Grab. Okay, make that stuff work for you. McAllister and Elliott.
The way I look at
don't want to be here. Sorry, not McAllister. Jones and Elliott. Sorry, Lee, but 2 people who don't want to be here, right? Clearly, Elliott and Jones, 2 players who clearly just don't want to be here anymore. And they're still at the club. What, 17th of August? Come on, man.
Well, look, we paid all that money for Florian Wirtz. He's a big name and a big player and a big talent, but to get the best out of him, we've got to have it right. That 2 players, it only leaves 2 spaces in midfield, and those 2 spaces have got to be filled by the right type of players, and I don't think we've got them at the club at the moment. I'm sort of getting sick of the word pivot now. Like, I got sick of the word inverted for a couple of seasons, but pivot's getting a tip because we can't
just say into 2.
Pivot.
Just say into 2. Say into 2. That helps. Into 2 is another way of saying it.
Brian,
Vertical pivot,
the
lateral
reason I'm
pivot. What do
having
you
these
have?
opinions, sorry, the reason I'm having these opinions is because it just looks to me like we're gonna get these wide guys and we're not gonna do anything in midfield anyway. So Owen, like I hear what everybody's saying, like we really do need an experienced guy, and it's really stupid going into the season without a defender, but we're not gonna get a DM. We're just not.
Tell
And
you
I'm
one
not
thing
here
I
to
wouldn't
be
rule
negative.
out then, if we
Say it
don't buy
again.
Barcola, like Long Birch out on the left and put Sorrow in the 10 ahead of fucking Gravenberch and McAllister like he was when we won the title. We'll
Exactly.
throw Birch out on the left if we don't buy Barcola. You know what I mean? Because he's better than Gaff.
No.
Yeah, but Brian, I don't like Wirtz in midfield either. Like we just had the conversation about Coutinho right after I was talking about little
He's not
guys
playing
getting
midfield though. He's going to play second. He's going to play as a forward. That's what I'm saying. We need to stop thinking of him as a midfielder in this team. We play with two midfielders, and Wirtz is the second striker, 9.5 kind of thing. He's not really a midfielder in this. You know, that's what he's got to do this year.
He's a shadow of a doubt, man. I know we all believe in Florian, but he's a shadow of a doubt, man.
Look, he's like I said.
I wouldn't go that far. Like, it was a shit first season, but it was a really bad season. So that was your first season. Ditto with Mamadashvili. So no, I'm not like going that far with him. Like he's got a lot to prove. You know, costs a lot of money, big reputation, and he has a big talent. But we've got to find the best ways to use him, and it's not easy with a player like him. So, but we've made the commitment now. Like you know what I mean? We'd look foolish, wouldn't we, if we had to shunt him on? It didn't work out. There'd be people laughing at that, wouldn't they? And don't want that to happen.
He looks like a bit
He's
of
been here a year. He cost 100 million quid. He's been here a year. We have a right to expect him to be good at football.
He's just turned 23 as well. Did you know that? He's 23. He's not.
Yeah,
you know,
he's still younger than Harvey Elliott.
But they're both getting on.
Yeah, I think he's 6 months younger than Harvey Elliott. We were loaning Harvey Elliott to Villa, and we were buying him for 100 million quid. It's like now we were buying him. I was like, now you see the difference between an Elliott and a top player. Was my whole thing is like, this is a freaking top player.
I think
still a young kid, I know, but
he's amazing. He'll come good.
I have so much high hopes for this guy. I hope he explodes this year and gets 10 and 12 or whatever, 10 goals,
Florian.
14 assists. Oh yeah. Playing off Isaac, high intensity, less, dropping into midfield, shadow the striker, stay within 10 yards of Isaac at all times. And quick wingers.
Got me fingers and toes crossed that Iraola's got a good idea how to get, maybe not his absolute best, but somewhere near his best out of him, and quickly, because that'll be brilliant. Like if we can have him causing danger, because the danger he causes, it was like that penalty was like a little microcosm of that, wasn't it? The way Bastoni actively grab him, didn't have to do it, but it just happened, you know what I mean? And we win the game, right at the end.
I think one simple change could help get the best of Wirtz. Whenever I watched him for Leverkusen, he had players running ahead of him. With Slot, he had nobody. I mean, in this new system, he's going to have Isaac running ahead of him, hopefully, and a lot depends on if Isaac stays fit, as if we can get the best out of Wirtz. But also, he's going to have, hopefully, two flying wingers, Rio and Barcola, running ahead of him. Maybe the fullbacks, Kirkes and Frimpong. He's going to have players running ahead of him, and that's his the threaded passes he does through the eye of the needle. That's his strength. That's his main strength. And many players who can not only sprint but control the ball when they're sprinting, and then they can get a shot off. I think it's just
he can score goals. That's the thing. If you look back on, if you look at his highlights, he's a number 10 techie little type guy and all that. But if you look at his highlights from Leverkusen, he can score goals. He's every angle, every type of shot. He can score 10 in a proper league. That's not beyond him at all. And like we were speaking about before, when you take Isaac out of this team, there's very, very, very few goal scorers in it. Really, there's
He had 35 goals and 140 Bundesliga appearances. 35 and 140 is good for the number 10 position, but it's not like
Yes.
he had
Yeah, he
45
can-
assists. His strength remains like assists. He can do both. But
Yeah, but I think he'll level up. Well, not level up. He'll have to a little bit the goal scoring under your role, or else,
sure.
like I say, we need people to start spreading it around.
Yeah. He was responsible though for my favourite moment of last season where he nutmegged some fella to do an assist for Hugo, and Hugo done a lovely finish as well. I can't remember whether Hugo had a man off and then finished or whatever, but it was just lovely. It was like they say, poetry in motion. It was aesthetically pleasing to see.
Well, like I said,
it
if you
gave us a glimpse of what's possible with players like that up front.
yeah, if you take Isak out of this team, the current squad, and you look at the maximum amount of goals you think everyone else can score, it's pretty tragic. There's no one that you're saying is going to score definitely more than 10 goals in the Premier League.
Dominic Soboslai.
Is he going to get 10 league goals?
10 league goals. 10 league goals. I'm calling 10 for Dom, and I believe I'm also calling more GA for Dom than Flo this season. Lee made a great
hang on,
point.
Shane. Hang on. Sorry to interrupt, but are you saying that Dom is going to take penalties with that, or is that
Open
non-penalty?
play.
No,
Open play,
like I
yeah.
just mean hopefully Isak takes the pens, man. I don't want Dom to take pens anyway, but
Okay. So Dom can take the free kicks. So free kicks and open play, he's going to get 10 plus. That's what you're saying.
This is just my this is just me throwing a coin in the wish pond, or my prediction. I'm willing to put my neck on the line because people are putting their necks on the line for Flo, right? And Lee made a phenomenal point when he said last season wasn't.
No, I'm not saying he will do this, Shane. I'm not saying he will do this. I'm saying he needs to do this, is what I'm saying. Let's not get that twisted. I'm saying this is what Florian needs.
Alrighty then. Because my chat is everybody's bigging up Florian, right? And Lee said he made a great point, as was saying.
Nice.
Lee said that last season wasn't a very good season for your first season. It wasn't a good season for anyone generally, right? But that's where you see what people are made of. That's where you see who has character. And there are 2 times you judge a man, right? When he has everything and when he has nothing. And when Florian had nothing, we were on this channel talking about him down tooling and preparing for the World Cup, etc. He's human. He's a human being. Everybody's going to obviously play a bit less intense to prepare for a World Cup or whatever. I just, again, as a Liverpool fan, have a great deal of questions about his character. And as much as you could get your 15 to 18 GA by the time you reach January, I don't think he's the guy in an incredibly important, difficult Man City Liverpool game, like the way it used to be with Jurgen. If it's an Arsenal Liverpool game and Florian's been tearing it up for 7 games in a row, right? I surmise that in that Arsenal game, he doesn't play as well. That is the character that I see in him. I'm seeing him against normal teams, get his assist here, his goal there, but he doesn't strike. I believe in those games, Dominic G's up. I believe when the going gets tough, and Virgil gives Grav the ball, Grav is spinning man into midfield. He's lengthening his stride. He's stepping into midfield, and he might or might not get a ball to the next player, right? Because under slot, we haven't really been able to see Grav convert those. But I think when the game gets faster, Grav gets better. I think when the game gets scruffy and whatever, Dom gets stuck in. I simply have questions about Florian's just character as a footballer, man. It's just his whole character as a footballer is just very spoiled bratty. Everybody has to pass him the ball, and then he needs runners, and then this is why I said we should have. Who did Man City sign in as the attacking mid? Cherky. Man, till today I'm telling you we should have got Cherky instead of Florian. Till today I'm saying Cherky over Florian. Not in terms of stats. I'm a Liverpool player, so it's always Florian over. I'll argue on his behalf. I'm just saying, man, the guy's a bit of a a bit of a Malfoy from Harry Potter. He's a bit of a Malfoy, man. He's a bit of a, it's like a clean posh boy, like as a footballer. I don't know if anybody understands what I'm trying to say, but this is not traditionally someone who gets me excited as a Liverpool player. Yes, he does fancy stuff on the pitch. Low key only when it comes off, hey? I've seen players running ahead of him and him still fumbling. And this is not me on an agenda against Florian. Okay, guys. It's just for the life of me, I see the fancy football, but it is not nearly as consistent as Coutinho step into midfield as it ought to be. When Luka Modric would spin up a midfield, he'd do that on a consistent basis. And Florian does it 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4 times, man. And if he does it 2 out of 4 times, 1 out of 2 times, he's fluffing that clear and obvious through ball. So this is what I've seen. This is the eye test as it pertains to Florian Wirtz. This is what I've seen. I've seen him score goals. I've seen him do pretty cool stuff. I'll chalk those things down to Harvey Elliott flukes. It's no different from Harvey Elliott scoring his little flukes and getting his little assists because he's a midfielder too. Okay? He just doesn't strike me. He strikes me as a Malfoy. Those who get it, get it. If you know Malfoy, you get it. But he has to have runners ahead of him, and people have to defend for him, and things need to be perfect for Florian to play well. And I think it's going to be long. Okay, and now that he's playing 2 up next to Isak, we're still saying, yeah, he just needs to stay close to the striker, and then he can feed off Isak. What's this guy going to do for himself? Is Florian going to step into Liverpool and do anything as a grown man for himself to contribute to this 11? Because it seems to me like we're all doing whatever we can to make the most ideal environment for Florian to flourish. And until then, guys, you haven't seen his class. You haven't seen what he can do. I believe I've watched him for a season and I've seen what he can do. That's all I'm saying. There have been through balls where we've been on the counter where he has not made that pass just as much as Dominic didn't make it. I think the fact that Dominic's willing to be resilient and get on the ball more might culminate in Dom having a better GA season than this guy. It's just my hot take or whatever you want to call it. Because I have
just remind everybody, before his 5-minute lecture, I won't call it a diatribe. I don't know, his speech, I don't want to call it that either. Shane said no agenda against Wirtz, but that's, I mean, you may not have an agenda, but you clearly don't rate the player, could I say? Maybe.
In a Liverpool sweater. In a Liverpool sweater. Okay? In a Liverpool sweater, Lee said last season was a tough season. That is where character is built. I've seen character from...
Look, I won't deny that it was concerning the amount of times last season that he was just completely ineffective. But it was the worst season in recent living memory for a long time. Since Rodgers was here.
But didn't he create the most chances?
Look, we finished lower and shit, like, you know what I mean? And that, like, but... I mean, managing to finish 5th was some effort, like, actually, like, to actually get in the Champions League places. But you've got to take that into a lot of consideration, I think. And just remember how much talent he has got. I don't want to cast aspersions on his professionalism or his desire on at this point, because, I mean, we haven't seen anything yet this season, and I want to give him the benefit of the doubt.
And also, I've never read or watched Harry Potter, so I don't know who Malfoy is, but I'm assuming he's, like you said...
No, it's top striker, bro. Top number 10.
See the beginning of one day, some shit.
There you go.
Quidditch. I know Quidditch is the thing. Top goal scorer in the Quidditch, maybe. But,
look, for me, I'm not.
I mean, Shane, I think it's a bit. Yeah, it's a bit much. Shane, he's a part. What, like a little kind of everything needs to be built around him, kind of thing. Yeah, you bring in a player like him, and yeah, to a degree, JK, you build a system around
him.
Players like Wirtz and Isak, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole point of football is we get it from here to the front, right? So we do stuff at the back, then we do stuff in the midfield, and then we get it to Wirtz and Isak, and they do stuff, right? That's just building a system to score goals and win games. Right? I don't think it's necessarily like everything has to be perfect for Wirtz, right? It's just called getting one of the best playmakers, number 10 type guys in your team, and building a system that gets the best out of him, right?
Yeah. And I don't want to make excuses for Wirtz because he's from the country I live in and stuff. But I reckon when these are facts now. I ain't gonna drop no excuses. I don't believe in excuses. Facts are like, look, he lived in Cologne, Leverkusen area, Germany, never left there, always stayed there since he was a kid. He moves to Liverpool, bang, different world on his own, different language, and he's trying to crack on with it. You know, look at Szoboszlai. I'm going to give you the prime example. Szoboszlai, for me, in that Premier League winning season, was the worst midfielder out of the three. But in the season after, was the best midfielder out of the three. And that's the way football is, bro. I can't put a stamp on Wirtz and say he's going to be world class for us and that, because I don't like doing that. Even Rio, you will never hear that from me. Rio's going to be world class and all this bullshit. Because for me, it's up to the player. You know, we can hype him or we can diss him. I'm not going to diss anyone. Even Endo. I don't even go after Endo. Endo shouldn't even be at the club, but I'm not going to go after that, brother. Because why? When he plays for Liverpool, he puts his heart on his sleeve and cracks on with it and tries to play for Liverpool. And that's what I want to see from Wirtz now.
Another reason why you shouldn't say it is that Endo's got a samurai sword made by Hattori Hanzo. And you know what I mean?
But you give a guy 2 years. No, but Jake, I've always said, not so much you give a guy 2 years, right? But you give a lad a season. Now, some guys, you give them a season, but you'll be kind of sitting there thinking, do you know what, mate? I didn't think you'd take a season. Come on, such a player. I didn't think it'd take you a season, but okay, if it does. A lot of turmoil at the club, Arne Slot, things going to shit, Mo Salah doing interviews. But okay, by the end of next season, you have to say, okay, what are we doing then? Now we're doing the Darwin Núñez thing where we give 3 years. Now we go, oh no, he wasn't good. Now give it another year. He's only here 3. Give him another year, 4 years. But I would expect him to definitely improve next year. Especially in a newer role, he'll have more attacking freedom probably. But I think the thing about Rio and Wirtz is that I think Wirtz is already a world class player.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to go because he couldn't have walked into a worse, more season than he did last season. We were just like,
it's going to be for us. I'm not saying it's going to be for us.
No, that's I'm not letting him off saying he shouldn't have produced more at times. No. Like, I'm not letting him off the hook entirely because he should have produced a bit more at times. But I've still got enough faith in the talent that he is that we can, make it a success.
Like he had that period where he was scoring goals and getting assists and that, and then what happened? He got a bit of a knock and he was out for about a month. But that phase where he got that knock, he was sound. He was back to roll, man. He was ready to roll. I've got big faith in him. I've seen him play like that assist he got in the World Cup for the Dortmund lad. Not a lot of people can just do that simple, the way he just touched the ball twice and gave it to the guy on the plate. Beautiful. And that's what I'm going to see for Liverpool from him. I'm not going to judge. For me right now, my worries ain't Wirtz or Isaac. My worries are left wing, right wing, and a DM. I ain't got time for questioning Wirtz. Wirtz knows himself last season wasn't great. We didn't need to say anything. He already knows that. And he's in Liverpool, Premier League. He has to show who he is. But I don't want to go. I don't want to see our fans go after the lad. Come on, fucking Arsenal United fans going to be jumping on that bandwagon. We don't need to do the same. Yeah, you can say, he needs to step up a little bit on that. But
we were up to it instantly last season when he didn't win Man of the Match in his opening 5 games. He was like the worst flop ever. And they're still calling Isaac a flop, even though he spent most of the time off the pitch last season. But that's it, isn't it? You laugh at people when they play at expensive flops, don't you? So
yeah, because that comes with the territory. If you cost more than £100 million, you're going to be under the spotlight. Is it right? Is it correct? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter. You cost £100 million as a footballer. Everything you do is going to be scrutinized.
Exactly.
Is it fair? Is it right? Is it? No, of course not. But it's going to fucking happen.
Yeah. Next time, go for 99 million. Don't go for the 100, man.
Go for those 80s.
Go for 99.
Go for those 80 guys now. Yeah, go for those 80 guys, man. It's the curse of the £100 million player because that's what you are now. Like I said to you before, Shane, expectation is real. Expectation is real. If your mate rings you up and says, I just bought a new car, I'll drive around, I'll show you in 5 minutes. And he says, car costs $2,000. You're thinking, well, you know, whatever, he's coming around in Toyota Corolla or something. But if your mate rings you up and says, I just bought a new car, it costs £150,000. You have an expectation that he's going to buy something special.
Yep.
You know, so if your club goes out and spends £100 million, oh, expectations. No, people have expectations when you spend that much money on something.
They're our first $100 million plus players, aren't they? The pair of them, like other clubs had already been there, like, you know what I mean? It's not uncharted territory, but for us it was paying over £100 million for a player.
What's up, Zia?
If you pay that kind of money for people expect special. They expect something special. And rightly so. If a footballer costs £100 million, well, you're not going to buy him if he's just average or ordinary. He's clearly got something special about him.
Yeah.
You know, so we should not. Oh, we expect to see goals and assists, but yeah, you kind of do, like, you know.
Well,
and if it doesn't, there's
he
something
could
wrong.
be a little bit sharper for me. When you look at his play, he just needs that element of sharpness. That's all it is for me.
Give the kid here. It's all to me. He's give him in that role now under your role. If he gets a couple of goals early doors, watch him fucking fly. That's what I think. This guy, he needs to hit a couple, to hit the back of the net, and away he goes.
But do you reckon yesterday he could have shot? You know, when he had that ball just outside the box, he got it from midfield, crept into that area.
Yeah, he did that.
And he don't do that for me. He just don't fucking say, you know what, fuck this, I'm going to go for it. I want to see that in him. Come on,
maybe we saw flashes of it last season, didn't we? I certainly did. So I mentioned the one before. The season, the assist through the guy's legs. He wasn't even looking. He just got it under his control. Wasn't even looking when he put it through the guy's legs. But I could see he finished. It was just a brilliant moment. We know what he's capable of, like, and I do think we'll see more of it this season. I'm sure.
He is here. Say hello to Zia.
Hello.
What's up, Zia?
It's all right, man. Interesting conversation. Brian, you finally, I mean, I don't know, you never said that before about Wirtz or any of them, about that expectation, but you said exactly the right things there. Perfectly spot on. Everyone has the right to criticise these two players, yeah, because let's face it, for the money we paid for both of them, we've got a 0 return on investment last season.
Yep.
Okay, in comparison to what we paid for them, yeah? I mean, for that amount of money, when those guys run, I expect them to shit gold on the pitch. Yeah, I mean, basically, oh look, he's having a crap. Oh, gold! Thank God, it's you know, that's what I expect. I want. They not only that, they can't deliver for like a quarter of the season. I expect them to deliver in 80% of games that they play. We've paid a price where these guys are going to break down teams, score goals, assists, etc., or do things that make things happen on the pitch 80% of the games that they will play. They shouldn't have a long lulling form. Yeah, they shouldn't. I mean, a lot of people talked about Ekitike last season. What a wonderful player was. Yes, he had goals in like spurts, but there were like 7 or 6 games in a row where he wasn't scoring. Yeah, people neglect that. I don't expect this from Isak or Wirtz. Yeah, for that money, no, they've got to be on the ball. Yeah, and when Barcola comes in, if he does, because it looks like a bit of a mess right now, when he comes to us, I expect the same from him. He's got to perform as a winger. He's got to create chaos. He's got to score goals or assists or do something. These guys are going to have to break down the opposite because goals were a premium last season for us, absolute premium. It was just so difficult. Everything.
Zia, do you remember? Yeah. Do you remember David Silva from Man City?
Yeah.
They always used to say he's the guy that makes the pass before the pass. So he doesn't get his assist, but he's so quality. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, do you remember Trent for Liverpool? Right.
Yeah.
I judge a quality player not by his makes, but by his misses. Right. Let's unpack that. Trent used to score some bangers, but how many times did he rattle the crossbar? How many through balls did he give to Mo that he didn't convert? How many balls did he put on people's heads that they didn't score? So as much as Trent had possibly the best stats from a defender for a couple of years running, he didn't even have as much as he could have had. In the Suarez season, he basically defeated the entire Premier League by himself, and he could have gotten more goals or assists if Sturridge put those away. Mohamed Salah could have gotten even more assists if people put those assists away. That's how you see a quality player. Now, coming back to the David Silva thing, he used to consistently make that zipping pass through midfield. It wouldn't be a fancy assist. It wouldn't be a top corner goal, but he consistently would make a certain pass which would pluck the team. And I know slot system was crap, but in a way, guys, just hear me out. Slot system was almost built perfectly for Florian. And I'd see him get the ball. I'd see him turn and I'd see him fumble the pass. I'd see him have a runner, and I'd see that this player cannot make this pass, and I'd see.
I definitely. Shane, I think you've
I'll stop. I'll stop.
You've made your argument. No, you've definitely made it.
Okay, yeah. I just don't think the guy's got the grit about him, man. Just...
Well, I've got to go. Can I just make one point, right? Before I go, if you were to look at Ryan Cherky, for example, Shane or anyone else out there, and you would think, how was his first season in the Premier League? A lot of people would say, oh, it was a great success. He created one fewer chances than Florian Wirtz in the Premier League. Florian Wirtz 61 and Cherky 60. And that was Wirtz playing in entirely the wrong system. You know, it's like an attacking player joining an arena.
Could I get a per 90?
I like that stuff.
Well, it's just
but that's something I need a per 90 on that. I need a per 90 on chances created. Okay. I know what you're saying, but I know the point you're making, but I need just my mind.
It's just food for thought. It's just food for thought.
No, Cherky's season has been overrated. Definitely. Sorry.
Thank you, Brian.
No, that's absolutely right. But in comparison, Bruno Fernandes made 117 chances, which is insane.
Yeah, he's
getting double. But that's you know, they.
Yeah, can you imagine where Man United? No, so hang on. Can you imagine where? Thanks, man.
I just want to finish it. I'm gonna go because it's my last thing I want to say. I'm not 100% defending Florian Wirtz. I'm not 100% saying he's going to be a success, but I'm saying he's got the talent in the team to dramatically improve his output, especially when he's feeding players who are running off him. Because even Bruno Fernandes, if he had one person to hit, which is what Florian Wirtz had all of last season, he had one player, if it was Ekitike or very occasionally Isak, he just had one player ahead of him all season, and it was ridiculous, the system that he was being asked to play in. So who knows, this season he could well explode, and let's hope so. Thank you very much, Brian. Thanks everybody. Great speaking.
Cheers, Owen.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Speak soon. Bye-bye.
Guys, I'll stop with Florian. Like, I'm not going to talk about it again. Like, we've reached the altitude.
Oh, we've reached peak guard. Yeah. Incredible player. I remember reading about him or hearing about him. I remember exactly where I was when I was sitting in my car and listened to a sports show, and this news came through that he'd done his ACL and he's going to be out for a year. And he's only he's very young at that stage. He's still very young. But I was, that guy. And I just remember thinking, shit, because he was so good. And I think, oh, crap, please don't let him be one of those guys that does his ACL and never is the same player again. Because he was so good in Germany. We did a great... we did a great job.
With great talent, so sideline by what happened to the
He seemed to come back even better.
Ronaldo Nazario. That was so horrible that happened to him.
He never came back.
To be deprived of him, at what he was, and should have stayed for a long time, more than he did, was shocking, wasn't it?
I mean, he seems to have come back properly. But I was just saying, like, where would Manchester United be without Bruno Fernandes?
Oh, yeah, relegated easily. Would have been relegated, but they struggled that season without him, wouldn't they?
Yeah, like Owen just said, like Sharkey and Birds are up there on top of this chance creation type shit. Bruno's got literally double. That's like.
He's the chancer, and Bruno's the chancer.
But he never gets. He's like, I mean, I hate the guy and all that because he's a bit of a dick, but he never gets the credit because he's like Salah for them. He never gets injured. He plays every single game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of their good players that you love to hate, but you know he's good and you enjoy seeing him because he's fucking good. Like, that's all there is to it.
You know what? He's not good. He's not good.
Look, at the end of the day, imagine Wirtz played for Leverkusen right now still, and he was there to be had. All of us would be jumping up and down for joy, thinking, yes, he could be playing for Bayern Munich right now. And you know who would shine in that team because they dominated Germany, you know. So he'd look a better player than that. He came into a Liverpool team that just won the league. And the manager sort of got too sort of cocky with it. And it weren't a great timing for him to come into the club with a manager who's on a mad one. You know what I mean? Timing. But that, like, for me, the footballer's the one who's on the pitch who should be doing his game anyway. But the manager should be there to help it out, you know what I mean? Make it more smoother and stuff. And for me, I just feel last season was just a bit of a weird one all around, man. We had 4 competitions, didn't win nothing. And we just
I don't know if you can remember this time last season, we were all hoping that, like, after winning the title and buying all them boss players, that it was just going to be like an amazing season. And we were like, oh, yeah, you know, this is going to be good. But, like, just thinking back to that and then what happened, like, it's quite funny. Remember we were going on about the Dutch, like, sexy football, you know, total football. Then Rudolph had his sexy football. And then Harry had his, like, completely unsexy football. Like, it couldn't get less attractive, do you know what I mean? Like,
too slow as well. Like, for the years we played football in last season, isn't a game for a guy who likes to have that little one touch on the ball, like a little flick here, there, and get on with it. He's like, I think Wirtz prefers that faster football. His mentality also, when you look at Florian Wirtz, he's the type of guy, he won't touch the ball that much and he will make something happen. I think he needs people on his wavelength. So it all depends on the training ground. If these guys are talking about, like, look, Salah's gone now, so the ball ain't going to go to Salah no more like it used to, always on the right. Get the ball in midfield, bang to Salah. It worked. Now it's a different film. So I just feel that, like, patience is needed in football, you know what I mean? Otherwise, it's going to be crying after we buy a player for 150 million. Imagine Barcola comes in, can't find his feet for the first 5 games. There will be fans saying, wow, we wasted our money and all that bullshit. Then he'll score 20 goals for the rest of the season. What is going on with the football fans' mindset nowadays? There's no patience in there. You know?
It's got to be nerves a bit like they're insisting on such a large fee, PSG. It's their right to do so. And I shouldn't really be annoyed that they're, like, messing us around and go, no, we want more now, and even more. But it is doing me as in a bit like, we should stop it, like, you know what I mean? And just hand them over for a reasonable amount.
So there is something, though, different about Barcola, though, even if he costs a lot. We know we're getting a bench player from PSG. Yeah?
He's not a bench player.
Well, I don't look at it like that, bro, because when you look at the other guys there, Dembele,
he doesn't get in ahead of Kvaratskhelia.
You can't get
exactly. He doesn't. No.
Yeah, but he played, and he scored 12 goals in Ligue 1 last year. He's played a shitload of games last year. He's not some guy that sits on the bench. I get what you're saying, but I mean, he doesn't get in ahead of Kvaratskhelia. but he fucking gets in ahead of Gakpo. Okay, so nobody in world football gets into a team ahead of Kvaratskhelia right now. Nobody.
No one.
There's nobody on this planet that takes Kvaratskelia's place. So I'm not going to do a guy down because he can't get in Kvaratskelia's spot. And they've got Dembele and they've got Doué.
Just that term bench player.
That's totally.
That's not right, man. Like
he's not a bench player.
But look at the team he's in. If he was at Tottenham Hotspurs or someone, then you think, you know what? Yeah, cool. You're right. Look at the fucking guys he's got competition with. They're the best in the world. Doué, Dembele, and Kvaratskhelia. Very high, and Mbappe. But they're the sort of guys you got to fucking replace.
Okay, but what do you guys expect from him when he comes? What do you expect from him?
Energy and crosses for the striker. For me,
breaking up there a bit. Is it just me or is everybody breaking up?
No. Oh, I can hear.
Can everybody hear JK?
Yeah, Alex.
We can hear you. You're fine. So, well, to me,
that's I know. As long as you can all hear each other, it's breaking up for me. So my internet is about to fucking drop.
No,
I was just checking. It was just me.
I'm closest to you, probably, Brian, for like internet shit, like in terms of geography, but mine's all right.
Yeah, mine's no,
I don't know what's going on.
I was just going to say, like, what I expect from him is effectively to be that runner that we've been missing, to actually, drive at the defense, etc., with his dribbling ability. But I don't expect. I'm hoping that he doesn't become the greedy goal scorer type. Yeah, who then will cause another problem because we won't see the best of Wirtz, because there should be interchanging with him and also Isak as well. So I want him to get involved. I don't want him to be the guy that, do what Mo did basically last season, which for most part he was trying to score and not even pass it to Wirtz when he was in a better position, etc. I don't want him to be that player. If he can just do a job.
But what is it that makes you think he's going to? Why do you think? But why are you like jumping to the conclusion that he will become that player? Why?
Because he's a goal scorer as well. He's a goal scorer, and I've seen him do it for France.
No, but he's a winger that can score. So is this a problem now or something? No, he's a winger and he can score.
It's not a problem. But I need him to make that right judgment call, right? When he comes in, that okay, he's in a better position. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but what? Like, why are you jumping to why do you think? Why are you just jumping to the conclusion that
was one of the biggest problems last season, Brian? That was one of the biggest problems last season. Yeah,
for us or for him?
No, for Wirtz was that sometimes he was in a good position.
Yeah, no, but for us, but he's not. Yeah, but why are we assuming that he's? Do you know what I'm saying, man? You're going down a dark alley here. You
I'm not going down a dark alley.
Maybe he comes in and he does.
Yeah.
Really good stuff for us. Maybe he comes in and
pace. We need his pace.
Like when you looked at last season, we were flat, so we need a bit of a spark there. Gakpo played sound yesterday. That's cool. He played really well, but his face looked like he didn't want to be there. I've never seen Gakpo so.
Yeah, JK. So I mean, I got JK. I got pushback on it from that goal. I know it was a friendly, but but that goal scoring celebration when he scored the first goal, did he look like a guy that was?
No, mate, it shocked me. Shocked me. His celebration or lack of it. Like, I was like, doesn't look happy.
It was a zero celebration, Jake.
It was.
I'm not saying he looked stuff, but it was I was like, come on, man. I know it's a friendly and all that, but give the crowd, throw your arms around, give the crowd,
Frimpong was sort of really happy. You know what I mean? Happy, but
and all that.
I think he went through it with his family thing he had and stuff. Yeah, so that I reckon that's played a big part of it. Hence why for me, I've never talk bad about.
He's had a tough summer.
Don't forget they're only people as well. And he's aware that people giving him shit probably online and that because some of our fans just go overboard. You know what I mean? It's all right to point out he had a bad season and that, but people just go overboard and taking places
too much now.
Need to go, you know what I mean? So maybe that's done his head in a bit.
Yeah, they got social media. They'll have a look. You know what I mean?
It's the life of a footballer. It's the life of a footballer, you know.
Where's this guy leaving, Brian? I thought he said he's going to go. Why is he still here?
Well, apparently Inter are still getting the coppers together. They're looking down the back of the sofa trying to find an extra few quid. And looks like that's how it's going here.
That top's nice though.
Trying to get from the 34. They're like, I've got 34.87. Has anybody got 13p? I need 13p, lads. Come on. Just come on.
I doubt any of you guys will remember these, but there used to be a thing called focus points, and you got them in a pack of ciggies, and there was a catalogue, and like you could get gifts like a kettle or a toaster.
Nope. Yeah, but you're asking what it is. What's Fabrizio saying? Let's see. What's Fabrizio saying? Inter are preparing a new bid for Curtis Jones as he remains the top target in midfield since January. More contacts will take place soon as Inter spoke to his camp again, and a new bid is not linked to any other exit, as in Inter don't need to sell a player to bring him in because they sold that Fortesi guy. All depends on club-to-club agreement with Liverpool. There was also a call with the players' representatives today, and Jones is pushing for a move to Inter.
There you go.
So that's the latest on.
Well, I've said all along, if he's going and they want him, I can pay up. Just hurry up and pay up, and they'll wait until the last day. You know what it's going to be.
Yeah, but let's again at the same time, Lee. Let's not ask the earth for this guy, and if he wants to go and he wants to leave, let's not keep
not like 10 focus points, like you know what I mean. And two.
Well, no, like I say, let's not keep him because we want. Yeah, we want 40 and they only offer 35. Look, just let him go for 35.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stop messing around.
You know, like don't mess around. Yeah, get your money in. He wants to go. Get an unhappy player. Him and Harvey don't want to be at Liverpool.
Harvey's not worth sod all in the current market. I'm sorry to say.
No, you don't want to, but you don't want two sad sacks walking around the place. Yeah. Basically. It's to do with ability. You can't have two guys walking around with faces like, oh, fuck's it. You know, no, you need that energy somewhere else. You know, if they're not happy, move them on, let them go. Like those Harvey, if Gakpo wants to, you know, do the London, let him go, you know, but especially if Curtis ain't happy and Harvey Elliott clearly isn't happy, then let them go somewhere else. Make it as easy as possible. They're offering 35. We want 40. Do not fuck that deal up.
No.
Don't. 1 year
Doesn't
left.
it piss you off that, like, not piss you off, but sort of concerned that you got him there on the screen, Harvey Elliott and Gakpo, all looking like they just left prison after 10 years. It's like, I've never seen that at our club like that. I've not really seen that before. Where you got three
as long as they understand we want like 30, 35 million for him, that there's no problem, he can go. As long as they'll give us that, then let him go. Yesterday, you know what I mean?
Well, I think Curtis, if you ask me why is Curtis Jones pissed off, you can dig around like all the, you know, celebrity goss, as you might say, around it. But I think the main reason Curtis Jones is pissed off is because he wanted to be the main man for Liverpool and he isn't good enough to be the main man for Liverpool and now he's having to leave.
Yep.
That's the crux of it. Basically,
exactly.
How it's being handled.
No, I agree with that. Like, yeah, I mean, he's a skilled lad and that, like, but he's not a world beast or no shit, like, is he?
And it's not.
That's probably what it is.
It's not Klopp's fault. It's not Iarola's fault.
Bigger fish in small ponds. Yeah.
If he was Vitinha, if he was João Neves, if he was Rodri, he'd be starting every game for this club. And I just think he's generally pissed off because, he's made it much more than anybody else. A lot of players have. Like you say, he started 18 Premier League games for us last year. It's not like he's in the bomb squad. He's made it to a degree at Liverpool, but he isn't wearing the captain's armband. He isn't the next Gerrard or Henderson or whatever he told you.
Goal in the derby. It was like, was it his first appearance or one of them?
He scored that one on his debut.
Yeah, that was brilliant, that goal. I mean, because obviously, like, me being in the city, but I mean, you buzz up it as well, don't you? Like how much it means when we beat Everton. fucking hell, it's it. It could be
That's the
anything.
thing, man.
As long as Everton are the victims, like, it's great. And that goal was a
You
single.
announce yourself like that, though. Yeah, you announce yourself like that, Lee, and it's like it was almost like not quite Rooney against whoever it was at Arsenal. You know, he wasn't quite like that, but it was like, Jesus, who's this kid? You know, scores curler into the top corner from outside the box. The Rooney comparisons were made, so it probably didn't help him because he's not a goal scorer. You know, he's never been a goal scorer, mate. He wanted to be, like he always said, he wants to control the ball, play through him. Guess what, man? That's not happening for you, Liverpool, and I think that's why he
he's
looks like
that
he's
as well, isn't he? As a player, really, like, you know, he wants to be right in the thick of it. Like, that's like what he wants.
You put him in a team that plays his strengths and plays him every week, he'll look like a top player. Especially in Italy, he'll look really good. He will look really good in Italy. Because it's
I'll be happy for him to do well if it goes well. I don't want him to do
a lot more time on the
just
ball.
because he's left, like, you know what I mean? When I start that, if he goes, he goes. Like, I'm like that with all our players. Bailey to it, you know, maybe one or two exceptions where I've not felt that way, but I hope he does the business over there anyway, and it's good for him and his bird and his kid. He's got a kid as well, Curtis. So it was a good move for him if he goes. And we get the money. And whether we spend it or not, you know, we've still got it then, you know what I mean?
Well, apparently not, according to...
Maybe for January.
Well, according to David Lynch, no, we won't be doing any of that.
Why is the Barcola deal taking so long, Brian? What is going on with it? I mean, it's like...
Because we believe that the longer we leave it...
The lesser the fee.
He does the whole, I only want to join Liverpool and they don't need any replacements and we'll chip another 10 million off, basically. Yeah, but we've seen that go wrong before, so...
I mean, I don't understand, like, what it's just, we're not holding...
Well, look, I'm not going to bend over and give him 140.
No. Absolutely.
Look, if we can get him for 110, let's go, okay, have 140. No, let's play hardball with these guys.
No.
I'm going to play hardball with these guys because he only wants to join us. They both make a gods. They both that. I ain't going to just give them what they want.
Well, we're not going to be armed to the teeth, are we, on the first day of the flipping...
No, but we're going in with 110, 115. It's a proper offer. It's a serious offer.
That should be it.
Stop your 140 bullshit. It's a serious offer. It's 110, it's 115. It's a proper offer, serious offer. Stop at your 140 now. Calm down, take it, away we go. Everyone's happy. And by the way, we'll take that other lad with us.
The other thing is, right, the other day, you know, everyone here was discussing about not taking risks on younger players and stuff, yeah? But Iriola's got a reputation of actually making it work with these younger talents, you know, the unknown talents and stuff.
Smaller clubs.
But why didn't you...
Smaller clubs, not a club the size of Liverpool. And he's referenced this himself, see it. Doing this... Yes, it's like at a club like Liverpool, the objectives are different. You're there to win trophy. Yeah, it's great that you can do work with, but you're there to win trophies. You're there to compete. You're not there to bring through the next young guy. Yeah, that's great. That's a nice feather to your bow, as I say. That's not what he's at Liverpool to do, and he knows that. He's not here to bring through some kid for saying, no, he's here to win fucking trophies. He knows that. So we can put all that stuff to that whole, he brings through young kids. Yeah, at Bournemouth, we're not Bournemouth. We're not Bournemouth. 90% of what he did at Bournemouth is not relevant to what we need him to do. 90% of what he did is relevant.
Or something out there, Brian, that you could have actually got in. The thing is, getting Barcola alone is not going to be enough. If Gakpo goes and we get Barcola, we're still stuck in that framework. You know, Barcola might turn out to be better. Or
that's cool. That's all true. But what I'm saying is, what he did at Bournemouth is most of it isn't relevant to what he's expected to do at Liverpool. It's like when you work for small companies, and you get a headhunter from a bigger company. Yeah, I know you did all that there, but we don't need you to do that. We hired you to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
It changes, and you go up again, and you're like, yeah, we don't even need that from you. We just need this is different. You're in business class now. Yeah, this is different. So he knows that 2-year contract. He's here to do stuff. He's not here to bring through Kieran Morrison and Will Wright. It's great if it happens, but he's like, this is Liverpool football, though.
Well, then he needs
The
the
whole day
resources to
exists
do
in
it, then,
trophies.
doesn't he? He needs the resources to do
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
And we haven't given him
That's the
jack.
paradox. That's the paradox.
Yeah, well,
We're not giving him the tools. We're reducing the squad. We're giving him a smaller squad with much less experience
yeah.
and expecting him to turn around what happened last year.
God knows
It's
what's
not good
happened.
news, Ian, that we're not going to buy a midfielder if it's
I mean,
true.
so-
I mean,
so-
we don't know, like, for sure, like, and we won't
I
be
know
able to
Nelante's.
sure whether we're going to buy one. But I know, Nancy.
Yeah, Nelante's here.
Hey,
Make sure
Nance.
he's say hello because sometimes you have to drop
You're
off.
right, Lee. You're right, Lee. All right, Brian. It's Lee.
Yeah, I mean,
Big up.
what's your thoughts, Nate? We've got Barcola, we've got a contract agreed with Mbaye, we've got Valencia looking at Chiesa, we've got Basetic going to some random club in Spain, Getafe.
Yeah.
We've got all kinds of things. We've got Barcola saying he only wants Liverpool. We've got David Lynch saying Liverpool won't buy a midfielder. What do you want to talk about?
Where do we start? I mean, this man looks like we'll start with this man. He looks like I think we'll finally buy him, and we'll see what we're saying about the midfield. Yeah, I personally don't think we're getting a new midfielder. Trey will be his replacement.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty plain for me to see. McAllister's going to stay, and we can't really get a midfielder because we're rampacked in that midfield. We still got Evans to the Deadwood, and I know before. I mean, you, Brian, we've had disagreements over Endo and Chiesa, but now it's getting to the point is just get rid of them. You just have to get rid of them.
Yeah.
Just let them go. Let them be free. Let them do what they do. Even though I appreciate you, like I said, you came. I didn't want you in the first place, but you've done a job for us. Go Chiesa, mistreated, but it just hasn't happened. Go Bashicic again. That injury just messed him up. We never know how good he could have been. We'll never know. We'll never know. That injury just so let him play, be free. Just get rid of the Deadwood and let's move. Really, still holding on. And with the midfield, it just the only thing I can say about that is the midfield needs to remember who they are. That's all I'm gonna say. They remember the quality players, the team that both them part got us to the league title. So if they have another shocking season, the midfield, then boy, I think there's going to be a big crash outs, and again, more. I mean, we all know, but be more anger against the board because obviously we all knew the midfield needs freshening up, and they haven't done it. So we'll see. And obviously, Barcola and Mbaye is it's near enough, but. Are we upsetting the balance? I mean, you've got Mbaye on the right. Who else is there? I mean, Munoz, yeah, he can play there, but are we setting the balance of the wingers? So I don't know. It's a lot of things happening at the moment. We'll see what the squad. But I think we can all agree. I mean, unless one who disagree, by the time we get to the last day of the transfer window, the squad will dramatically change.
By the time you get to Arizona, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All the damn references.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where are we going to be? That's it. Where are we going to be? I mean, everything now is last minute.
Yeah.
Like even if something happens tomorrow, it's last minute. There's no. We're saying, can Jake start against Newcastle? He's only played 45 minutes. That's it. 45 minutes with this team, and we're looking at him potentially starting. Like anybody that comes in, even if they come at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, your first game is in the Premier League.
Yeah.
So everything now is as far as I'm concerned, last minute. This idea that we won't buy anybody if Jones goes, right, okay. This hint that, but maybe if something happens with McAllister, we should be much more proactive than this. We should be far more proactive than this. Like we've still got Tsimikas, Chiesa, Elliott in this squad right now. and
Endo.
potentially playing roles in this squad. A guy that we sent to Roma at the age of 29 is now potentially starting in the Premier League for us if Kirkes has a problem. Endo. You know, it's almost indefensible now that we still have the same midfield we had 4 years ago. Because Wirtz doesn't count. Wirtz is a forward. He's an attacker. He's not a midfield. We still have the same 3/8s. Mac, Grav, and Dom that we had 4 years ago. 3.5 years ago.
I expected to see Stefan Bišćević in the pre-season thing, at least for like 5 minutes or something, but like, no. So he's supposed to be like fit enough to like even be considered.
We're talking about fucking Bišćević.
Yeah. Lee's training, from what I read, he's training alone. So I think they're prepared to get it.
This is where we are. It's thin on the ground, all that one, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? All the other ones like that, thin on the ground. Coleman's bare.
But you know what?
He looked class 3 years ago now. He looks class, and we're still talking about him potentially being an option.
Yeah,
it's disgraceful what they've done with this midfield. Disgraceful that they've let this midfield.
I hear you. I hear you, Brian. We've all talked about till we're definitely what we need. That we've needed that number 6, and here we are. And it's going to be the same thing. Rust and rotate, and yeah, it's not really much else. And the baddest thing, Cody's out there available, Kamara's out there available. It's not like there's no one out there available. There's some good DMs that would make a difference.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm not saying that it's going to be great, but it'll make a difference. It'll just give more balance to the team. But here we are, Brian, and it looks like we're going to be
going to cost you. He's not going to cost you 100 million.
There's name for you,
Brian. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Like, it's not
Kamara's only going to cost you like 50, maybe.
50. Kone, similar. Maybe 60 at a push, but I mean, 25-year-old.
If we had to pay more for Kone as long as we got him, because I reckon he's good enough, and is good enough to do what we need, do what we want, and then just work it out from there. Who'd be best to put next to him?
Just an absolute body in the midfield. That's what it'd be. Just a proper body right in that midfield.
Yeah,
you'd look at it and go, yeah, that's a much nicer squad there with Kone in there. Yeah, that's a much nicer squad.
Yeah, it feels good. It feels rounded.
Yeah, more balance in there. There's your, is he going to play every game? No, but at least he's there for a lot of them. It's just, it's good stuff. We're sitting here since Caicedo. We're sitting here with Endo. We went for Caicedo, who cost 100 million, and we ended up with Endo. And 3 years later, we still haven't replaced Endo.
No.
People are saying there's no 6s anywhere, and there is.
There is.
You know what I mean? It's demonstrably false that there are no 6s, because we can all think of a few, can't we? Like,
yeah, exactly. So our season basically depending, and for me, the way I look at it is, I know we can look at this player in terms of section in the team. I'm looking at the midfield this season. I'm really looking hard at that midfield. Because now we can't. Well, and again, unless we could have a Bombard out of the blue. We don't know, but it's not looking likely. And these guys, they really have to get it together. They really have to re-step, because if they don't, then
don't like that shit idea of Arnie's that he doesn't like a proper 6 who's just like 6. And he's like, no, that's not Dutch enough. And because what he did to us last season was just so horrific, like, you know what I mean? Thanks for the 20th title and all that, but what happened last season was a nightmare, wasn't it? Like, as far as the midfield goes, what he tried to do. And nobody knows. I don't think he even knew what he was trying to do half the time, but we couldn't figure it out either.
But yeah, the problem is with last season, I think with Slot, he overthinks it, and even with the outform plays, he didn't drop them. That's the thing. Apart from Mo, I respect him for that, regardless, because Mo was doing a lot. But other players, he would have dropped them, and he wasn't good enough. But just play at Endo, just freshen up the team. But anyway, what's done is done, and here we are again. In the tightrope. It's like the end of last season, isn't it? Everything was all right. Yeah, he was there, and we messed that up, and look what happened. But yeah,
I think history will reflect well.
Yeah.
Also, I think history will reflect well, because we're all sitting here talking about how trash this midfield is, how disjointed it is, how nobody's a 6, how not, Grab's not a 6, Mac's not a 6, Dom's not a 6, and which is true. I'm not trying to defend Slot here, but I think history will look kinder on him when you give it time. This guy came in and won a league title with that midfield that he didn't buy, bought nobody.
He wanted to
came in, wanted people, but I think like in 10, 12 years' time, when people will look back and go, hang on, why does everybody hate that Arne Slot guy? He came in, he bought nobody, he had that midfield that everybody hates, and he won a league title with it.
Well,
yeah,
Brian,
Brian,
And the following season, we bought the players he didn't need.
Yeah, exactly, Brian. See, but don't forget, for some of the ITKs, it was Klopp's team. Oh, it's all the Klopp memory brain that won the title. Slot didn't do anything. Don't forget that, boys.
I think when you look, people look back in future, they'll be kind of like, why did everybody hate this Arne Slot guy? He looked like he did a pretty decent job. He came in, won a league first. Nobody goes to the Premier League, does that. Nobody goes there, buys no players, does that. It went bad year or two, of course it did, but now he's gone. But I think, just like I say, I think history, the future will look, on him more kindly than he's getting looked on at the moment, because he didn't do the worst job in the world. I think when we're looking at now, people, it's like, some of the reasons we're in the problems that we're in now isn't because of Arne Slot, it's because I think it's become very obvious, it's because of our fucking recruitment.
Yeah. But the thing is, everyone was happy with the recruitment last season, right? Brian Wirtz, buying him was like
You could not be happy with it.
It was kind of Pardon?
It was hard not to. I mean, it would have taken like a serious Scrooge to not be happy about Isaac, and we're all here saying, well, we did kind of need this and that, but let's not bitch and moan.
Yeah, but you took away all the pace from the front. Completely took it away. You took away all the pace from the front, and you didn't even have a ball carrier up front that was of a worthy winger type, and you took away Diaz as well. And let's not forget, people didn't really want Diaz. Half the fan base didn't want him because they thought he was wasteful or whatever. But then you didn't have anyone up front to fight for that ball or to hold on to it or anything. I mean, you basically won the league and then disarmed the guy and gave him some diamonds that didn't quite fit the slots. You put it that, to use a pun. It just didn't fit his style to have those types of players in the end.
Yeah, it did. Until the Gay deal, the Gay deal was looking like, I mean, we were still kind of saying at 6, but it was looking perfect, basically, when we thought we were getting Gay.
Yeah.
So that was Frimpong, Gay, Carquez, Ekitike, Wirtz and Isaac.
Yeah, wow, yeah.
We would still say, wouldn't have minded a 6. But that was real nitpicking. But we do know we've been looking for that 6 for 4 years now, which is kind of the more annoying thing. Like since Fabinho was gone, it's like, I know we need this, but what about the whole,
A few days before last season kicked off, Sky done a thing and wrote a few people in, ex-players and whoever's, to say who's going to win the league, or journalists as well. They were the whoever's along with the players, ex-players, who's going to win the league, and everyone was like Liverpool. But there was one guy, and he made a real point of it, that missing out on Gay, he could be the one, sort of chinking our armour, for last season, not getting that extra centre half, and it did turn out that way a bit, quite a lot. I don't know how much difference he would have made, but yeah.
What's this guy saying, Brian? That Slot is at fault for the transfer market?
I don't get that. I don't know what you mean. He's saying Slot is definitely at fault why the transfer market went tits up this season. I mean, you can blame Slot for a lot of things, but the transfer market being fucked up, that ain't his fault. Jesus. It's not his fault. Morgan Rogers cost £116 million.
Yeah.
He's good, but
all up front, by the way. No bonuses, JK. All up front, guaranteed.
That's why they want Enzo probably gone.
Wow.
That one shocked me, like, and you shouldn't be shocked these days, like with fees and that.
Yeah.
But that one did, and I'm not saying he is a good
Oh,
player,
okay.
but he is a good player. That one shocked me.
I don't mind paying
He's a
big
great player.
fees.
He's a 70 million, maybe.
Who?
Yeah.
70. Morgan Rogers, like in today's market, yeah, 70.
Like for me,
I
he's a
suppose.
60, 70.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's going to cost more, but
Even that's a lot. Think about it.
Exactly,
2 years
that's a
ago, we
lot.
didn't know
But
who he was.
116 million. I mean, we like to poke fun at Arsenal that, we walked away because he was too much of it. Yeah, they probably fucking did. I would have walked away at 116 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
The best part of last summer's window, apart from us buying a load of good players, expensive ones, was Pep's thing when he said like Wirtz deal is too expensive for Manchester City, and everybody on earth who is associated with Man City just made an audible sigh of like disgusting disdain. Yeah, the deal was too expensive. We could not afford it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
but
would
for
not
me,
get involved.
Oh yeah,
you know what it
don't
is?
worry.
Why are you getting these prices?
City don't do
Because
that.
the amount
Their
of
tactics. Sorry.
business people
Sorry.
involved in football nowadays. It's like
Mm.
none of these guys who are coming into Liverpool now, right, can do more than 5 kick-ups. I doubt it. And these fuckers are going to be in charge of Liverpool, right? So they're just thinking, look, let's do look at Brighton. Their owner's a poker player, doing well for
Does that need
himself,
to
this, that, and
be?
the other.
Does that need to be part of the fit and proper persons test, JK? You need to include that in the fit and proper persons test? Is how many you have to be able to do at least 10 KPOPs?
At least, I reckon the Brighton
Okay.
owner knows how to do 5. But he's doing it in that way where he's thinking, okay, I'll get these South American players in, spruce them up a bit, and whack a good fee on them when I sell them. Sound. Why? They're not a big club. You know, they're medium sort of club, and they're doing all right for themselves in that way. But for me, football's got too business orientated, because when you look at England's the number 1 country in the world where a lad who's 15, 16, 17, like that Doman lad at Arsenal, he's going to be the next this, that, and the other. Because they know down the road, when he ain't fucking smashed it, they're still going to get their 30, 40 million for him. And that's all it is.
Well, that's what I've always said, Jacob. People say, why don't we do what Brighton and Brentford do? Or, I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with Liverpool not buying. Now, again, the prices have gone up. Not buying some guy from a random Ecuadorian or Paraguayan club and finding out. I'm more than happy for Liverpool to say, we like that guy, we're watching that guy. Brighton have bought him. He's done 2 years in the Prem. Okay, now we'll pay the tax because he's proven in the Premier League. I don't want us going out and taking chances on young. I don't get why people. Why don't Liverpool this? Why don't Liverpool do that? No, we do that. We bring them into the unders, but Liverpool have never gone out and taken chances on young kids. That's for the likes of Brighton and Brentford. And like you say, if these guys show up to be any good, a bigger club will come in. Now, that was fine 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, when Brentford would have bought him for 1.8 million and we'd get him for 30. The problem is now those guys are 90 and 100. Yeah. So that is an issue, but I have no problem with us. Like, no one will be happy if our window was a completely unknown McAllister and a completely unknown Caicedo for a total of 3.8 million. Now, they turned out to be great.
They'd be riots.
Exactly. They'd be riots. Exactly. And then you get the same people when they turn out to be good. Oh, why didn't we go and buy them?
Yeah.
Because you want 40, 50, 60 million pound signings. You can't win. I'm more than happy.
Saying about patience.
Let another club take the risk, get proven. We'll give you your profit, and then they'll come to. I'm more than happy to do that.
And that's why I was saying to that lad earlier about patience in football. It's gone. Like, for me, you got to have patience in football. If you don't have patience in football, you're just running around like a headless chicken all the time. And for me, that patience of getting a lad from Brazil or Ecuador, paying the 5 million, and then later on he smashes it for you, and everyone's going to say, look at that shrewd business you've done and stuff. Because people and fans ain't got that patience, clubs like Liverpool won't do that. Because of that patience thing. Because people are going to be on Twitter, who the fuck are we? We're Liverpool, not this 3.7 million from Ecuador. And that's what football for me, a player's a player, no matter how much money you put on his head. That's the media and the business side of football doing that. He's still the same player. So look at it as a football object. Don't look at him and think, oh, we can buy him for this much and we can sell him to Real Madrid for 150 in 3 years. No. I know that's what they do, but for me, it's all
And
about
like
talent.
Mata's got a spot in. It's like, yeah, that's the other thing. Like if we went out and bought, like Brighton go out and buy Caicedo, he goes to Brighton, he plays every fucking game. That's how he becomes a player. If we went out and bought him, he wouldn't play every game for Liverpool.
Exactly.
You know, so it's just a chain. I'm happy to let it happen.
Like smaller clubs pick up
The
these
path's more
players
trickier.
first, and then you
Hate attacks. Like we also, oh, he's prem proven. Yeah, exactly. So why not apply it to that? We don't need to go out. We get these younger players and all that. That's fine. The 11 is the 11. 16, 17 senior players at the top level, 20 then, and one or two more. We don't need to have this conveyor belt of young talent. We just need to have the best 22, 23-man squad. You have a few bits and pieces around it. You keep bringing in quality. We don't need to have multi-clubs, sister clubs. Just good scouting. Look at the teams and bring it in. You don't have to have hundreds of players at different clubs across the globe. You don't need it. That just confuses you. Streamline your club. That's why FSG are walking away.
Chelsea has enough money that they could just take anyone's player off them within the Premier
Now they have 47.
Maybe Man U aside, but
and now they have a 40-man squad.
When they were first bought out and taken all Arsenal's players, I mean,
they have
the
40-man
like that if Liverpool could do that. Like when a good talent comes into the Prem and has, like, say, 2 really good seasons and looks hot as fuck, that you can just go in and that's all now, like, hand it over. But I don't think it'll ever happen like that.
Yeah, even that, Michael. I mean, that's not even that much money in profit. 75 million over 10 years or over 5 years. How much do you think? Yeah, probably. Like, what do you think it costs you to run a football club? All this shit, like, it all gets eaten up in wages, fees, all that. It's great and all that. Like, Brighton is run by Tony Bloom, who basically invented an incredibly deep data analysis thing to help people bet on stuff. Just betting on horses. It was about gambling. It's like, so you can go to the papers, you can read your whatever and get the data, get your field, but we have the super high intent AI data, all that shit. If you want access to that, you can buy into their little cadre thing. It's like 100 grand to get in, or whatever, minimum bet of £1 million. So he just said, well, I can just take that and apply it to footballers. And I'll find the best footballers. That's all he did. He created data analysis shit to get the best fucking gambling, odds for people. So if you want to have, like, all the extra info, and he just applied it to footballers. He bought a football club and now he does that. Same with the Brentford guy. They were in business together. They fell out. Tony Bloom brought Brighton. He brought Brentford. They do the same thing. It's this deep data analysis stuff. Brentford closed their academy. The guy that took over Brentford said,
it's a new term, data analysis within, like, British football. Like, you'd never heard
they didn't
of
even want
it.
our academy.
It's like buzzword.
They ran the money. They ran the money, Lee, and they said there's no point having an academy. You don't get anything from it. It'll cost you money. And they only reinstated their academy because when they got promoted to Premier League, you have to have one. They said there's no point having these things. If you're clever and you just buy players, you need a reserve team, first team. So that's what these guys do. It's just pure data. We don't need to do that. We can let these guys come in and say, yeah, let them take the punt on it, because your data can't tell you, can he hack it in England? Can he play in the Premier League? But this is what it is, man. These guys are out there running it like that. And this is why do you think Brentford and Bournemouth and Brighton are so successful? Tiny little clubs. They have no business. Brentford and Bournemouth and Brighton have no business being this
And now
good.
when you look at the size of them compared to other big
Tiny
clubs,
clubs.
England in
Tiny.
many areas with like much bigger fan bases and like grounds and shit like. But that's not what it is, you know what I mean? It's got to be run by the right
If you
people.
combine their capacity, if you combine Brighton, Bournemouth,
Bournemouth,
and Brentford's capacity,
Bournemouth's the ones, the ground's
probably
tiny.
exciting.
Yeah, and they're a club I never remember. Brentford's one I don't remember in the past. Like Brighton, yes, Brighton were in the first division when I had my first sticker book, PFA, so they were first division team. Got to the FA Cup final against Man United.
Yeah, 84,
Yeah,
83.
and we got Michael
Lawrence
Robinson off them. But Brentford,
Yeah.
mate, I don't
Robinson,
think
yeah.
I ever heard of them or was he Bournemouth ever. The only thing I ever knew about Bournemouth was that Harry Redknapp was the manager and we got Jamie Redknapp off them because he was there as a kid. And
Yeah, that's my
about
Harry.
it. Like,
Yeah, Bournemouth, South
Brighton
Coast.
wears something of a name, a little bit of a name.
Or Sandbanks. Jamie Redknapp started there's a posh area of that part of the world. Yes, Sandbanks is what it's called. That's where Harry Redknapp lives. And that's what Jamie Redknapp's fashion company. He has a fashion company where they all wear those. When you see Cara Neville wearing those big, huge overcoats, they're all Sandbanks made by Red, and they're like those big coats. It costs like 800 quid or something. This ridiculous stuff.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's Redknapp's fashion brand. When you see them, they all wear Sandbanks. At least they were, at least last year. Maybe they're not sponsored anymore, but yeah, they were doing. But like people, like 600 quid for a fucking jacket, that kind of stuff. You know,
they got that money.
Yeah. Come on, man. Come on, Jamie. But hey, look, here we are. I wouldn't mind a Jamie Redknapp back in this midfield. He was all right.
Yeah,
decent shot.
Just injuries.
Yeah, I mean, one of those guys, man. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know where we are with this stuff. We're all over the shop, lads. We've got Mbaye agreeing personal terms. Barcola saying he only wants Liverpool. But this one is, for me, if this doesn't happen this season, if Chiesa doesn't leave this year, I mean...
Yeah, well, let's hope it goes through. Like, can I just say, it is an off-the-wall choice of animal to put on your badge, a bat in it, like, you know what I mean? It's strange to have a bat on your badge, like, it's just, I don't know, it just doesn't sit right with me. Looks a bit sinister, actually, when you look at it.
Yeah. That's Valencia.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
in the bats. You could potentially
we're ending up with a bit of a bomb squad. A bit of a bomb squad. Endo, Chiesa, Jones, Elliott. Guys clearly don't have a future, but unless someone comes in and buys them, it's an awkward scenario, isn't it? I have 3 or 4 guys sitting there going, yeah, they don't want me here, but well, not that they don't want me here, but I don't have a future here. Especially Endo, he's like 33. Chiesa, he's, you know.
Yeah, they've all done little bits since they've been here. Endo was bloody good in Klopp last season, and then the wheels fell off when the players realised he was going. But that last season, once he come into the team, he was fucking really good in that position, doing what he was brought to do. You know what I mean? Because we were having a great season, weren't we? Until the players realised Klopp was leaving, and then it all just went tits up, didn't it? But it was a good season. And Chiesa, he scored a few goals. And what I like about him is he gets his shot off as quickly as he can when he's like playing and up for it and that. He likes to get a shot off, doesn't he? And if he doesn't score, someone else might do off what happens next.
Yeah, but you can't sit on your doorstep, Lee, and make a case for this guy playing for Liverpool next year.
No, he's got to go. And Tsimikas has got to go. Like,
defended him, yeah.
I mean, we've got Chambers, haven't we? We've got Kumas, we've got Chambers and Kumas. Let these go.
But you're not going to be used.
Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't give a basic case for Kumas. Yeah, I'd like to. You know, and Nolante, I mean, this
Well,
kid
hopefully
in
he
Bay,
wouldn't
if
have
he
to
comes
use
in,
them.
like
I'm
I'm saying,
just saying in a pinch, like, do you know what I mean?
no, oh no, I hear it, but I'm just saying, Nolante, this guy in Bay coming in, great news for everybody if it happens. But we're also like he's an 18-year-old kid.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
He's never, he's never played in England. Obviously, it seemed like he's. We're bringing in Barcola and him. It's like, yeah, but I mean, like I said, in a year's time, he's going to be only a year younger than Abe is now.
Yeah.
It's like Abe's 16, this guy's 18. This guy's are rock solid, finished article, right? No, he's not at all. So, I mean, I'm happy we're signing him. I don't know enough about him. I know he's highly rated and all that, but is that going to make you sleep well at night knowing, Salah's gone, but we've got him by?
No, not really, no.
It is putting a lot of faith in young players, isn't it? Like, if just like Barcola doesn't come in and buy, he's the only addition in that position. Then we got him,
Great player, great signing. Like I said, great player, great signing, but to come into that role and we're good now, we've got him. That can't be reasonable.
The Barcola deal seems like a must, doesn't it? Like more and more as the days tick by.
Who knows, man? Listen, I won't put anything past this club. There might be the question: Barcola comes somehow, Cody stays, and Barcola plays on the right.
Because we're going from Diamande to Ndai, basically, or Mbaye. That's what we're doing. We're going from Diamande to Mbaye.
Yeah. And Diamande's gone to Madrid for that. So so it's weird, isn't it? Because I mean, Diamande's only a year older, but he's had so much experience.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
It's weird. But Mbaye is even more. If you say like Yann Diamande has basically done nothing in the game, but he's a freak of nature.
Yeah.
You got Mbaye, who's actually been at this team. He's 18. Why are they selling him? Why are they happy to let him go? Is because they needed to bring money out. But if he was that good, they'd be like, no, untouchable.
Yeah.
Or like I say, he's an 18-year-old kid that's never played in England before, and he's a right-sided. If he's our first choice on the right side, that's ballsy. That's ballsy. Just bringing him in. Like I say, even if you sign him tomorrow, his first chance to play will be the Premier League has already started.
Yeah, he's going to be in the thick of things. So, yeah.
What do we expect this guy to be? Yeah, he's 18 years old. Come in and just blow the doors off.
Yeah.
Come on.
By Barcola of our first choice wings.
You're covering then with Rio and Munoz and blah, blah, blah. I mean,
if we bought them both, it would sort of replenish the stocks on the wing, wouldn't it? If we had Barcola and Mbaye, Munoz and Rio, Gakpo could leave with our best wishes. And then we'd be sorted in that position with them positions. Like
for years, I think Munoz would be the oldest out of the freedom. Oh no, sorry, Barcola in it. Sorry, Barcola would be the oldest at 24.
Yeah. But that's all right. He's okay on the wing. Like it's better than having it like at the 6 or the centre back.
Yeah, but again,
we saw about that before. Where wingers you can come in at a young age and start blitzing it. Like, but it takes a bit more experience in other positions.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you got Kumas there waiting on the wings to play some games, which he might play the World Cup game, also go out alone. But it's a lot of question marks, man, because this, like I said, this season for me, and again, even if we get Barcola and Mbaye, it still won't be a title challenge to me. Now, I hope I'm proved, if I'm proved wrong, happy days. But you get them two, I don't see the title challenge. I just see top 4 on the cup as a good season.
So,
I wouldn't like to finish 5th again, like, so top 4 sounds better than top. Although I would accept it if it meant we were in the Champions League the next season. But top 4 sounds okay to me, even if that is 4.
Yeah.
And as long as we don't embarrass ourselves in Europe as well and have a few good nights and that way, that'll be okay as a first season for him with what he's got. If we get more, like, then the expectations will rise, obviously. Like, we've got to wait and
Thing
see.
is, though, Sonny, what you're saying doesn't make sense because these 2 players that we bought, the players that we bought last season, surely they expect to win something at least by their second season. Oh, he's left.
They do. But yeah, I hear that, see, we do. But is our squad ready to win that? We still got in holes, and we don't know how this team's good before. So they part of it. It's up to these players. And as I look at it, this team isn't telling me they're going to win the league. I don't know if you disagree or anyone disagrees. Does this team look to me that it's going to win the league?
No, there's no chance of
No,
that.
it's nowhere near, man.
Confidence in saying that.
Nowhere near.
There you go. Exactly. So I feel the same. I can't see us winning the league unless we have one of those seasons like Slot has and Arsenal falter, etc. And we just get a lack of injuries. We get less injuries, and then yeah, maybe. But apart from that, it ain't happening. So we've got to wait till season 2.
What did you make of the Charity Shield, guys?
Yeah, listen, Lee. The Charity Shield again. I really don't. I mean, people. I really don't.
Yeah,
care
but
about
they're not. It's what you're saying. The depth is the most important thing there because they beat City 3-0. They had no Saliba, they had no Zubamendi, they had no Rice, they had no Saka. That's the difference with our Arsenal team now and us. The depth of their squad is crazy when you look at ours.
It hasn't took them long to get into this position either, has it? Because I remember when their squad was no great shakes, like, but now it fucking is. It's really
like if you take those guys out of our team, like, you know, I'm not putting anything on the Community Shield, but like some guy put up a 10 players that were missing from that Arsenal team. Most of them like would have had a chance to start. Jesus, Martinelli, Saka, Rice, Zubamendi, Saliba, Timber, and they were like. And you look at our squad and the bench against Como, we had our best 11 out, and we had like Will Wright and 6 other guys. It's stark. It shows you like the level that
the next Alan Shearer.
Look, for me, I understand.
No, the level of the strength and depth. Like we are so short. We are 1 or 2 away from being Leone or Chambers. They got a guy I think bringing Zubamendi. They got a guy I think got blah blah. I'm not saying Arsenal. I'm bigging up Arsenal. I'm just saying like we are Isaac, VVD, Verts, Ali. The drop off from those guys.
We ended up having to use Endo, didn't we, when we were down to just Virgil last season? Arsenal got so many centre backs, like it's never going to come to it. They would have had to play like Norgard, who was there, like cheap DM signing at like centre back. But we had to do that last season, and we probably have to do it again this season at some point. Like,
yeah, but for me, I'm just counting. See all them signings we got last season. I'm calling them a void. So this season for me, they're like new signings. Words, Isaac, Frimpong. I'm just viewing them as new signings for me. So, what do you say,
You're
bro?
joking. You're joking, aren't you?
Yeah, bro. Like last season for me, void. The manager just lost his mind. Them players didn't know if they're coming or going, man. Frimpong comes in, and he had 3 hamstring injuries. Why? Because the manager didn't look at his game at Leverkusen where he was running like a madman up and down. Tells him to hold his horses. Bang. Hamstring after injury. Use your brain. So for me, all these guys, new start, new season, let's crack on with it. We need at least 2 more players in, at least. Like last season, who took last season serious? I didn't. It's a blank.
Well, we didn't.
I can't hear you properly, man.
Yeah, Zia, you're a bit muffly, man. I wasn't sure it was you was talking. Can't hear you properly. Zia.
Someone swallowed you up, Zia.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Okay. No, well, we all gave up in the end, but it's just, I don't know. I don't even know if they were the right signings when I look back at it now. I really don't. The only one that I give credit to that we had to replace was obviously Nunes, for a striker that doesn't miss, but he doesn't have that much pace and stuff, does he? Isak. So I don't know. It's just a mixed bag last season when you look at it. What we got.
It was
So
just awful, full stop, wasn't it? Nobody could have foreseen how bad that was going to be like before the season kicked off, but it sure turned out that way quickly. It happens sometimes in football. It's just a drop off was so stark, like, and noticeable, like, you know, between what we were the previous season to last season. It was quite like shocking at times, wasn't it? And the word, like, there are days when I didn't want to watch us and actually fucking didn't because I knew the game was going to be shite.
Like, when you look at the last 3 games of Liverpool friendlies, for me, the manager's getting his mindset across to these players, including them new signings, the signings from last season, you know. So the first half against Leeds, was it? First half against Monaco, and the game yesterday, all like we kept clean sheet first time in a long time and stuff. So for me, the manager's getting into these players. So I can't understand when I hear Liverpool fans giving up on Isaac and Wirtz already. Like, fuck, you know. Like, it's just too much. Like, I don't understand that prophecy. Like, when you give up on these guys,
you know what people are like, though. People are just like that, and you have to accept that they're like that.
That's the modern day fans, bro. It ain't like the old school fans. You won't hear that from people like Norman and that Fozzy.
I have too much faith sometimes, like, in players, and keep on believing in them, even when they consistently don't deliver. Is one of my faults as a human being, but because, like, you know, the Liverpool players, I want to believe the best, like, you know, for as long as possible about them as players, like, in terms of how good they are.
Sonny, maybe one of the problems
that's Lee, not
that is.
He sounds the same.
Yeah.
Sonny's on holiday in Barcelona, man. Fair play, having a good time.
That's funny. I miss you, man. But I was just going to say that I think basically we may have become a fan base that. I mean, when we used to sign players, and tell me how many players like never sort of worked in the glory days. You know, they used to come in and they used to bang straight away almost, from what I remember. Yeah, and then we had that period where we just. It seems to be that, you know, we had to show faith and give them time, etc., and everything. And then that's sort of carried through even into this age of like Klopp and etc., where we've had to watch them develop or something, and we have to have hope that they're going to come good and stuff. Maybe we should, you know, the fans that get frustrated after a season are right. You don't know. You can't just be patient forever. I mean, this is a club that's built on success.
You have to say, like, in the Klopp years, we did buy well, didn't we? More or less, like, there weren't that many failures and duds. There was a few, but, you know, you're never going to get a clean record, like, but we bought well within those years, didn't we, like, and got our money's worth out of a succession of buys, like, or more than our money's worth.
Yeah, but when you look at all them signings from last season on paper, right? Best striker in the Premier League, one of the top 2.
Bad man.
Wirtz, best player in Germany. Ekitike smashing it for Frankfurt. Kirke's best left back the season before he came to us. And then Frimpong, 27 million. He's got loads of assists for Leverkusen. Blah, blah, blah. So everyone was happy. For me, it was the first time I was like, wow, the owners have sort of got the players I would have got. So on paper, all them players, sound. Like Ekitike, none of us were really hyper about him, but he proved to probably be the best out of them signings.
Wasn't it tremendous last summer? Just the excitement of buying.
That was a madness, bro. I never felt that in years.
Big fees and that all the bloody want. just for a change, because it was totally unprecedented for us to spend cash like that. Yes, we brought in a lot of cash, like, but the amount of money we spent last season, it was just like your birthday every day for a week or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, don't get too excited. Yeah, don't get too excited. It's just personal terms.
This is oh wow, yes. Oh man. Oh, we've got half a barrel now. Oh yeah, love this.
Look,
I love
look.
it.
5 days before the season starts, right now, I'm taking anyone. It's
Yeah,
like if
yeah,
me and
you,
I'm
Lee
taking
or
you, Lee.
Delante want to go and sign for him, let's do it, man.
Right,
Like,
cool, mate.
we
Cool.
need some
Where's
players.
the pen? I've got a pen in my
oh,
I've
hand.
never heard
this is
Brian
the guy I want. This is
ever.
the guy.
I've never
This
heard
is
Brian
the guy.
moan about spending and stuff like that. I've heard him like actually say, "Yo, this ain't good enough."
This
You
is the
know?
guy. Oh yes. You say, did you just get this now, Brian?
No, that's been up there for ages. A couple of hours ago, we agreed. This morning we've agreed personal terms with him. Obviously, there's no club to club agreement, but as I was saying, this guy is still only an 18-year-old. Nice name
We
and all
do
that, but
see a
again,
lot of these now, don't we? These stories where agreements reached, apparently, like, but
Yeah, that's what they do, Lee. That's what they do.
Yes,
These little internet fucking weirdos. Tell me when it's
yeah,
signed. I don't want to hear no other bullshit.
yeah.
No,
He's
What
already
do you mean the
signed.
agreement reached? Huh. What
no, but
agreement
it's,
they're going to meet up? Okay.
well,
no,
You know what I
his
mean, bro?
agreement
For
on
a coffee.
wages and all that stuff.
it's,
So it's
Some French
this is,
bread.
Agreement reached for a baguette and a coffee. Oh,
Exactly. So je ne sais quoi. So on concert.
don't, don't, no, don't knock it. Don't knock it. If this is true, this is it. If we get him and Barcola, we're going to win a title.
no, we
Go
won't.
for it. I'm going
Okay,
for the
so
guy.
you're good. If you do
He's
that,
going to look
if you do
better.
see her,
It's as simple
I'll
as
buy
that.
you a pint, mate. I'll buy lunch. Lunch is on me. That happens.
I believe we can do it with these. Him,
If these
Okay,
two come in,
Barcola.
he's
Pardon?
looking better. You know what I mean? He can't get any worse than what we got now.
It's going to look
So
better
these two
immediately
added,
by about
definitely better.
70%. So if
Why
you get
let's
them
Yeah,
get
it
players
looks
Stones
signed,
better,
here.
but let's not start talking titles because you've got an
Yeah.
18-year-old on the
that's
right
fine.
wing. You give the man a
Guys,
chance.
I
Give him a
sorry.
chance.
His
Like,
fan base has the right to talk titles in this country.
no, but I mean, not just. I mean, he's
Liverpool,
like, let's
we've
just
got
put too much
20 of
pressure
them.
on him. But he's only 18.
I know it.
Let's give him a chance to come in and see how he gets on the Premier League. Barcole, I would expect to come in and be pretty much an instant hit, definitely. I think, but he's only 18. Let's give him a chance.
You
Oh,
know
mate,
what the
I was,
exciting
We
was
still need to be midfielding. Sorry,
when the
say
World
God.
Cup was on. Sorry, when the World
God,
Cup
yeah.
was on, it said that he was supposed to be in the ranks at PSG. He was going to be the next Mbappe and stuff. This guy. So the
Not
Exactly. Some
potential.
sports commentators
not
saying he's going to
Mbappe.
be next Mbappe. Doesn't
Actually,
No,
they were
he?
saying that.
He
They
does
were saying
play.
oh dear.
when he scored that goal against France when he
Yeah.
in that game. That's what they were saying, right? That this was the guy. And then obviously Mbappe scored a third one where he wrapped it in just to show him, yeah. But obviously there is something there special about this kid.
No,
And I think it's going
no one, no, see it. This
yeah.
guy is one of the most highly rated, highly talented players in his age group on the planet. Okay, let's not do this get it twisted thing. So someone
You're
come and say,
getting
"Oh, you guys are saying
Okay.
he was shit." What I'm saying
I
is,
didn't
this guy's clearly a brilliant player. He's 18. I'm not saying, oh, he's only 18, he can't be good. I'm saying, let's wait and give him a chance. Let's not expect him to come in and be the real deal.
Yeah, and
Really,
then be
he's
pissed
only
off in a month
18
when he
years
ain't
of
done
age.
fuck all.
Yeah,
You know
like
what I mean?
no goals in 9
Yeah,
games.
oh, he's wasting money and fucking.
One goal.
I don't understand that. Like for me, when a player signs for Liverpool, I've got his back. Even if he's not my cup of tea, all I know when he plays for Liverpool,
What? Like
I'm not going to take
Simicast.
the piss out of him. I'm not going to put no
Sabozala.
pressure on him. Why? I want that guy to be on top of his game. So when you got people on social media constantly going on their site and saying, "Oh, you're shit, wasting money and all that bollocks," like what's going on here? It's like for me, positive. If the lad comes in, I ain't going to put no pressure on him. I'm actually going to be delighted with 5 days to go before the season starts, and we're lacking 3 players. If these 2 guys come in, I'm going to be a much happier fan, of course. And I ain't going to say we're going to win the league and stuff like that, because I normally do that. I always say we're going to win the league, and this is the first time I think ever in my whole life I've ever thought, we ain't winning the league this season, you know what I mean? And that's how bad it is.
That's not
Well,
true.
last season
That's
was
a whole
the
lot
one
of
I
years,
was so
JK.
hopeful. I was so hopeful last season that we
No,
could,
it
like,
is true. He did say it every other
retain.
year. He literally
Yeah.
did say it every other year.
Last season, if we could have retained the title and made it 21, just to laugh at Fergie in the stands, because knowing Fergie, he wouldn't have turned up like for the game or something. You know, if we clinched it 21 and he was in the stands,
He's got no
he
need to
would have
take
turned
her
up, mate. Yeah, he said have had diarrhea on the motorway in his car. Remember that, like when he got pulled by the busies for speeding, and he said I've got diarrhea, and that's why I was speeding to go to the toilet. The diarrhea was coming out of his mouth, wasn't it, like the lion old throat? Remember that? It was dead funny.
I hear that, Lee. I hear that. But what I would say is, I think the club is getting complacent, just like our fan base is getting complacent, and on certain channels. Because last season, I'm hearing people saying Arsenal won the league. Oh, it doesn't matter if Arsenal won the league. Oh, it doesn't matter. I remember one guy, and I'll speak to off camera about this, saying to me, if Man United win the next 5 or 6 years, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Arsenal won the league. It doesn't matter. I'm thinking, what the hell? And deep this, and I know there's context to it, so. But I'm just trying to give you understand. Arteta has won the same league titles as Klopp. Now we know Klopp is clear of Arteta, but that just deep that, and this season they can do a back-to-back, which we have never done. So deep that. So are people going to still say it doesn't matter if Arsenal win the league, and this is it? Not our club and some other fan players are getting complacent, and we need to be careful because, boy, you know.
You know, I noticed Nalante as well in the last weeks. Is like non-Arsenal fans supporting Arsenal, bro. I'm like, yo, what's going on here? Like guys who support Inter Milan and guys who support United, they're fucking undercover Arsenal fans, these people.
Well, success will attract a few of these like floating supporters who change.
No, they do it because they know Arsenal's fan base
month.
is big on social media, bro, and they're thinking, let's jump on that bandwagon with a few little Arsenal going to do it.
Yeah, I don't know any Arsenal fans in my personal life. You guys do. I don't like, you know what I mean? So the only engagement I have with Arsenal fans is what I'm watching online, like. But I never had no thing about them that I didn't like them until recently, because they become a problem. That's shit football last season.
They think they're bigger than us, bro. I've heard certain lads say they're bigger than us, bro. Come on.
Yeah,
some of their fans are realistic and all right, though. Like, but some of them just like go off
for me, I've never really seen one Arsenal fan who's just fucking chilled, like just logical and real, like in this world, like of no Champions League against 6 Champions League, 20 Premier League titles to 14, is it? Like, come on. Like, how are you bigger than us and better than us? Like, I know we're not on the playground here, but that's the bullshit we're living in now. Like,
well, this is an interesting thing, because you can't say they have no European history. They did win the Cup Winners' Cup, like, but that ain't enough. Like, that's not enough to get a seat at the party. Like, really, is it? You're gonna get knocked back at the door, like, you know what I mean?
They've got to 2 finals I've seen is Barca and the one they just played against PSG. Bro, we played 3 finals in 4 years with Klopp, wasn't it? Something like that. It's like it's normal for us, you know.
Yeah. But I'd say this though, the only way you're going to actually convince them and shut them up is if we actually start winning a league title, you know, not once every 4 years, but we consistently win and do back to back, etc. and stuff. Then you cement it in minds, and we haven't done that yet. But then we're up against a monster 6 and stuff. That's something that they're not going to. History will never ever. You know,
1 sec.
You know.
Sorry,
remember.
1 sec. Sorry. JK, Nanati, whoever, can you cover me for 5? I have to.
Yeah,
nice, thanks.
Okay.
Well, we've never played Arsenal in Europe, had we, before that Champions League one in 7-8, which was like the year after Athens, after we were in the Athens final. we played them, but it was such a good game, wasn't it? Like, because they did try and like live with us, but couldn't. But Chelsea put an end to it in the semi-finals, didn't they? And then went on and lost in Moscow to United in the rain. That done me head in. Terry, the knobhead, his pen like kicked it through a puddle, but didn't kick it hard enough, the gimp. And was it Anelka missed the other one as well? Like,
yeah, Anelka. Yeah, you're right.
What a horrible night in the rain. Wasn't as bad as 1999, but it was still painful.
Oh, that was one of the worst years. Oh my god, yeah. God, jeez, school days, yeah.
You know what?
That's
Do you know
horrible.
what?
That made me sick.
Guys, that game against Arsenal in the Champions League, right? For the first 20 minutes at Anfield, they were one of the best teams they've ever played at Anfield. Yeah, for that first 20 minutes they played against us, we couldn't touch that ball. Yeah, if you recall, when they took the lead, do you remember?
Oh, they were a bloody good team at the time. Like, we
They had
did
a lot
well.
of youngsters. They were a young team. That's the thing.
DRB wanted scored as well as
Walcott, obviously, when he was highly rated, yeah.
I just call
Number
Arsenal
9.
Football Club participants. That's what I
I
call
mean,
them.
it was
That's what
just,
they
it
are.
was just, but we couldn't touch that ball in that 20 minutes, and probably those 20 minutes are the best performance by any team ever. Period at Anfield.
You
Yeah,
reckon? I think it's been
absolutely.
better than that.
No, go back and just watch it one day.
Yeah,
First 20,
yeah.
25
I've seen better
minutes.
than that.
The best bit of the
didn't
whole
touch the ball.
game at Anfield, like,
Seen
was
better
when
teams than that
Fabregas
team.
tried to catch Ryan Babel when Ryan Babel got away from him
Oh,
and
the
finished
4-2.
him off.
Yeah,
Fabregas like
4-2.
was running in mud, like
You
trying
can
to
never
catch.
touch Babel. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Babel was
Buster
good.
gun. Yeah.
Actually,
I
Actually, you
like
can
Babel.
chat to him on Twitter sometimes.
Yeah?
Isan. Yeah. I've said all
nice.
right, and I can't remember, but he's like he seems a very sort of social type of footballer.
Yeah.
Like has a little laugh with the fans and talks and that. Yeah, but them days of football. You know what? Yesterday I seen a clip of that Chelsea Liverpool game where what's his name scored. Garcia, was it? And he nearly crossed the line. The atmosphere, bro, at Anfield, like, yo, where is that gone?
Yeah.
Do you remember that away
What's
game
happened
at
to football?
Marseille when Torres and Babel like were among the scorers?
4-0.
Was boss that night in that
4-0. I remember,
Yeah.
we had to qualify to
Because
finish.
the last time we'd been there, we got done in, like, and Drogba was playing for Marseille that time, like, and saw us off. But it was nice to go back there, like, and get that victory. Babel and Torres, like, were irresistible at times that night, like.
Yeah, that team didn't even win the trophy. That's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, I know. And I always hold that against them.
Yeah, I hear that. Say you have to, innit? As good as that team was, he didn't. In that 09, that 09, we should have won that league. Only 2 defeats that season with too many draws. Oh god, that's been. Oh my god, the amount of times I've been annoyed that we should have. I just.
Yeah,
This is
that
what I'm
was
saying.
a
Like you say,
painful one because we lost out to them. And they had like games in hand, you know. We knew all along they had games in hand. And look at the games.
You know what though? Quickly, you know, like when you look at Arteta and everyone's jumping like he's the next Arsene Wenger, like he's the bad man. No. This guy spent over 1.4 billion or 1.3 billion, something like that. He's the most expensive signing at Arsenal. Guess who it is? Oxlade-Chamberlain, 35 million, bro. So, like, this guy spent a lot of money to get to where he. Look at his squad depth. That's all brought players, you know. Like, come on, man. That guy, as I said before, if he was manager of Burnley, he would have done what Prince of Company done. He would have gotten relegated. He's bought his way to that title, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is that you know what, we can say that about him. We can also say that about Pep, what he did at Man City, that he actually bought that title because he was given the players, whichever player he wanted. Somehow they were weaved into his, into the City thing. But at least he understands, and he's telling the board, and they're listening to him, saying, "I need this type of player for that position, this position, this position." Yeah, and he's also learned from his mistakes. Yeah, where in those sort of first 2 or 3 seasons where they were challenging. The first season he was challenging, it was very attacking. Second season, sort of mid blockish attacking and stuff. And the third season he went all defensive, didn't work out, but he still stuck to his principles for the last season, and he managed to see it through. So, and now I think there's an overwhelming confidence and belief in that Arsenal team that I actually think that they can possibly, based on just the showing from yesterday, this game, probably
They
carry
never
it.
beat us last season, by the way.
Pardon?
We took 4 points off them last season, didn't we?
I know.
We've had problems with them though throughout his reign, apart from like his first couple of seasons, like where there were no problem. We've had problems beating them, haven't we, for a long time. Like,
Draws, a lot of draws. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, but you rather draw and win the league. You know what I mean? I'll take
I
that
don't just
every
take
day.
them serious. I just don't take Arsenal as an outfit serious. I reckon I'm worried more about our team. If you understand what I mean, like we're worried about Arsenal. No. I'm worried about our team and our squad. Is it capable enough? You know what I'm saying? I think we need to leave Arsenal alone, man. Like they're just hyped up. And
I don't think they're hyped up. Come on, you can't say they're hyped
they're not.
up.
They're not great, bro. They're all right. They're all right.
They're not.
I don't. If we got a game against them, it's the opening game on Friday. They're playing Cov City, actually. Imagine it was us. I'm not sitting here thinking, oh, we're gonna lose. Nah, man. Nah. Not this Arsenal team. Nah, not for me. The amount of comments people used to say about Arsenal, oh, they're winning.
There are certain impressive aspects about like them winning the title, and like not so much about how they done it, like, but
it's just that fear. Like they don't give me that Man City. Remember Man City when we used to when they used to win leagues? You'd be like, oh, you're like, oh fuck.
Yeah, but there's another aspect.
This team won't do that to me.
You're missing out a key fact there. The thing is, they may not give you the fear of Man City, but there is an element to their play where they can turn it on like a Man City if they want to. He just doesn't let them, but he knows how. And we know he knows how because he did it in his first title challenge here. He can get them to play extremely beautiful football if he wants to. And that's what makes him such a dangerous manager. Yeah.
Well, he got all the way to the Champions League final and won the Premier League. Like, so I don't really see any big reason why he's going to change his approach like this season. If he thinks he can get the same results again from doing the same thing, I mean, he might just do that.
How many years was that first final? Yeah.
06.
And how much did it cost them?
So 20 years.
Yeah. Like in the club, we had about 3-4 finals with him. You know, 5.
Yeah,
I can't
we only
remember
won
how many
one
finals. It was normal.
Which was yeah.
So, like for me, that Arteta love from outside Arsenal fans is actually pissing me off. I'm thinking,
yeah, I mean, I
fucking
don't
grow some fucking
thingies.
there.
I'm not being realistic about what kind of a team they are. You can't ignore it. This is what
Defensively, they're sound. Let's just leave it like that. For me,
Champions,
defensively, sound.
They are very
They're
secure
defensively good.
and in midfield. Yeah. I mean, yesterday, right? I mean, you guys saw the Como first half, right? So, did you take a lot of confidence from it and everything?
I reckon we played better than in the other games, the Leeds and Monaco game first half.
Because if you listen to some of the stuff that I listened to from the other channels today, because I do listen into them, I mean, a lot of them were saying like they still see us being cut through like a, knife through butter or something. Because we bypass our midfield.
I think they're a bit harsh. I think. Listen, I think Grav and Sub were better. They weren't fantastic. They were better than the previous 2 games. They were better, but there were still moments. But it's more. There's more lackadaisical stuff. There was a time where when VVD and Subba was more ball watching, and Como could have scored. But it's more the fullbacks because Como were getting in the wings. There's times when Kirkers and Frimpong were nowhere to be seen, or even Koto. Oh, you know what I mean? And Jacke and even Aurelio had to cover out first and second half for me. Yeah, the midfield could be the better, but I thought they were a little bit more pretty. It's more of a team thing. So people, this is what I'm saying. This is why our fan base needs to calm down because, like, don't get sick of like, oh, Aurelio comes and it's like we waves a magic wand and everything becomes great. No, it doesn't happen like that. Yeah, there's still things we need to improve on, and he will get the time for me. Like I said, Areola wasn't my first choice. I didn't want him, but he's here now. So of course I'll support him. But I find we just overgas certain things. Oh, we play the football, cool. But if you're scoring goals and you're still not winning games, so what's that gonna do? it's that's not going to do anything. It's just in the same boat as Slot, you know. So
yeah, but for me, Nanate, I've got a good feeling about this manager. You know why?
well, we'll see.
He
Hopefully,
ain't for the
bro.
cameras, bro. Like when you look at his demeanor and everything, he isn't that type of guy. He wants to be praised and this. He just wants to crack on with it. That's
Yeah, I
why I've got a
agree
bit of
with that.
faith. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He's a proper guy,
totally.
bro. Like I don't want to overhype players and managers. I don't like doing that bullshit because for me, you're gonna get disappointed maybe. So, but all I know about this guy is he ain't there for the Hollywood. He ain't there for the Bollywood. He's just there to win and play football because he used to play football, played at right back. He's that type of guy, bro. So hence why for me, he probably would have been one of my favorites to take over.
Fair enough.
I like the way he sort of his demeanor is wicked. I really like it more Liverpool than Arne Slot was ever. You know.
Mm.
I
So we'll
like
see.
him. I like the stuff he said so far. He just needs to have maybe a better
He said we
squad,
needed
like to
players,
work with. But if he do, like, I don't want us to be expecting miracles. I'm not talking about the fan base. I'm talking about FSG and the owners. I don't want them to be expecting miracles from him, like with just because we spent a lot of money last summer doesn't mean that we don't need money spending this summer. I don't want it to be that type of thing, like with him.
Well,
I hope he
the
gets
owners,
back,
bro,
like,
they
so
went.
we can
They
compete
had
properly.
they had 6 windows, and out of them 6, 5 of them we didn't buy anyone. That's what these owners have done to us. We did it under Klopp even worse. Like we needed a DM. No, it's all right. We win the Champions League. We bring in Van der, what's his name, the Dutch lad, and then
Get a
who else?
Vandenberg,
Yeah, like
get a value.
so.
And
These owners
he's
have
meant to be
always
the
fucked
next
us around
DVD, isn't
when
he?
it comes to backing us. You know, this is the season right now. Like Brian, I never heard Brian ever moan about the owners, and he was like, "Yo, we're in fucking trouble here." And it is, and this is for me. I think all that ownership talk has been a distraction, like these guys always fucking do. They love that. Let's say Edwards is leaving, and with that Edwards news, transfer window's gone. Ciao. You know, so that's the sort of energy these guys do. They always drop little news articles here and there. So the fans are so distracted. They think, oh shit, we need a DM and 2 wingers. Yeah, it's like, man, these owners, I swear.
Yeah.
You can't be. They've been here for 16 years, bro. You know,
Yeah, but
the amount of bullshit they've come out with over the years just to distract fans for them not to put their hands in their pockets and give the manager a chance to win. Like winning in football is the interest on all the deals you make after it. It's as simple as that. And these owners, even though they're smart guys, don't get me wrong, they ain't that smart because they don't understand the word of domination in football. The amount of tops and the amount of new supporters you're going to get if you dominate at the 5 years, you win 4 Premier League titles. Why? Because you put your hand in your pocket a little bit. You will make that money back. And these guys ain't done that for me, ever. You know, sound owners have made stands and this, that, and the other, but we're Liverpool Football Club. You got to make bigger stands. It's the normal thing for owners
Well,
to
I
do.
was really excited last summer, like after we won the title and we spent all that dollar. It
Wrong
didn't
man
end
to
up
do
very
it though,
well,
bro.
like, but we do have to spend more money, like, because it'd be a waste of the money we've already spent, like, if we don't, like, sort the rest of the squad out where it needs to be sorted. Those attacking players can't, like, carry the weight of, like, the whole thing, like, you know what I mean? There's got to be additions in defence and midfield, hasn't there?
Look,
And on the
we've not
wings.
even had. You're going, Ozzy?
no, I was going to say, Lee, I'm hoping that maybe for the first time in the history of this league, we can just score our way to a league title win and not worry about the rest. Because I saw let's call him JJ, yeah, Jacquet, yeah. Yesterday, he looks a solid unit, you know. I was expecting that, like to have that
None
sort
of
of.
us were.
Pardon?
None of us were expecting that yesterday.
I
Like
know.
he
So
played
I'm like
sound, yeah.
thinking, all right, that's cool. So Van Dijk's got some real cover now and stuff, and then for some, Frimpong, he looked like he beefed up or something because he tied his hair. He looked like some sort of rag doll yesterday. you know, had that nice little ponytail or whatever, and he was like, you know, sliding into, you know, with the ball and running with the ball really well and everything.
You know what
And
I
thought,
said?
"What?" Yeah,
I said before the game, I was like, Frimpong, this team and club need you right now. You need to step it up because you didn't go to the World Cup with Holland. That must have been disappointing. So now's the time for you to just crack on now, lad. And yesterday, just like, well, it was just nice to see, man. Just to him, I reckon it was probably his
I
best
think
game
that
he
was
had
a
for us.
blessing for us, the blessing in disguise. Like, wasn't nice for
That
the guy
right side
himself
defence.
to be omitted from the World Cup squad, but that done us a favour because it told him, look, you got to get yourself right. Like, you weren't right last season, and that's why you're not going to the World Cup. So he knows
And you know
what he's
what,
got
though,
to
as
do
well,
now. Like.
the last weeks on football shows, everyone's been moaning about that right centre back and that right back sort of area. Yesterday was our best part of our team.
Yeah, we
I
looked
know.
good. It was great to get a clean sheet because it became a stranger to them last season. Like, with last season being what it was, I forgot what it was like to keep a clean sheet in any competition. Like, you know what I mean? So that was heartening to say the least.
Yeah. So when I saw that, I thought, you know what? Maybe we can like get these two boys, you know, this guy here on the in that picture and the other one that we've been after for the whole summer. I think we've got a good chance of like smashing our way to a league title. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping that we can do it. You know, and then Verts, we get the best out of Verts, and we hope. You know, I really hope he's the guy that everyone here is. You know,
Okay,
hoping that he
I'll
is.
ask you a question then, bro. Would you, against Newcastle, play Szoboszlai Gravenberch words or Szoboszlai Trey words? I'll ask all you guys.
You know what? I don't. Right. I don't know because, in a way, I don't think Newcastle will be that strong. They got a new manager. They haven't signed anyone of note. They've lost their captain. They've lost Tonali. So their midfield, you know, is questionable, maybe. And their striker situation doesn't really fill them with confidence either. They want to send that guy out on loan from what I'm hearing. The one that they signed for 65 million or whatever.
Almeida,
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't. I mean, I expect us to win that with whoever plays in our midfield. I really do. I don't expect us to lose that game at all.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't. It's not the Newcastle of last season or the season.
Yeah. True. Nante as well, Lee.
I will do
Yeah,
Gravel
nice.
Trey.
Yeah.
I would go with a
guys.
different side here, JK,
good
and not play Szoboszlai at all. I'd rather play Trey, Gravenberch and Birch than like Trey, Szoboszlai and Birch or Szoboszlai, Gravenberch and Birch. You read it here first.
It's rough. It's rough. Listen, guys. Thanks for doing that for me. I'm going to head out here. You know, late show, as per usual. But thanks everyone for being in, contributing, especially last minute. Got family stuff just apart. You know, but thank you. Shane is still in on mute. Shane's probably falling asleep now. Shane. Lee is here. JK is here. Nolante. And Songs is in the chat. Mata is in the chat. Mata songs. Well, so we're seeing Morton is in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, Michael is there. Songs. Absolutely. Thank you, everyone that's been in. Morton, all you guys. And yeah, look, just keeping up. Like I said, we're getting killed with the algorithm stuff lately, with the whole shenanigans with the videos and the copyrights and all that. So thank you so much for everyone that's been in, and keep watching, keep commenting, keep sharing and all that, and we'll get it back to where it was, hopefully. And tomorrow is a new day. Liverpool, there'll be another transfer rumor, there'll be another story, and hopefully we'll be back here tomorrow with you guys. Thank you so much, and we'll see you all again tomorrow. Anybody else want to say anything before we go?
Peace to the chat as always. Nice one, lads, for the comments.
Yeah.
Well, I keep saying lately, hopefully we'll have some signings tomorrow, but it never happens. Like, so I was going to say, I won't say it, but I just have.
Get more signings at the job centre, bro.
Nice.
Come on,
Nice.
help us out.
All right, boys. See you all soon. Take care, everyone.
Cheers,
Have a great
bye.
night.
See you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
See you.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye. Bye.